Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. Lunaria narrows her eyes and demands, what did he just say now? The king mutters he said he would banish her from the royal capital. She flinches in surprise. A man says he feels sorry as her former fiancé. And a girl adds this is the consequence of her arrogance. She had fallen on the floor and a girl was giggling, saying Lunaria tripped again. The stepmother glaring down at her, sneered she was such a crybaby. No one even tripped her and called her an ill-mannered child who thought she was talented. She raised her stick again, saying it looked like she needed to be punished again. Even as she grew, the torment continued. Once, a servant flung a basket of water over her and, with feigned surprise, asked if she was all right, explaining he had been too lost in his cleaning to notice her. But then he remarked, cold water in the winter felt very refreshing, wasn't that right? She asks his fiancé what the hell is wrong with him, but another girl cuts in, saying the crown prince is right and calling her a sad person. Does she have no compassion in her heart? The girl declares that she needs to reflect on her actions. Lunaria il von Solfège is a villainess. She is a hated character from a certain otome game. A thorny beauty with a piercing gaze. But why does it matter she has thorns? It is the people around her that undeniably felt uneasy under those very thorns. Despite that, it is rather strange that Lunaria is the only one that keeps experiencing this harsh treatment. For example, if she were near Lunaria, she would support her with all her might. If only she could be closer to Lunaria. When she woke up, she had become her favorite villainess. Once again, she wakes disoriented, realizing she has been sleeping on the floor. But this time, the room is unfamiliar. Where is she? The last thing she remembers is working overtime as usual, then boarding the train. She pushes herself up, then freezes. Staring back at her from the mirror is the villainess, Lunaria. She reaches out to touch the glass, whispering, "What is this?" Shock spills from her lips, it cannot be. Yet there is no mistaking it. Long, smooth and shining hair. Sapphire blue eyes. A supple and toned body. This body belongs to Lunaria il von Solfège. Lunar here is a character from the romance visual novel Angel's Protection is With You, commonly known as Tengako. She was the daughter of the Solfège family, the head of the 4 great duchies. A cheat-class magician who could wield advanced-level magic at a young age. And most of all, she was her favorite character. There is no doubt about it. It is impossible for her to be mistaken. She is just like what she imagined her to look like in real life. She looks at the mirror again and mumbles, Lunaria. She whips around, the truth crashing down, this isn't a dream. So what the hell is going on? Outside, her gaze falls on the garden, and her mouth hangs open. A garden with scarlet crimson roses. So she really is within the Solfège family's estate. And in the annex where Lunaria lives in, the interior of the room also perfectly matches that of Lunaria's bedroom. It is just as described in the limited edition included setting material collection. No, hold on, she thought, that was in the special booklet that was a store-specific pre-order bonus. Which was it again? But then she shakes those thoughts away. That's not the problem right now. The problem is, why did she wake up as Lunaria? She forces herself to remember what happened. Yesterday she got off at the usual station. And then it hits she stopped by the nearby convenience store. Then after that, she feels like she's about to remember something. Suddenly some memories crash into her, but that are not her memories, they are Lunaria's memories. She was standing before the mirror mumbling. She was just so tired of all this, holding a knife against her neck. Suddenly, our female protagonist feels the feeling of a blade digging in. Shocked, she wonders if Lunaria tried to kill herself. But that scenario doesn't exist in game. Though it is by no means unnatural behavior. She knows because she repeatedly played through all the branching routes and continued to gather scattered information about Lunaria within the story. So it is no wonder that she lost the will to live. After the death of her mother, Lunaria had been severely mistreated inside the estate. The servants they brought were no exception. She was tormented by her mother and sister-in-law, who replaced her late mother and took up residence in the mansion. Even her own father and brother were deceived by them going over to their side. Her story was just like Cinderella's but with more enemies, and neither the pumpkin carriage nor the glass slippers appeared before her. That was why Lunaria had to make her magic powerful. Unrivaled strong magic that surpasses what everyone would expect. Thanks to her efforts, Lunaria achieved outstanding academic results at the school. But there were still people who mistreated and envied her, despite her achievements. Mainly the capture target of the game, the crown prince and his entourage, and of course none other than the protagonist herself. And Lunaria was the villainess that opposed the protagonist. She guesses that's why it's only natural that in every route the protagonist chooses, Lunaria meets a tragic end as the villainess. At best, expulsion, at worst death. It is so pitiful. It's true that Lunaria doesn't look the most approachable. She may seem cold, but so what? Did the creators have something against girls like Lunaria? At least for her, rather than a slightly airhead and universally loved protagonist, she much prefers Lunaria, who had thorns but also strong willpower. Her heart hurts for Lunaria, to think she was cornered to such an extent that she collapsed here. And then she spots the dragger on the floor. It must have fallen when she collapsed. She then checks for the wounds, but to her surprise, there is none. Not even a scratch. But there was indeed a sensation of a blade digging into her throat. And then she stills as out of nowhere, the truth hits her. She cannot even die of her own free will. And then she watches Lunaria in the mirror, standing behind her. She's right there. She's not seeing things. The Lunaria she has been dreaming of is right behind her. But if she turns around, she will surely disappear. She quickly spins and calls out to Lunaria, asking her to hold on a second. She has wanted to meet her for so long and pleading with her not to go. Lunaria asks her if she fulfilled her role properly. She cries, telling her yeah, she did more than enough. This makes Lunaria smile slightly before she vanishes into thin air. She wails in despair. But in that moment, she also promises herself she will do best from here on out. Deciding to look over the situation, she steps forward and pushes the window open. The main building is completely unharmed. If it is, according to the setting, the main building of the Solfege family should have been partially destroyed before the game even began. That was because Lunaria, unable to bear the torment from her family, had caused a magical outburst. Well, the magical outburst setting seems to have been created to establish Lunaria as a formidable villainess. Although the cause was only briefly mentioned to be related to her family environment. Anyway, there are no signs of a magical outburst having occurred just yet. In that case it would mean that she transmigrated here before the game starts. This place is clearly within the world of Tengaku. But there are two differences from that world that are at play here. One, Lunaria tried to take her own life before the game began. 2. Somehow Lunaria's body survived unscathed, and the fact that she ended up possessing it. She has no clue why is that, but that doesn't matter right now. In any case, she likes breaking a stem by force before it branches off. Lunaria tried to exit the game on her own accord before anything happened, leaving her here to take her place. Then it is clear now what she should be doing. She snaps out of her thoughts when the door bursts open and a maid enters, demanding what is she making a fuss about. She remembers that is one of the servants. The servant mutters she heard her yelling and screaming, how funny. Who on earth was she talking to? And not to tell her she brought a man in here. She picks up the blanket, but there is none. She accuses, not a shred of decency. The maid then asks who was she talking to by herself, remarking that is creepy. She has heard that the late Duchess was quite insane before she died as well. If the mother was a crazy woman, then the daughter must be a crazy woman too. What a pity. She thinks Lunaria must have been so strong to be able to endure such words on a daily basis. Until her heart was broken. The maid spots a necklace on the table and picks it up, her eyes sparkling. This doesn't look bad, she says, declaring she'll hold on to it for her. It was probably taken from her father's belongings anyway. Honestly, even as a little girl, she's shameless. Lunaria's eyes turn deadly. She knows exactly what she has to do. She will turn it upside down for her, this ridiculous fate and everything. To everyone who pushed Lunaria into a corner like that, she will make all of them realize that this is her revenge. After freezing her maid with magic, she smirks and assures her not to worry, she's drilled an air hole. It's warm today, so if she hangs in there, she'll make it out eventually. With mocking sweetness, she asks, isn't it nice and cold? She's about to turn to her next task when a sharp notification sound cuts through her thoughts. She whips her head around and finds a screen hovering before her. It announces the presence of the magical bell, proof that she is the legitimate heir of the family. Two options appear, ring it or do not ring it. A piercing sound cuts through the mansion. Catching everyone's attention, a man pauses, realizing this is a noble tone. Linnea's stepsister, Nivea, rushes to her mother asking what is this nerve-wracking sound. Lunaria's stepmother Raphemia replies it seems like the dog is trying to bite their owner's hand. She wonders what is going through her head. On the other hand, Lunaria stands stunned, staring at the option window. The design is the same as Tenkago's window. So she really is in the game world. Well, that confirms it, but it's not like the game is exactly the same. There were no choices like this for Lunaria in Tenkago. Lunaria isn't a playable character, she's the villainess, so what in the world is this? Anyway, it wants her to choose. The magic bell that proves she is the legitimate heir of the Solfege family. She knows Lunaria would choose don't ring. If she claims to be the new duke and head of the family, it would mean a decisive confrontation with her father and stepmother. Lunaria was trying to believe in her own fate, even though it had treated her so poorly. She believed anyone can be respectable. She believed in their repentance and waited. She mutters they were not worth it, Lunaria. She wonders what is supposed to happen now. Her magic power is draining, and she realizes it's because of the magic bell. From this point on, she's venturing into the unknown, the world beyond the game's choices, a world that shouldn't even exist. She would feel safer if she could save and load. Just then, pounding rattles her door, and a man bursts through it. He halts at the sight of the frozen maid, panic flashing in his eyes. What happened here? He asks. She casually says, what does he think? It is an ice sculpture of an impudent maid. She then points out it is so rare to see Kyle as surprised. The butler Kyle, a servant who has served the Solfege family for over 30 years. Within this mansion, which is controlled by her stepmother, he is secretly still loyal to the former duchess. At least that's how it was supposed to be according to the setting. The servants brought by her stepmother are clearly on their side, but for a long time, the original servants in the house might already be on the former duchess. With a quieter tone now, he asks if she heard the sound of a bell now. She says she is the one who rang it. She just rang the magic bell, which is the proof of being the heir of the Solfege family. He asks if she understands what this means. She exclaims of course she does. He firmly states if she declares herself as the head of the family, it would be akin to declaring war on her father and the others. And asks if she rang the Scarlet Rose bell fully knowing it. Looking him in the eye, she says she did. Is there a problem with that? He grows quiet for a moment before bowing and declaring he has been eagerly waiting for this moment to come. He starts to say my lady, but then corrects himself. Her Grace the Duchess of Solfege. Sadness flickers in her eyes as she realizes Lunaria wasn't alone here. In addition to her, she had other allies here just waiting for her. She apologizes for having kept him waiting, and then turns saying she had always been trying to believe that father will someday wake up and drive away that stepmother and stepsister of hers. She really tried to believe that as a member of the Solfege family, but she finally realized that what this house needs is to clean up its rotten garbage. She then says she sees so he has always been on her side. She didn't know, but that's not surprising, is it? As long as she didn't claim to be the rightful head, he was in a position to serve father. But he admits she doesn't know how many times he has thought about throwing it away so he could save her. But then he remembered her late mother's dying wish to not extend a helping hand until Lunaria herself stands up. Lunaria mumbles that her mother trusted him, didn't she? She asks if there are any other servants left who might be willing to follow her. If so, then call them here. But he quietly replies there's no need. Within moments, the room fills with people ready to stand by her side. Kyle declares they have already gathered. She looks taken aback. One of the maids steps forward, saying she's willing to fight for her and that they'll do their best to help. She thanks them all. The preparations are complete. She has people on her side. There's also information from playing Tenkago multiple times. And with the magic power that Lunaria had honed, she is ready. A smirk curls on her lips as she declares, let's go and dispose of the worthless trash. She leads everyone to her guest room and invites them in, adding that it isn't exactly cool to hold a strategy meeting in her bedroom. Looking around, she realizes this room is just like it was in the reference materials. Her gaze rests on the picture hanging on the wall, and she thinks that must be the late Duchess. Lunaria's biological mother. Standing at the door, the maid announces urgently, they're coming. She says faster than she expected. Even villains have their organization. With a snap of her fingers, her magic flares. Kyle asks what was that? She answers calmly. A barrier. It won't hold long, but it will give them some time. Kyle is shocked and asks is she saying she put up a barrier for the whole Annex building in an instant. He's having trouble believing it. He had no idea that she had mastered magic so well. She ignores his shock and declares there's something she needs to do before these people interfere and asks him if he knows where the magic stone is. He replies if she's looking for it then it's right here and pulls it out. She smiles and says so he was prepared for something like this. Pulling it out, she instructs him to summon the crow immediately. With that, she announces she will be opening the gate. She points the magic stone at the wall, and a glowing magical circle appears. Light bursts from it, and suddenly it reveals the castle beyond. She turns to them and announces it's open. The maids gasp in shock, they can see the castle. This is the gate they've heard so much about. He summons a creature called a familiar, writing symbols in the air with a magical pen and then commands familiar to go and announce to His Majesty the birth of the new Duchess of the Solfege family. In an instant, the creature dashes off. Lunaria states with this, she is now officially opposing her father and stepmother and tells them in advance if they still plan to back out, now is their last chance. But not a single one steps forward. Kyle bows and asks what shall they do next. She replies normally she would go straight to the castle to pay her respects for inheriting the title. On the other hand, her stepmother is instructing the men to come on and break it through. It is just a little girl's barrier. Finally, a man delivers such a powerful punch to it that it shatters. On the other hand, Kyle quickly informs her the barrier has been broken and they're coming this way. She simply states that she guesses it is time and announces that this will be the first major cleaning for the Solfege family in a long time. She asks if everyone is ready. Kyle responds that they should make sure everything shines, leaving not a single speck of dust behind. Finally the door opens and her stepmother enters, mocking well, what was she sneaking around here? Her stepsister says she's sure they were up to no good. Her stepmother then says is there anything she would like to say while she's giving her a chance. She offers a courteous bow and expresses her sincere thanks for their presence. With a sly smile, she adds that she is absolutely ecstatic. They have all come to congratulate her on becoming the Duchess of Solfege. Both her stepmother's and sister's faces twist into something ugly. Her stepmother demands to know exactly who the Duchess is now. She smiles and replies confidently, confirming that she is and asks if there is a problem with that. Her mother had said it looked like she needed to be punished and smacked her across the face. She landed hard on the floor. What had she done to deserve this? Nevertheless, Lunaria still believed that her family would return to how it used to be. Crying, she asked her sister why was she treating her like this. Her sister feigned innocence and asked what did she mean. She was making it sound like they were doing something wrong. Her stepmother then declared as the beloved daughter of the late Duchess. She was praised, complimented and pampered but it looked like she grew up to be quite an arrogant one. She also reminded her the Duchess was dead, and now she was just a poor little girl so she better know her place. Back in the present, she states, did she not hear what she said? She is the official head of the family. The new head of the Solfege family, might she add. Her stepmother smirks before saying she did not expect her to say such utter bullshit. She must be kidding her. Isn't that right? Because there is absolutely no way that she is the head of the family. She is just a conceited, incompetent little girl. Lunaria counters that she says the strangest things. It is as if she thinks she has some kind of ability herself. Suddenly, Nivea steps forward, saying that is such a terrible thing to say. Even though mother is always keeping her in mind, she cannot talk to her like that. Lunaria mutters her in mind. As if. Her stepmother politely smiles and says her sister is right and not to misunderstand what she is saying. She knows she is doing this for her sake. For her sake, Lunaria repeats, adding she wasn't aware of such a thing. She shifts the conversation, asking what about the things that the two have ordered their servants to do to her. Drenching her with freezing cold water, purposely tripping her and even destroying her priced clothes. Are they saying they did all that for her? The stepmother says that is a terrible accusation. She would never order them to harm her precious family. Lunaria demands then who else, if not her? Those servants were clearly brought here by her and are on her side. She replies she doesn't know, maybe some of the servants did it on their own, but doubts that such an event would ever occur in the first place. Nivea replies yeah she is sure it was just another one of the sisters' assumptions. Rufemia then says she wonders if being paranoid is in her blood. It's unfortunate but being falsely accused is unbearable. Rufemia continues that what she is saying is that she let these assumptions get the better of her, became desperate and that's why she rang the bell. What else is she gonna say that she is rallying against them? Nivea glances at the servants and asks what are all those servants doing anyway? They look like sisters' royal guards or something. Rufemia mutters she cannot really believe them all. How ungrateful of them to stand up to their employer. Kyle cuts her, saying their master is Lady Lunaria. She remarks, "A mere servant dares to speak. When did anyone give him the permission to interrupt their conversation? Looks like Lunaria isn't the only one who needs to be punished." She turns to a goon with a creepy smirk and orders him to toss the insolent servant out. He cracks his fingers and reaches for him, but suddenly a bolt of electricity shoots through him, hurling him into the air. Rufinia watches, stunned, as he crashes to the ground. Kyle quickly apologizes for being a hindrance, but she tells him she appreciates his concern. Nivea snaps, outraged at the use of offensive magic against someone like this, and Rufinia remarks on how utterly outrageous it is. Lunaria retorts, would they call it outrageous to protect a subordinate from the fangs of a bloody thirsty beast? They are contracting themselves. In that case, wouldn't his dear stepmother be a good person since she was the one who set the beast loose in the first place? The stepmother's expression darkens. How dare she speak to me like that? She knows this must be puzzling for her. The Lunaria, up until now, silently endured her torment, suddenly rebelled against her out of nowhere. They haven't grasped the situation yet. They think this is a coup d'état and that the power is on their side. Suddenly, her stepmother snaps at the goons. What are all of them doing? Beat that little girl to a pulp. They all rush at her at once. She realizes she hadn't made herself clear earlier. Narrowing her focus, she decides to reduce the output just enough so they won't be knocked out entirely and summons her magic, which blooms across the room. Combining the magic skills and martial techniques etched in Lunaria's body and memory, a palm strike charged with thunder magic is created. Intense pain courses through the victim's body while their muscles contract. They will have difficulty breathing after getting hit. The agonizing torture they experience without being allowed to lose consciousness is truly hell. Depending on how it is used, magic can be the best torture device. She mocks, repeating her earlier words. She would never order them to harm her precious family, she said. Rufinia's eyebrows scrunch in fury and she threatens there's no way she's going to get away with it. She repeats her words mockingly, get away with it. Who else would she tattle to? Then she reminds her that she is now the head of the house. The current Duchess of Solfege. Rufinia scoffs, what does she mean by Duchess? If she is claiming to be a Duchess, then the beggars on the street are Duchess as well. Her eyes flare with mania as she snarls, demanding what right the girl has to call herself a Duchess. Then her scream rips through the air, face twisted in pure fury. She should know her place, she seethes, that lying, worthless piece of filth, nothing but a fake Duchess. Lunaria's magic gleams in her hand. She smiles coldly. A fake? Whatever could she mean? She holds up the back of her hand, revealing the mark. The proof is right here. The holy stigmata, which only appears on those worthy of being the head of the family. The scarlet roast crest. Suddenly, Nivea blurts that she has one as well, holding up the back of her hand to reveal the scarlet rose crest. The stepmother smiles, confirming that her daughter has one too. Lunaria summons a glowing sphere of magic. Rufinia asks what she is doing, and her smile only widens as she says it is nothing important, she merely wants to cast the perfect heal spell on Nivea. Perfect heal? Nivea echoes, uncertain. So Lunaria explains, unlike regular healing magic, it can even heal scars. Cut on burn scars and of course tattoos are included as well. Her sister jerks in shock. She also adds she's not doubting her in the least. Of course she believes her. It is because she believes that she wants to prove it to everyone here. Her scarlet rose crest isn't a tattoo, that it's real. She then tells her this will be over quick and asks for her hand. She blurts out she rather not. Rufinia screams once again, asking what is the point of such a mark. To think she was so confident she thinks she can become the head of the family with that one measly crest. She bursts into laughter, saying just what you would expect from a naive little girl. The adult world is all about paperwork. She tells her if she didn't know then, she will tell her now. The moment the late Duchess, her mother died, on paper, the Solfege family fell into the hands of her husband, which is her own very father. That means it is the hands of her husband, Theodore. Her creepy smile widens as she demands, so who does she think Theodore, who is head over heels for her, will choose as the head of the family? Laughing some more, she adds this house is theirs now. Lunaria erupts into laughter, prompting her stepmother to narrow her eyes and demand what is she laughing at. She says paperwork, documents, procedures, policies. The adult world is filled with an endless mountain of procedures, isn't it? But here is the twist, those annoying procedures. Did she think that her lazy father was capable of doing it himself? Rufinia replies naturally such things are handled by servants. Lunaria agrees that is right. The experienced and long-standing servants of the Solfege family organized the documents, and of course the final processing was handled entirely by Solfege's family members. That includes her. She smirks and asks, does she understand what that means? The two have no connection to the Solfege Duke family. She admits while it is true that she is her father's second wife after he remarried, neither her nor Nivea are recognized as legitimate members of the Solfege family. Both exclaim, "What?" in unison, looking stunned. She shoves the family register in front of their faces and says that, let alone taking over, the two aren't even listed as part of the house. The proof is right there, clearly written on the sheet of paper. She also reveals a copy of the document was already submitted to the House of Lords, so she is free to keep on reading it. Yes, Lunaria had endured it all this time. She held down onto the hope that their family would go back to normal and endured. But these two were not part of the family that Lunaria wished for. So she didn't go through the procedure like her father had wished, since her father was the one who invited them, not her. Her stepmother and stepsister were dealt with carefully and were not included in the family register. And her father was written as the acting head of the family, so the position of the former head was vacant. That's right, from the very beginning, Lunaria did that. Now she asks her, has she finally figured it out? There were blades stuck to her necks from the moment she came here. She thinks to herself, but Lunaria never actually used that blade to cut them down. Instead, she held the blade at her own throat. It was strong yet fragile choice. If it was her in place of Lunaria, she would never forgive these guys. Whispers ripple through her servants. What the hell is going on? Lady Raphemia and Lady Nivea aren't from the ducal family. Since it was a ducal family, he thought he was going to get paid a ton of money. Kyle tells them it is just as Lady Lunaria said, those are not included in the family. One of the men quickly demands, what about their salaries? She smiles and says, what do they think? They won't get paid a single coin. The maid exclaims, what the hell is that supposed to mean? While the servants around her demand their wages. She screams back that she is part of the Solfege family, that she is the Duke's wife, and that Theodore will pay their salaries. Lunaria casually reveals her father doesn't have the right to freely manage the assets of the family. As she has told her many times before, she is the official head of the family. She then looks at the servants and states, sad to say, but she will have to give up the salary that she was supposed to get. And her career as a servant of the Solfege family. Facing them, she says, now, ladies and gentlemen, she thinks it is time for them to leave. She's not talking about just leaving this annex, but also requests them to leave the estate immediately. In the name of the head of Solfege family, they are hereby banished from the Solfege family. Her stepmother pales and blurts out she cannot be serious. She asks her if she has no mercy. Her sister quickly adds, that's right, doesn't she have any compassion? She repeats, mercy and compassion. They sure are saying such strange things. Do they really think the two of them are worthy of mercy? Her face darkens as she mumbles she hopes they haven't forgotten what they have done to her all this time. She pretends to think hard, wondering what is she supposed to say at a time like this. And then says, oh yeah, right. Her eyes narrow, and her features darken as she tells them to know their place. She watches as the maids start closing in on her, demanding what is she going to do about this, and she better pay them their money. She screams she doesn't have any money. She suddenly points a finger at Lunaria and says they were all fooled by that little girl. They are all just victims of her scheme. Lunaria says what a surprise. She sure has a way with words. She then screams at the man to hurry up and beat that little girl to death. If she is the official head now, then just kill her and it will all be over. One of the women repeats, kill her, huh? Easy for her to say. The man then says he will leave now. She glares at him and says if he leaves now, then let's see if he can find another job. This makes the man furious, who shouts at her, what does she mean by that? She replies there is no way out for them. They are all going to hell together. She will chase after anyone who dares to escape from here and ruin them. Once again, she yells at them to kill her already. That will solve this situation. It will be an easy job if they all gang up on that little girl. Lunaria mutters, is she kidding her? Does she still think she can solve this by force? Even though she saw her magic with her own eyes earlier. She has to be an idiot to not see the difference in power here. Suddenly, she summons her power, which crackles around her like lightning. A smile curves her lips as she tells her stepmother to entertain her more with her circus show. After all, the basics of comedy are a recurring act. Without warning, a man swings his sword at her, ordering her to shut her mouth. With a snap of her fingers, she sends him staggering backward. A translucent bubble forms around his face, forcing him to struggle for air. She watches him with a disinterested gaze, commenting that she thinks he remembers his hideous face. What did he serve her last time? Oh, now she recalls, muddy water instead of tea. She asks if he was playing pretend, some little game for his own amusement, because it certainly looked like he was enjoying himself. A few people pinned her down even though she didn't want to, and then they all forced her to drink that disgusting tea. After, they all laughed and mocked her while she coughed on the floor and spat it out. Bubbles form on all the maids' faces. She tells them that this is for everyone who reacted that way that day. During that time, they all said the same thing. She shouldn't waste tea and told her to drink it all. Now she tells them so they better not waste it and drink it all. She casually says they were all playing with a caged lion, only to realize they were trapped in its cage. It is quite hilarious to see them all panic now. Then, with a snap of her finger, the bubbles burst and they all fall to the ground, gasping for air. She looks at her stepmother and says it seems all her underlings collapsed on the floor. She wonders if someone tripped them. They both look completely terrified. She calls out to her stepmother, who flinches, and then to her sister. She accuses them of planning to kill her right then. Does she need to fight the two of them to protect herself? Suddenly, Nivea screams that it is not her fault. She tried to stop but their mother forced her to do it. Euphemia turns to her daughter in shock and asks what is she saying. She would never force her. But Nivea screams she is lying. Mother is always thinking about herself. She forced her to do that. Her mother snaps back, wasn't she the one who was most excited when tormenting her? It is like she has convenient amnesia. It's always like this with her. They grab each other's hair and fight violently. She watches them, muttering that they're just wasting her time. Suddenly, Nivea raises her hand toward her mother but freezes as her mother's hair lifts into her palm. Her mother screams, her hair, what has she done to them? She insists she didn't do anything, but her mother's face starts to rot. Her entire body quickly decays, and she collapses, screaming as if her skin is burning alive. The same happens to her sister, both on the floor begging for help. She watches and mutters that it's a ridiculous way to squirm in their sleep. Kyle leans in and asks her what exactly is going on. She replies she cast an illusionary mist. It is dark magic. She flatly says both of them seemed very excited. They certainly looked like they needed sleep, but then wonders if she overdid things. But Kyle assures this should be more than enough. She says if they leave them alone, they will come to their senses eventually. Until then, just let them be. They are having the same dream, a dream so sweet that it makes them roll their eyes back. Before leaving she glances at them, hoping they savor that nightmare. And imagine the suffering of Lunaria, who lived every day in such a nightmare. She mutters that now that both of them are dealt with, the next target should be, but before she can continue, Kyle interjects, asking what she will do about the rest of the unconscious ones. She replies that since they are the only ones awake, they should drag the others out of the room. They follow her instructions and begin hauling people out. Suddenly, a wave of familiarity washes over her. Something feels strange, she's had this feeling before. A sharp ding snaps her attention. She turns to the screen and mutters, what is it now? Her eyes widen at the words displayed. Her brother will be arriving at the Annex building soon, and two options appear, let him in, or do not let him in. She mumbles that her brother is next. As he approaches the Annex, he mutters to himself, questioning whether she is serious about ringing the magic bell. She's a woman, yet she has no sense of modesty. She definitely inherited their mother's blood and he should really talk some sense into that foolish little sister of his. She had thought he would help her. He was her one and only sibling after all. The kind older brother in her memories was like a knight that watched over her like a little princess. As they both grew up, they were gradually separated due to a sudden sense of distance. But even as she gradually began to hear rumors about his delinquency more and more frequently, she still believed that his true nature is still gentle like her kind older brother back then, she was sure of it. Or at least that's what Lunaria believed. After the servant drenched her with dirty water, he approached, asking what had happened. She was soaked through and began to explain but Nivea suddenly rushed in, shoving her aside and grabbing his arm. She quickly claimed she had spilled it herself, saying she must have tripped over a bucket again. Lunaria snapped that this was exactly what the servant had done under her orders. Nivea feigned innocence, asking if Lunaria was blaming her entirely. Overwhelmed, Lunaria broke down in sobs, insisting she didn't want to stay in the house anymore. Randolph told her to apologize, but before she could protest, he cut her off, questioning why she kept insisting she was right. The world did not revolve around her. He reminded her that Nivea was still new to the house and simply overwhelmed. At last, he added that he understood her grief over their mother's passing, but it was time to let go of the past and move forward, just as he and their father had done. They both left, making their own plans. She stood there, silent, tears dripping onto the floor. In the present, she watches the screen, mumbling brother Randolph von Solfege, Lunaria's blood-related brother. A man who, despite already having a fiancée, cast lecherous glances at his step-sister and turned a blind eye to the bullying towards Lunaria. In the scenario of Tenkago, his relationship with Nivea was portrayed differently. But judging from Lunaria's memory, there is no doubt that a certain line had been crossed. The choice window floats right above her at the moment, but there are a lot of people in this room. Suddenly the time stops. She realizes it pauses time whenever a choice is to be made, which surprises her. Perhaps more surprising than that is the fact that she can freely use magic. It feels like she has been using magic for ages. It must be because of Lunaria's memories in this body. But she tells herself to save being surprised for later. Right now, what choice should she choose? Lunaria would surely choose to not let him in. If her brother was invited in, it would lead to a decisive confrontation. Lunaria, who cared very much about her family, would most certainly not want that. And the people of this house, they took advantage of that. She glances back at her mother's portrait and says she seems like a great person, but it looks like she failed in raising her son. She wonders if he's still her sweet and lovely son. If that were the case, there would be some hesitation. But she declares she is not stopping. There are no pauses in this revenge. She chooses in time resumes. She thinks, well, that cements her decision and says it would be really nice to save before choosing such important decisions. Kyle asks her what was that just now. She simply says that was nothing. She then adds she almost forgot she wants those two out of the room, looking at her stepmother and sister. She then instructs to remove the portrait of her late mother and carry it away, wanting him to move it to the main building's library. He asks right at this moment, pointing out it is starting to rain a little outside. She tells him to wrap something around it in that case, but be careful not to damage it by any means. On the other hand, she thinks about Lunaria's mother and tells her she doesn't have anything against them. She is sorry though, because she is going to have to utterly destroy her son. She turns back to the glass wall, staring outside, and mutters that rain is perfect for a little revenge. Meanwhile, his brother grumbles about his misfortune. A passing shower is ruining the hair he worked so hard to style, and mutters honestly that Lunaria has been nothing but a disaster for them. He barges into the mansion, looking around. Where is she? He demands. To his shock, someone crawls across the floor. It's Nivea. He calls her name in surprise, and she quickly hides her face, telling him not to look at her. She mutters she looks like a wrinkled mommy. He crouches down and says what is she talking about? She still looks like his cute little Nivea. From the staircase, she appears, struggling to hold back her laughter. Beautiful brotherly love, isn't it? She says. Good day, brother, but this is also going to be a goodbye. He quickly stands, demanding what is the meaning of all this. What has she done to Nivea? And what the hell is she planning to do with that magic bell? She replies calmly that she has decided to become the head of the Solfege family, and both of them looked a little taken aback. He touches his temple. Good grief, I never imagined she, of all people, would become the head of the family. He tells her to listen to him. She is not the head of the family. He will be the rightful head of the family. For he is Randolph von Solfege. And that is what father also intends. She knows what he's talking about. Mother did very well for a woman as the head of the family, but being the head was originally a man's duty. As for her, an Igaromus who hasn't even graduated from school yet, how is she going to be the head of the family? He says a little reality check would be nice. She shoots back, he says the funniest things. Does he really think he's fit to be the next head of the family? That's nothing but a joke. As he can see, he is currently the central figure in the scandal that's rocking the social scene. A disgraceful abomination that is unbecoming of a Solfege. Such that even if the king orders him to step down from the position, no one would be surprised. Her brother pretends not to know and says what could she possibly mean. She says Lord Randolph, despite already being engaged to a fiancé, is participating in an illicit affair. And that person being the step-sister that lives under the same roof. She smirks and says let her throw that one back at him. Isn't it he who is blind to reality? Randolph suddenly says he is surprised, since when did she start talking with such impertinence? She scoffs. Who is he calling impertinent? Before she can stop herself, laughter bursts from her. He asks what's so funny. She grins. It's just that he is saying such strange things. If that's the case, he would much rather continue being impertinent, because if he were to become head of the family, then it would surely become the laughing stock of the kingdom. This man not only betrayed his own sister, he even tarnished the family name, the very same solfège family name that Lunaria tried to protect for her late mother. While declaring his love for his fiancée with straight eyes, behind the scenes he was entwined with his step-sister, regardless if it was day or night. Even if his own sister was being tormented by that step-sister. Just turning a blind eye to it and going as far as to take Nivea's side. When Lunaria was desperately trying to endure the suffering, enduring and persevering through everything in order to protect the solfège household that her mother had left behind. While all of that happened, this man didn't even try to restrain his own carnal desires. The price and consequences for that will be properly paid right here and now. She remarks, isn't that a shameless rumor? She means while being engaged to a noble young lady from a distinguished family, he chose to have an affair with his stepsister of all people. She turns to Nivea on the floor and says, isn't that right? Suddenly her smirk disappears and she thinks today is an unlucky day for Nivea. She is not fond of stepping over dead bodies, but for the sake of appearances she will have her continue to perform on stage. She warns if the rumors are true, then the engagement will be broken. With that, even his noble title will be in jeopardy. He says he knows of that rumor. It is too bad he did not expect to hear such a story from one of his own family members. And then he yells that rumor is completely false. He claims it is so ridiculous that he didn't even feel like getting angry and asks what proof does she even have to support such nonsense. He claims he loves Nivea as a brother and questions is that really a crime? Nivea quickly says that is right, they are just close as siblings. His lips curl into a grin as he latches onto the first explanation that comes to mind, she's jealous of Nivea. She must have thought that Nivea would take him away, even ringing that magic bell to catch his attention. What a hopeless little sister. But now that he understands it's all fine, if she sincerely apologizes, he will forgive her. She thinks if she tried to deal with him seriously then she feels like she would get caught up in his face. This is just who he is, one of the main culprits that cornered Lunaria. She asks him, is the act over now? Catching him off guard. She pretends to yawn and says she's sorry she got a little bored. She was just listening up until halfway. In short, he wants to prove his innocence right. She exclaims. She also wishes to believe in what he says, but it is too bad there are many witnesses to prove his infidelity. Suddenly, the witnesses appear behind her. She smiles, saying when he was getting cozy with Nivea. His audible echoes were reverberating throughout the hallway, and there wasn't just one servant who heard it. Oh, and that is not the end of it. A servant once stumbled upon Nivea's hairpin in his bedroom. And another, while cleaning his sheets, had smelled the scent of Nivea's perfume still lingering. Nivea's lipstick was also seen on one of brother's garments while a servant was cleaning them. They had a lot of trouble getting rid of the stain. She can tell him all about it if he would like. She comments it seems both of them have been rather careless. She asks him if he still thinks it is possible to talk his way out of this. Suddenly he says this is so sad. He feels bad for her looking genuinely hurt. To conspire with the servants and fabricate such lies? Unbelievable. He asks just what did she bribe them with? Was it money or status? It seems she's serious about wanting to become the head of the family. Her initiative is quite commendable. However, she was quite careless. Using only her household servant as witnesses will make the public think it was just a trivial family squabble. But what will she do once he seriously pleads for innocence? Who does she think the public will trust more, him or a naive little girl like her? Who does she think his modest and utterly devoted fiancé will believe? He leans almost into her face and says the one in trouble is her. However, she replies his fiancé shares the same opinion as she does. Confused, he asks what does she mean? She glances aside and instructs Kyle to bring it. He asks again, what on earth is she talking about? Kylie brings out a recording device. She reminds him when they were young he used to play with her using this, didn't he? They would engage in idle chatter and childish plays. There were times when she sang along to his cello playing and they recorded those songs onto this stone to show to mother. Those were such beautiful memories, weren't they? Suddenly, a voice crackles through the device, whispering that she doesn't know what to do anymore. He flinches. Mary Lane. He asks. She replies that is right. This sorrowful voice belongs to his one and only fiancée. He asks her what did she do. He never heard her talking to her. His fiancée's voice cuts through the air, saying she's fully aware that Lord Randolph is involved in an unusual relationship with his stepsister. His brother's fiancée, whom she has only exchanged greetings with a few times, suddenly paid a visit to Lunaria just as she began to disclose the scandal of Randolph's infidelity. She found out that the clever and cunning Lunaria did not forget to record their conversation. It seems Mary Lane simply wanted someone to confide in and vent her painful feelings. Without needing a prompt from Lunaria, Mary Lane spat out everything she knew about Randolph in one breath. After she had vented her bottled-up feelings, she awkwardly tried to smooth things out and quickly left the scene. Lunaria actually did not want to undermine her brother. It might come in handy someday to convince brother. And perhaps one day they might be able to laugh together again. It didn't matter how foolish of a hope it was in the narrow, closed-off world that surrounded Lunaria, amidst that abysmal darkness which robbed her of rational thought. She had nothing else left to cling to. But the somehow that Lunaria desperately hoped for never arrived. Her brother says what kind of farce is this and suggests why don't they stop here. She is sure it has been a very long time since her kind and dear brother has appeared. He suddenly tells her to hand over that annoying stone and she thinks here lies the pitiful end of what he once was. She presses her finger against her lips and tells him to be quiet. Here comes the very climax of the show. His fiancée's voice comes again as she cries out that Randolph has been cheating on her for quite some time now. And the one who told her about it was none other than Nivea. She herself boasted about her scandalous relationship with Lord Randolph. Randolph glances at Nivea in shock. In the recording Lunaria asks if Nivea said it herself. She replies she didn't say it directly but it was almost as if she did because with such blatant hints anyone would have guessed it was like that. She also says she wasn't assuming things. It is too odd for it to be a coincidence with Lord Randolph's attire matching hers very frequently. Even going as far as mimicking Lord Randolph's catchphrases unconsciously. There were even times when she would touch her own earrings while trying to show that they were a gift from Lord Randolph. She even had the audacity to say her dear brother surprisingly had girlish tastes. She was blatantly exposing herself. Marilyn continues that is not the end of it. Once, Miss Nivea gave her a ceramic plate as a souvenir from her trip. She thought it must have been for an apology, so she let her guard down. But when she unwrapped that souvenir, she was shocked. The plate was an art piece from the same place Lord Randolph had visited on official business around that time. And on the day of the ball, it occurred when she was resting on her chair, a little tired from dancing. Miss Nivea came over to her. It's sickening to even mention it. That darned woman spewed these words straight to her face. That she was already tired, indeed being raised spoiled makes one delicate like a flower, doesn't it? But if she was going to marry her brother, she better start building up her stamina now. Because Randolph likes it rough. To top it all, she said so while showing off that disgusting hickey on her neck. She felt so humiliated and frustrated. As the recording finally ends, she turns to her brother with a smirk and says it seems like the two of them need to have a discussion. He screams Mary Lane is lying. In fact, all of them are trying to frame her. It is a conspiracy. He says shame on her, he won't succumb to such despicable tactics. Her eyes darken as she says he is determined to see this through the end, isn't he? He clutches his forehead, unable to believe she even dragged Mary Lane into this. He says that is not true at all and asks Nivea, right? Nivea, pale as a ghost, says of course dear brother. But Lunaria says according to her brother's claims, she is nothing more than his stepsister. Is she truly alright with being just that? Lunaria says it was her, she couldn't possibly forgive something like that. She means is that not what she would do? She thought she was the one manipulating her brother all this time, but it was the exact opposite. It seems like he was the one deceiving her. Randolph snaps that Lunaria does not have an ounce of consideration and tells her sharply to get herself together, demanding to know why she keeps insisting that her point of view is the only correct one, warning her coldly that such thinking will never work in the real world, and then, with a hard glare, he declares that this is enough and orders her to apologize to Nivea at once. Lunaria's eyes narrow with anger, the tension thick and suffocating, but before she can speak, the silence is shattered by Nivea, who murmurs in disbelief that she is the one who has been deceived all this time, staring at her as if seeing her for the first time. At that, Lunaria smiles, a slow and cruel smile, and calmly admits that Nivea is right, saying that Nivea might have approached her brother with the intention of taking over the Solfege family, or at least that was her original plan, but as expected, her brother was already one step ahead, leaving her trapped neatly in the palm of his hand. Her brother explodes, calling her conclusion ridiculous and dismissing it as complete nonsense, spreading his arms wide as he scoffs at the idea of him manipulating Nivea, and questioning what this absurd story is about Nivea trying to take over the family. She only smiles faintly and replies that surely someone as clever as him must have noticed that Nivea and the others were skimming something, though in the end it did not matter to him because he was merely planning to toy with Nivea before discarding her later. Her words hit harder when she turns her gaze to Nivea and casually asks if her brother whispered sweet lies into her ear, telling her that she is the only one he truly loves and that he will eventually break off his engagement with Marilyn. Nivea's face drains of all color, her lips trembling as she blurts out how she could possibly know something like that, and she answers with quiet satisfaction that Nivea was easily swayed by those words and fell for them completely, musing that this must be how a small fish becomes prey for a larger one. Her brother shouts again, furious, calling it all delusion and nonsense born from a woman's imagination, but she only casts him a bored glance and remarks that this was something she deliberately hid from one of his friends, noting calmly that it seems he keeps far more talkative friends than he realizes. The day after talking to Marilyn, Lunaria was investigating her brother's actions personally. It was an action born from the desire to believe in her brother's innocence. Well, it seems that some rough tactics were required to uncover the truth. Even after all this, her brother insists that everything she says is nothing but fabrication, laughing as if it is all a bad joke and mockingly asking whether they are supposed to listen to that ridiculous recording device again, sneering that no matter whose voice she imitates, it proves nothing. His expression suddenly twists with rage as he shouts that those people must have been bribed anyway, adding that it is disgusting to think she would drag the regulars at the tavern into this after Marilyn, but she stays calm, her smile unchanged, and quietly asks why he mentioned the regulars at the tavern when she only said she heard it from one of his friends. He freezes for a split second and hurriedly tries to backtrack, starting to explain what he meant, but she cuts him off again, turning her gaze to Nivea and calmly saying that this is exactly how she heard her brother talk about her whenever he got drunk at the bar, adding that he said even more than that. Before she can continue, he explodes, screaming at her to stop already, accusing her of spreading false stories and telling her to look at Nivea, who now looks visibly shaken and pale. She lets out a small sigh and says she understands, that she will stop here, but Nivea stares at her with wide eyes and mutters in disbelief, asking what the hell that was supposed to mean. She replies lightly that she could not bring herself to say it outright, so it would be better to leave it at that, yet Nivea almost pleads with her to go on and tell her what her brother said next. Her brother immediately snaps at Nivea to drop it, and she herself hesitates, saying it is enough and that saying such things in front of so many people is too cruel, but Nivea, growing paler by the second, suddenly shouts for her to say it anyway. Lunaria nods slowly and says that if Nivea insists that much, then she understands, but before continuing, she calmly asks Nivea to answer one question, pointing out that she has more tattoos than just the rose on her hand, mentioning the dog she owned before and the picture she once drew of that dog, and noting that there is a tattoo based on that drawing somewhere on her body, in a place only gentlemen permitted to see her body would ever know about. Nivea flinches in shock and hurriedly says that no one else should know that, but Lunaria continues without mercy, adding that she also heard her brother boasting about this very thing in front of his friends. Her brother had banged his drink hard against the bar table and sneered that the dog tattoo had an unbelievably ugly face, saying the dog's cheek drooped so low that it nearly swallowed the entire face, so distorted that it barely even looked like a face anymore. He had let out a low, amused giggle and asked the men around him if they knew what he meant, claiming it was like the dog was facing backward even though it was already facing forward. He had gone on, laughing more openly, saying that whenever he embraced that woman, it had to be in complete darkness, in a place where not even moonlight could reach, because only pitch blackness could hide something like that tattoo. His smirk had stretched wider as he added that every time he accidentally caught a glimpse of that ugly dog, he had to clench his teeth and desperately hold back his laughter, to the point that he could not even think straight, as if the sight alone ruined his focus entirely. Lunaria tells Nivea that those were his exact words. She turns to her brother and quietly asks whether he can still claim he loves Nivea after speaking about her like that. Her voice lowers as she adds, almost gently, "Poor Nivea." Her brother rushes to explain, stumbling over his words, but Nivea suddenly snaps. She screams that he is the worst, shouting that he swore he loved her while laughing at her behind her back. He pretends not to understand and asks what she means. Nivea screams that he has been toying with her feelings from the start. His expression hardens, rage tightening his jaw. He fires back, asking if everyone is going to ignore what Lunaria did and place all the blame on him. He accuses Lunaria of trying to use the family for her own gain. Nivea cries out, asking if that means the earlier story was true after all. He answers that not everything came from Lunaria's lies. Nivea trembles and demands to know how Lunaria could possibly know about her tattoo, the one of Marianne. She asks who else could have revealed something so private. Her brother shouts that she is making things up. Lunaria calmly replies that she is right, because there is no one else. He turns on Nivea, accusing her of flirting with guests and servants, insisting many men must have seen that dog tattoo of hers. Then he stops. His eyes widen as his own words hang in the air, exposing him. Lunaria lets out a small, satisfied breath and murmurs that it is checkmate. She thanks Nivea lightly for her cooperation, saying they now have solid proof of a scandal. She looks back at her brother and asks what he thinks, noting how useful this turned out to be. He stares at her in silence, his face twisted with fury, but then slowly, he unclenches his fist. A smile spreads across his face, calm and unsettling. He says he gives up. But the words feel hollow. But she cannot be serious now, can she? They are blood-related siblings, right? Should they not help each other when they live under the same roof? Lunaria repeats his words softly, under the same roof. A mocking smirk curves her lips. She tells him to take a good luck. She was relegated to this annex building and her former room was given to Nivea, who chased her out of the main building. Wasn't it father and him who forced this situation upon her? This annex building? It is told their great-grandmother originally built it to recuperate, but recuperation was just an excuse. In reality, it became a prison for their frail and mentally weak grandmother. Or to keep her away from the seat of power. That is how women in the family are trampled upon. All because of men like him. Randolph smiles at her, a calculated calmness in his expression, as if he could soothe away any sense of rage with his lies. He reasons there must have been a misunderstanding, that he never did anything like that. She shuts him down immediately, her tone sharp, cutting through the air. Enough. Why does he refuse to apologize to Nivea? Why does he continue to insist that his point of view is the only correct one? That reasoning does not survive in the real world, she tells him, letting his earliest words echo back at him with cold precision. When he sees that even his attempts at soothing her have no effect, his smile fades, replaced by a rigid demand. He extends his hand, his voice low and commanding, telling her to hand over the recording device. In the next instant, he screams, raising his voice to fill the annex as he demands it from her immediately. She does not flinch. Her smile does not waver. How pathetic, she says simply. That is when he summons his power. A wind of raw energy bursts from him, twisting and curling around the room with a force meant to intimidate, meant to crush. He had no intention of harming family, but he tells her sharply that this is necessary, that he must punish his foolish little sister for daring to defy him. Even Nivea and Kyle are knocked backward by the blast of force, their bodies thrown by the sheer strength of it. Yet she remains perfectly still, calm, and bored, untouched by the power meant to obliterate her. He creates a tornadoed circle around her, the air crackling and splitting as the spell is unleashed, only for it to sputter and disappear, leaving her unharmed. She tilts her head lightly, her voice even and composed. What a pleasant breeze. A magic contest is never truly fair, she murmurs, and now it is her turn. Her own powers awaken around her with sudden intensity. Randolph staggers back, his mouth falling open in disbelief. The magic is unfamiliar, powerful, and unlike anything he has ever seen. He glances frantically at the others, but they have already slipped away, leaving him to face her alone. She remarks that she once believed she could not match his strength, but now she knows her power has grown over these years, quietly and steadily. He recoils, his eyes wide, muttering, what kind of magic is that? He has never encountered anything like it. His hands rise, voice strained, telling her to stop, warning her that brute force cannot solve everything. She only smiles, a faint smirk playing on her lips, and tells him she is going all out and he should brace himself. He protests, tells her to wait, but she does not. The next moment, the force strikes him with such power that a section of the annex collapses, the walls shattering and glass raining down. Randolph is thrown skyward, caught in a tornado that grows larger with every second, swirling violently around him. She stands there with a slow, confident smirk, declaring that it seems this is her victory after all. Across from her, Nivea stares at the scene in stunned disbelief, her composure shattering as she begins to beg, insisting she has truly reflected that she understands the weight of her actions now. Lunaria does not respond. Instead, she turns toward her, the movement alone enough to make the woman ask in a frightened, unsteady voice what she is doing. A magic circle forms beneath Lunaria's feet. She calmly names it, Time Delay Explosive Magic. Has she ever heard of it? The abhorrent art that casts a long, unforgivable shadow across the history of the Solfege family. This annex, constructed like a stone prison, was built for a single purpose, to confine her grandmother. Now, she is going to free her soul. Nivea's face drains of color. She stammers, asking if Lunaria is serious. Lunaria only smiles. She tells her to hurry. She recommends getting as far away as possible. There are 60 seconds until detonation. Nivea's mouth falls open in sheer disbelief. Randolph groans, scoffing loudly. There is no way Lunaria could use magic like that. It has to be a cowardly trick, some large device hidden somewhere nearby. He refuses to fall for the same deception again. Then he notices Nivea and the stepmother already fleeing. He smiles, convinced that in the end, he is the only reliable one. An instant later, they slam into him with the full force of their escape. The bomb detonates. The annex is swallowed by the explosion. From within a protective barrier, Lunaria and the others watch as the structure is torn apart. She smiles softly and notes that the rain has stopped. She asks if everyone is unharmed. Kyle answers that there is not a single scratch on any of them. Lunaria murmurs that she is quite relieved to hear it. She then tells them she is bringing the remains down. It might shake a bit. Kyle remarks that he finally understands why she moved the previous head's portrait. Lunaria replies that her mother considered rebuilding the annex multiple times. Kyle agrees, noting that aging buildings can be dangerous. As the current head of the family, Lunaria states that it was imperative to tear it down, though she admits she may have gone a tad overboard. Kyle responds that perhaps she did. It could certainly give that impression. Lunaria smiles nonetheless. She will not allow anyone to say this was a mistake, not even this world's god. Do they know? According to the creator of Tenkago, Lunaria tu von Solfege is a villainess. This may not be justice. But it is certainly not wrong. And for Lunaria, it might not be her wish, but it is indeed the protagonist's. Kyle asks what about the recording stone. She tells him to make preparations for submitting it to the appropriate place. They are going to have to cut ties with the Solfege family and live on their own ability. That is the end of Oni-sama, that leaves just one more target in the Solfege family. Theodore von Solfege. Lunaria's Oda-sama. What could he be doing while the house is in such a crisis? Based on Tengako's setting, he must just be having fun somewhere. Spending the effort to find him would be annoying. Even if she doesn't go after him, eventually he will come out on a rage on his own. In the meantime, she has other tasks she can focus on. She will just think of it as a brief intermission. She glances at Kyle and says there is still a mountain of work to be done. He slightly bows and says that is right. However, the most important matter is, he begins. She cuts him off before he can finish. She says she is already aware of what he is about to say and instructs him to begin the preparations immediately. They are to depart for the royal capital at once. A slow, knowing smirk forms on her lips as she continues, stating that as the newly appointed head of Solfege, one of the empire's 4 great duke families, it is only natural that she makes a formal visit to his royal majesty. The following day, at the Solfege family estate, the atmosphere is tense yet orderly. Kyle glances down at his pocket watch and announces that it is nearly time for departure. The maid steps out first, bowing respectfully as she informs them that her grace is ready. A moment later, Lunaria appears. She steps forward dressed in full formal attire, the ceremonial clothing reserved solely for the head of the family. She thanks everyone for waiting and remarks that this is her first time wearing the official attire of the Solfege head. Kyle studies her for a moment before remarking that she wears it splendidly. Then he pauses, as if noticing something missing. He adds that there is one final touch. She nods in agreement. This formal attire is no ordinary garment, but special magical equipment. It responds directly to the wearer's magic and changes its color accordingly. She releases her mana, and the fabric reacts, shifting before their eyes. Kyle comments that the resulting hue is a dignified scarlet and assures her that the previous head of the family would have been thrilled to see it. She thinks to herself that this is the color of Lunaria's magic, strong, beautiful, and yet somehow tragic. After a brief pause, she asks Kyle about the gate to the royal castle. Kyle replies the gate is already open and the knights are waiting for her on the other side. She instructs Kyle and the others to watch over the house. Kyle answers without hesitation that they will protect her home. With that settled, she activates her magic and vanishes. When she materializes at the palace, the king is already waiting for her. He begins to address her as Lady Lunar, then pauses and corrects himself, calling her the Duchess of Solfege instead. She thanks him for coming to greet her personally. At his command, the army salutes. Swords rise in unison, gleaming in acknowledgement. She notes the warmth of the reception yet cannot help but wonder whether she is truly welcome at all. The previous Duchess of Solfege and the Queen were very close. That is the reason why Lunaria was chosen as the fiancée of the Crown Prince. As a result, the royal couple should still welcome Lunaria. But in the Tengaku scenarios, the king is not an ally to Lunaria. She could even say he was an enemy. He accepts his followers' words without question and either exiles or imprisons Lunaria. But that is only after the scenario has advanced to the second half. This should be right after the game starts. The odds of someone smearing Lunaria in front of the king at this point is low. Also in this world Lunaria's magic outburst hasn't occurred, since she took her own life before then. So this world's Lunaria hasn't been branded as the out-of-control witch. Her other concern would be running into the Crown Prince. In Tengaku, he was a scumbag who broke off his engagement with Lunaria due to his attraction to the heroine. Naturally, he is a target of her revenge. But it would be better not to run into him. For the Crown Prince, the castle is literally home territory. It would be unwise for her to pick a fight on an unfamiliar territory. But the odds of running into him are low. According to Tenkago's setting, the Crown Prince did not really like spending time in the castle. Just then, someone calls out to her, and panic grips her at the thought that it might be the Crown Prince. Instead, it is Mythos van Fawn Astoria. He is the heir to the Astoria family, one of the 4 great dukedoms and Lunaria's childhood friend, one of the few people who once placed his faith in her. She considers him carefully, telling herself that he should not be an enemy. He tells the guard he will escort her from here on. She meets his gaze and asks bluntly what he is plotting. A smirk curves his lips as he remarks that he has heard she set off some rather flashy fireworks. Has she finally found her resolve? She studies him warily before replying that he has sharp ears. Mythos notes that Lunaria already knows her situation. The Duchess has passed away, the countless wrongdoings committed by her family, and even the details of yesterday, which that googly-eyed familiar told and relayed. She murmurs kill. Mythos confirms that Kyle told him to protect her. She acknowledges this, thinking that must be the reason he is here. Mythos points out that Kyle already told him and that he is escorting her. She remarks that Kyle is indeed a great butler and quite competent. Mythos corrects her, insisting that it is not just about competence, Kyle truly treasures her. She reflects quietly that, at the very least, there are people who care about her, a small relief washing over her as she acknowledges it. Mythos then looks at her and comments that it is odd. In the time they have not met, her entire atmosphere has changed. He questions whether she is really Lunaria. Lunaria studies him carefully in return, silently comparing him to the Mythos she knew as a child, the same one who would cry when a puppy barked at him. Mythos laughs softly, saying that now there is no doubt, she is indeed Lunaria. Lunaria thinks about responding by bringing up stories from when they were children, wondering how long he will let her reminisce, but before she can say anything, Mythos suddenly stops in mid-step. She asks why he has stopped, but before he can answer, she herself freezes as the very same feeling washes over her, a sensation she knows all too well. She composes herself and quietly acknowledges that, as she thought, the next choice she makes will be crucial. At that moment, a screen appears, revealing everything she needs to know. Aotasama interrupts her audience with the king. Lunaria considers her options carefully, weighing whether to persuade him to leave or confront him directly. Meanwhile, Mythos demands that the guards let him pass. The guards refuse, insisting that they cannot comply. Mythos grumbles at their defiance, questioning whether they are truly prepared to lose their jobs for opposing the head of one of the top ducal families. When they finally step aside, he remarks sharply that if they were going to let him pass, they should have done so obediently from the start, resenting the way they have made a fool of him. He scans the faces of those looking down on him, a glare cutting through their ranks, before turning his attention fully to Lunaria, demanding to know what she is doing and what the meaning of all this is. If Lunaria had to describe this man with a single phrase, she would call him a careless crook. To the woman who claimed to be a tactician was nothing more than a third-rate fixer, and to that other person he was simply an idiot, yet she still wondered what phrase she should reserve for Oda-sama, because father who had once said welcome home with genuine warmth, that man known to the world as Theodore von Solfege, the adopted son of the Solfege family and Lunaria's real father, who had been a good father at least through the eyes of a child, and most likely through his wife's as well, Riveria von Solfege, who had married Theodore more than 20 years ago after he patiently and stubbornly pursued her despite her initial coldness and lack of interest, slowly wearing down her resistance with persistence rather than refinement, for he was a clumsy man lacking polish but overflowing with bravery and passion. And perhaps that was precisely what Riveria saw in him, something she herself did not possess, leading her to defy the overwhelming opposition of her relatives and take him as her husband, an opposition fueled by the sheer imbalance between them, the precious daughter of the influential Solfege family with close ties to the royal family choosing a destitute noble from a remote and nearly forgotten region, both nobles by title yet separated by a social gap like heaven and earth, a union that in a fairy tale would promise an enchanted ending, and for a time they did have happiness, until at some point Theodore changed and Riveria fell ill, after which he began acting as head of the family in her place and soon behaved as if he had always held that authority, initially tending to Riveria himself before gradually using work as an excuse to avoid her, until he was frequently seen in noble gambling halls lost in card games. And it was then that Rafemia's shadow crept into his life, followed a year later by a bitter winter night when Riveria's condition suddenly worsened and she passed away before dawn surrounded by Lunaria and the servants, leaving Lunaria grieving and vulnerable just as another dark shadow descended upon her, when she confronted her father with documents she had uncovered while helping him with paperwork. Suspicious figures that led her to discover he had embezzled a vast portion of the Solfege estate's assets under the guise of social expenses, most of it squandered on gambling, with the cruel truth that while Riveria was drawing her final breaths, Theodore had been socializing at a gambling den, and when Lunaria demanded an explanation he coldly told her it had nothing to do with her, dismissed her insistence on the truth, shouted at her for prying, accused her of being prompted by others, and, when she questioned whether the woman he had been frowning over had influenced him and called Rafemia a bad influence, his rage exploded as he warned her never to speak ill of Rafemia again and declared the discussion over, openly stating his intention to bring Rafemia into the Solfege family as one of them, to which Lunaria reminded him that only half a year had passed since her mother's death, only to be told that it was enough and asked why she was behaving this way, yelling at her for not being able to congratulate someone else's happiness. And as Lunaria's thoughts circled back to that single phrase she would use to describe him, she was abruptly pulled back into the present. A warning arrives that Oda-sama has interrupted her audience with the king, presenting two options, either persuade him to leave quietly or confront him head-on, and Lunaria cannot help but think what a ridiculous and absurd situation this is, because Oda-sama, also known as Theodore von Solfege, is the same man who spent his days gambling in noble dens while his wife lay sick, who foolishly squandered the family's wealth, was deceived and led astray by his mistress Rafemia, and ultimately abandoned his own daughter, a man utterly incapable of controlling his impulses or taking responsibility for the consequences of his actions, and as she looks at the choices laid out before her, persuasion or confrontation, she knows with certainty that Lunaria would choose to persuade him to leave, that Lunaria would never confront him directly, because her lingering happy memories of what once was would never allow her to raise her voice against the father she once loved, yet when she considers herself instead of that softer version of Lunaria, she turns inward and asks Mythos which option he would choose, because unlike Lunaria, she is no longer sure she would take the same path. She looks at Mythos and recalls how he genuinely frightened her earlier when he asked whether she truly was Lunaria, and the more she thinks about it the more she realizes that Mythos is an unervingly perceptive person, the type who grasps the true nature of things through intuition rather than logic, which makes her wonder if he might really have seen through her, because she knows all too well that she is not the real Lunaria, and if he were to realize that someone else has taken over her body, she doubts she could ever convince him otherwise, as the idea of soul displacement is far too absurd to sell with reason alone, especially to someone like Mythos who trusts his instincts over logic, and while Mythos alone would not be a problem since there is no concrete proof given that she possesses Lunaria's memories, he is precisely the kind of opponent she fears most. Because if he becomes convinced that the real Lunaria is missing, his concern for his childhood friend would drive him to search for her without hesitation, and with his immense wealth, countless contracts, and exceptional talent in wielding power and weapons, Juan von Astoria is a man who would not shy away from confronting her directly, leaving her to conclude that this is something she will need to think about carefully later, because if by some chance Mythos truly sees through her, she must decide how she will act. Yet for now this comes first as the game continues and she chooses the option to persuade him to leave, prompting Mythos to question their circumstances as she answers that he is right and recalls they were in the middle of a conversation, to which he casually remarks that his days are nothing worth talking about since they consist of relentless training from dawn to dusk, leading her to tease him by asking whether he ever sneaks out to get into mischief, only for him to respond seriously that it is all part of nightly training, and when she says she would love to hear about it, he admits he would like to share but points out that they have arrived, causing her to notice the familiar doors of the audience chamber, a place she has seen countless times while playing Tinkago, where the saint is tasked with purifying the land, subjugating magical beasts, and receiving rewards for completed objectives. Though for Lunaria of this world it is far from comforting since this is where the king resides and could just as easily become an enemy, and when the guards inform them that those inside are already waiting, Mythos suggests they enter together, explaining that he was instructed to be her perfect escort, a suggestion she accepts since having an ally present would be for the best, and as they step inside he warns her that no matter how justified her actions are, she is at the center of a complicated power struggle among dukes and that a misstep will not end with a simple scolding, to which she calmly replies that she is fully aware, earning a smirk from him as he remarks that she speaks as if she is prepared to make even the king her enemy, prompting her to answer that it is not the king but the world she is stepping into, and as she enters she wonders how this will unfold, only to be greeted by the king who remarks that it has been a long time, Lunaria of the Solfege family, to which she responds politely that it has indeed been a while since her last visit and offers her greetings to his majesty and her highness, who comments teasingly that Lunaria arrived accompanied by Astoria's little scamp, leading Mythos to greet them in turn. Lunaria mentions that he volunteered to guide her here because she is not quite familiar with the royal castle. The king then states that they need to talk, as she responds that is true, prompting her to affirm that this is precisely why she came, announcing that she, Lunaria of the Solfege family, following the guidance of the Scarlet Rose and the wishes of her late mother Riveria, has inherited the title of Duchess and assumed the position of head of the Solfege family, explaining that although she originally planned to wait until adulthood, current circumstances forced her hand, only for the king to interrupt her abruptly, leaving her startled until he smiles and declares her actions justified while acknowledging her as the new head of the Solfege family, shocking her completely as her highness adds that they had already been informed of everything prior to her arrival and praises her courage, warning that the road ahead will not be easy yet expressing confidence that Lunaria will create a splendid future and wishing for beautiful roses to bloom in her garden, with the king adding that she has grown into a fine woman and calling her the daughter of Riveria, prompting Lunaria to offer her heartfelt thanks while realizing with relief that both the king and queen are friendly, even as she senses that the man who caused all this trouble is bound to interrupt soon and wonders what scheme he might have prepared, and when her highness kindly offers support as the future spouse of her son, Lunaria responds courteously while thinking to herself that such a future will never come to pass, affirming instead that their support is reassuring and vowing to shape the duchy for the well-being of its people and the prosperity of the kingdom, just as a guard steps in apologetically to interrupt, prompting the king to question the meaning of this intrusion. The king demands to know the meaning of this intrusion, and the guard hurriedly reports that someone outside is claiming to be the Duke of Solfege, prompting the king to question what that could possibly mean as Lunaria immediately realizes that Theodore has arrived, leading the king to remark coolly that this is quite strange since the person who has inherited the dukedom of Solfege is standing right before him, and he orders the guard to bring that scoundrel in at once, only for Theodore to barge in on his own before anything else can be done, loudly calling out to Lunaria and demanding to know what kind of misunderstanding she has caused and what exactly the meaning of this is, causing the king to call Theodore by name as Lunaria tells her father sharply to control himself and reminds him that they are in the presence of their royal majesties, after which the king sternly questions Theodore's behavior and rebukes him for forcing his way into the audience chamber, to which Theodore offers a shallow apology for his rudeness and claims that while he knows the king does not wish to see his face, this is a matter of the Solfege family and therefore something the king should not interfere in, leaving the king utterly stunned by his audacity as Theodore continues by insisting he does not know what Lunaria has told them and dismisses the situation as a private family matter, calling himself a pitiful father who has merely come to retrieve his rebellious daughter and implying that his royal highness surely would not meddle in another family's affairs, before turning to Lunaria and ordering her to come home at once, only for Lunaria to reply calmly that she unfortunately cannot comply since she still has matters to discuss with their royal majesties and that as the new head of the Solfege family and the Duchess of Solfege she intends to remain, a declaration that leaves her father staring at her in disbelief as he demands to know whether she is serious, hurling accusations that she is shameless for forgetting the debt she owes to him and to her parents and questioning how she could turn out this way and make such a foolish mistake, even going so far as to blame himself for raising her poorly, while Lunaria glares back at him and thinks that if she truly had to describe him in a single phrase, it would be a shitty, oblivious father. The attendant called out to the head butler and told him that the craftsmen had already started working on the building, but they also mentioned that they thought all the arrangements for it had been completed yesterday. The head butler commented that Lunaria really is a fast worker, and the attendants asked him, saying that with Lunaria, rebuilding the building using magic would probably be very easy, would it not? One stated that it would be impossible, but the head butler had asked her the same thing, and she had said that she most likely could do it. He explained that she could rebuild it with magic, but that would be taking the work away from the carpenters and the archdeacons, and she seemed to think about that carefully. The head butler wondered if she was thinking that far ahead, and she told him that she knew the citizens of the Solfege dukedom were very skilled and that magic could not compare to their work. She said it was thanks to all of them and also the first aid servants who protected the house that such wonderful work was possible, and her words touched everyone. After that, the head butler told the attendants to finish their work quickly and quietly, and he also wished for Lunaria to come home safely. Meanwhile, Her Highness told Theodore that he had lost his composure and that he should calm down. Theodore angrily asked why he should calm down, pointing at Lunaria and saying that she had the audacity to act as the head of the Solfege family when only half a day ago she had used terrible magic to blow up her house and had also caused serious injuries to her family, harming the people he loved. Lunaria asked him what he was talking about and said that she was only protecting herself, pointing out that it was her stepmother and brother who had started the violence first. Theodore said that was just a childish excuse. Lunaria replied that the demonish building was already being reconstructed. Her words seemed to surprise him as she smirked. She explained that the detached building had deteriorated a lot and that not much of it was clear from the report that her mother had arranged while she was alive. Even the architect had signed off on it, so she was sure he would have seen it. She asked if he had even read the inspection report. Theodore did not know how to respond, so he shouted angrily, calling it pointless nonsense. He told her that after doing such terrible things, she should start with an "I'm sorry," and said that no one there could be taking her story seriously. The king then said that his daughter's claims matched the inspector's report and that the royal family considered her story trustworthy. Theodore asked if that meant that Lunaria was now taking over the dukedom. The king said that it had received royal approval. Theodore was completely shocked. The king continued and said that if Theodore had anything to say about it, he could make a statement later with any complaints. Lunaria said it was unfortunate, but she thought it was for the best, and she was confident that justice would make the right decision. She smirked and told him that if he believed he had a proper reason to claim it, he could say it fairly and openly. Theodore was totally shocked and yelled at her, saying she could not be joking and that no such fraud could be accepted. He shouted that it was too ridiculous and that he would never agree to it. The king told Theodore to calm down, but Lunaria could see that he was just yelling at her and letting his anger control him. He kept shouting that this would never be allowed, and it was clear he had no plan and was just reacting impulsively. Lunaria realized that instead of the king supporting him, he had ended up being a disappointment. Theodore pointed at her and shouted that she would regret this, but even as she felt a small sense of discomfort, a faint unease, she realized it seemed like she might have overlooked something. She wondered carefully what was causing that feeling. The king told Theodore that it was enough and asked how long he intended to continue such disgraceful behavior, saying that even for one of the 4 great dukedoms, such rude conduct in the sacred audience chamber was completely unacceptable, especially since he was not even a Solfege by birth and had only been adopted into the family. Theodore snapped back, repeating that he was merely adopted and asking what was wrong with that, claiming that he saw the king as thinking of him as some barbaric countryside bumpkin. He added that of everyone present, he was the one who truly understood the situation, but it seemed that his majesty was not satisfied unless he shouted insults out loud. He went on, saying that it was painful to hear such things from an incompetent king who could only boast about his own lineage. The king was completely shocked by his words, and the queen spoke firmly, telling Theodore that it was enough. Lunaria thought to herself that it was like watching an idiot fighting another idiot, and she could just stand back and watch them attack each other. The queen then reminded Theodore that he was the husband of her dear late friend and said that while she had been patient many times, such an insult toward the king was completely unacceptable. The king commanded that Theodore be thrown out and banished from the capital. Lunaria thought that this was exactly what would happen, imagining the poor man receiving his punishment as the guards grabbed him, and watched as he fought against them while being taken away. She knew the next step would be to forcefully expel Randolph from the Solfege family as well. Theodore yelled at Lunaria, telling her not to look down on him, and then, to everyone's surprise, managed to break free from the guards. That was when Lunaria noticed a ring on Theodore's hand and realized that this was the source of the faint discomfort she had been feeling. She could not remember that he had ever worn a ring, and she had never noticed it while playing Tinkago, nor had the memories of Lunaria she possessed mentioned it. She wondered if she had simply missed it because there were so few scenes of him. Then Theodore looked up at the sky and shouted, "Ring of Heroes, grant me power," and the ring began to shine, while Theodore laughed in a wild, almost insane way. In the past, a merchant had come to visit Theodore and greeted him warmly, telling him that he was about to have an unusually big win that very day. The merchant explained that Lady Luck had clearly smiled upon him and that fortune was on his side. Theodore, however, looked at the merchant with a mixture of suspicion and annoyance, asking him if he had lost so much money that he had come to borrow some, and told him that he should try someone else instead. He said that borrowing money after using such dishonest and deceitful business tactics was nothing more than divine punishment. The merchant responded calmly, telling him that it was a little cold for such harsh words, and he reminded Theodore that he was not there to borrow any money. Instead, he said that, like a true merchant, he was there simply to attract Theodore's attention and show him a very special item he had for sale. Then, with a flourish, the merchant revealed the item, a ring. He explained that this was an incredibly rare and unique item, something he had miraculously obtained through a secret and mysterious route. He told Theodore that by using this ring, Theodore could develop tremendous and overwhelming power. The merchant reminded him that a man of his stature was constantly at risk of many dangers, and therefore it was always important to have as many tools for self-defense as possible. Theodore thought carefully about the merchant's words and realized that he was right. It made sense that he could never have too many ways to protect himself. The merchant then revealed the name of the ring, calling it the Ring of Heroes. He said that it must have once been proudly worn in battle by a true hero, a warrior of great valor, which he said was exactly what one would expect from a man of Theodore's strength, courage, and character. Back in the present, Theodore was laughing loudly and wildly, feeling as if his body and mind were overflowing with enormous power. Lunaria, watching him, could not help but feel a sense of alarm, wondering exactly what he was planning to do next. Mythos, observing the situation carefully, realized immediately that he had heard of the Ring of Heroes before and understood the potential danger it represented. Theodore's strength had increased so much that it had even changed his physical appearance, making him look noticeably stronger and more imposing. He shouted with a wild grin that he was the Duke Solfege, asserting his dominance and presence in a way that sent chills down Lunaria's spine. She noticed this and thought to herself that he must have obtained a cursed ring by mistake, a dangerous item that could not be controlled easily. The king, witnessing all of this, was furious, his face reddened with anger. Lunaria, recognizing the danger, quickly told Mythos to protect their royal highnesses, and she began calling on her own magic, her eyes focused and determined. Mythos watched her closely, clearly questioning what she was planning to do in response to Theodore's sudden and overwhelming power. Lunaria turned to him and reminded him that he was studying to be a knight, and therefore she would leave the responsibility of guarding the king and queen to him, trusting him to handle that task while she focused on Theodore. Theodore suddenly lunged forward and launched a full attack at Lunaria. She immediately raised a magical barrier, hoping it would stop him, but he punched it so powerfully that she realized almost instantly that he had broken her barrier with just a single blow. Mythos rushed to help the king and queen leave the room safely while Lunaria tried desperately to stop Theodore herself. She told him that it seemed like he needed to cool down a little, to calm himself before he caused even more destruction. She dodged his attacks, carefully observing his movements and trying to anticipate what he might do next. To her surprise, he began to do something unusual. He started throwing flowers from his mouth, and she had to dodge them quickly. In that moment, she realized for certain that the ring was indeed cursed. She remembered that in some of the idle chat scenes of Tinkago, the existence of cursed items had been hinted at several times as examples of terrifying magic. At first, she had assumed that this was just world building, a way to set the atmosphere of the story, but now she knew that cursed items really did exist in this world. She wondered how Theodore had gotten his hands on such a dangerous item. She also realized how much of a problem this was going to be, knowing that she would have to put him to sleep using powerful magic nightmares to subdue him. Theodore suddenly leapt toward her at incredible speed, moving so fast that she barely had time to react. He punched her with enormous force, sending her falling a great distance. Mythos noticed immediately and shouted her name, promising that he would help her, but the king grabbed onto Mythos, telling him not to leave. Mythos pleaded with the king to let him go, but the king refused, insisting that he stay. Lunaria, gathering her magic instantly into her arms, blocked Theodore's punch, but even so, the force of the blow still hurt her. Theodore, with tears in his eyes, apologized to her for hurting her, but he also said that it was her fault and that this was her punishment. Lunaria realized how troublesome the cursed ring was because it made Theodore physically stronger by an absurd amount. She remembered that he had always been a sports nerd who boasted about his arm strength, so even without the ring, his physical ability had already been high, and now combined with the cursed ring, it was truly formidable. Theodore yelled at her angrily, asking how she dared to try and harm her own father, but Lunaria, confident in her own combat abilities, knew that she should still be stronger than him. He said that hitting her hurt him more than it hurt her, trying to attack again, but she skillfully dodged his punch and counterattacked, shouting that if it hurt him so much, she would take his place, and she landed a punch squarely on his face. Because of her attack, Theodore was sent flying through the air and crashed violently onto the ground, hitting it very aggressively, and Lunaria looked at him carefully, commenting that at least he could still feel heat in that form, as expected, since one cannot simply drink flames. He yelled in pain as flames rushed out of his body, and suddenly he began to scream even more loudly, catching her completely off guard, as light began to radiate from him uncontrollably, prompting her to create a barrier around herself to protect against the heat and the sudden glow. After a while, he returned to his true form, and Lunaria thought to herself that all of his magic had been expelled at once and had put out the flames, an unexpected feat of strength, but it seemed that the power of the cursed ring had been used, because he looked much weaker than usual. At that moment, a large number of guards arrived, explaining that they had heard a very loud sound from the odious chamber and were shocked to see the chaos that had unfolded. The king yelled at them for being late, while Lunaria thought that the timing could not have been better, pointing at Theodore and telling the guards that this villain had attempted to harm their royal majesties, prompting the king to command that he be arrested immediately. The guards captured him as Lunaria wondered what he had been planning, asking aloud whether he had intended a coup d'état, whether he really thought he could conquer the kingdom or come out the winner against everyone, or if he had simply acted without thinking. Theodore glared at her in frustration, but she calmly told him that either way, he was now a felon and would not escape severe punishment. He realized this and was taken aback, then called out to Lunaria, yelling that he was so sorry and begging her to save him, and she smiled to reassure him, telling him not to worry, while also reminding him that he must make sure to properly protect the house and thinking how much it pained her to know they would never see each other again, but she swore to do a splendid job as the head. He yelled at her to stop joking and asked if she had no heart, and she called out to him, saying that she had thought he would be able to send her off with joy and lamented that it was such a shame, asking why he could not just congratulate someone on their happiness, and then told him the conversation was over. As the guards took him away, she said goodbye and called him father for the last time while the guards told him to keep walking, and he continued calling out to her, asking where Lunaria was, which caught her off guard, and she responded that she was right in front of him, but he then claimed that he knew she was not Lunaria, saying he could not believe he had ever thought a woman like her was Lunaria and insisted that she was completely different, to which she replied that it was a ridiculous accusation and she had no idea what his goal could be in making it. He then began asking where his daughter was, with tears in his eyes questioning if Lunaria was safe and what she had done with her, which left Mythos visibly taken aback, and Lunaria remarked that he seemed delirious, perhaps due to the cursed ring, instructing the guards to have him examined just to be safe, and they forcefully took him away while he continued shouting, begging her to tell him if Lunaria was safe. As he was being led off, Lunaria pondered that now he was pretending to act like a good father and wondered if any part of the father he had been in her memories was still alive inside him, thinking he must be joking, as it was far too late for that. And he continued yelling, asking where his daughter was, while she knew the truth. The real Lunaria was dead, having cut her own throat and died alone in cold darkness, cornered by the world and the people around her, and that in fact, Theodore himself was responsible for killing her. Before Mythos could say anything, Her Highness noted that Theodore must have thought he could escape punishment by acting insane, highlighting that men always try to avoid personal responsibility. Lunaria stepped forward, Mythos following, questioning if she was heading home, addressing her formally as Duchess Sulphage, to which she responded that it was an unexpected shame that the family's secrets had been exposed. Mythos commented that it had been quite a splendid battle, and she admitted that she had been at her wit's end. He questioned if that was really the case, noting it seemed like she had plenty of leeway, and she said no way. Then, catching her off guard, he asked if Lunaria was safe, stating that Theodore certainly did not seem like a decent father, nor did he appear insane, and he could not have faked such an unusual act on the spot. His final words seemed truthful. Mythos then asked her directly who she was, and she explained that even if Theodore's desperate shouts were neither confusion nor an act, they could not be trusted as reality and might have been his imagination. She asked Mythos if he truly believed his opinion to be the truth, and when he questioned if that was wrong, she thought to herself that she had known he would be trouble, stayed quiet for a moment, and finally admitted, "Yes, I am not the real Lunaria," just as he had suspected, leaving Mythos completely shocked and taken aback. Before Mythos could say anything, she told him that this was not the right time for her to reveal everything, explaining that she wanted him to come to the estate on another day so that she could explain everything properly, with all the actors gathered together on stage to witness it, and he would understand the full story then. The next day arrived, and the butler stepped into the room, asking if there were guests scheduled to arrive that day, and she confirmed that indeed there were. He then mentioned their names, and she responded that he was correct. Curious, she asked if there was something the matter, and he explained that 3 current heads and 1 future head of the 4 great duchies were going to be meeting that day, but that their treatment and the meeting itself would require absolute secrecy. He called out to her again, questioning what exactly she was planning to do, and she reassured him, telling him that he worried too much, that it was nothing serious, just an ordinary tree party. Meanwhile, at the Kurtz estate, someone commented that a familiar from Lunaria Joe could never be ordinary, and they sensed that something unusual was happening, while at the Mishker estate, people also began to suspect that something was cooking, and they decided to make their way to the Sulphage estate for a conversation to see what was going on. Lunaria sat quietly in the garden, her thoughts focused on the fact that it would soon be time for all of them to arrive, and she reflected on how, just the day before, she had told Mythos that she was not the real Lunaria. She knew that was the only choice she could make, realizing that there was no other way but to confess immediately, and she understood that trying to tell even a half-hearted lie would not work on Mythos, who was perceptive and would easily notice any deception. If Mythos were to suspect her and start investigating, it could become a serious obstacle to the plan of her revenge, so it was far better to face him directly and lay everything bare from the beginning. Beyond Mythos, however, there were still 2 others she needed to confide in, the remaining heads of the 4 great duchies, specifically the heads of the Mishgard and Kurtz families. At only 13 years old, Alicia, the head of the Mishgard family, had already completed all the courses of a high-class institute equivalent to a high school and had taken her seat as the head of her family as a true child prodigy. Meanwhile, the head of the Kurtz family, Shrewd Farshas, held a position of trust with the king and was actively involved in government affairs. In the game, both of these characters had been even more minor than Mythos, meaning that all the information available about them was essentially limited to just their names, leaving little to no insight into their personalities or abilities. There was a rumor that the head developer had once planned to give them a bigger role in the game, but all that plan ever left behind were a few traces in a special booklet made for certain stores, and in the end, it amounted to nothing more than an extra piece of retail backstory for these minor characters. Ultimately, there were only a handful of Tenkaigashi scenarios that mentioned them, and even then, they were written so poorly that they ended up as nothing more than slapdash stereotypes, the same type as Lunaria herself, arrogant, cold and distant. In short, since Lunaria, the Villainess, was considered a low-ranking character, and all of these others were also villains. That was all the player ever learned about them. However, based on the memories that Lunaria had left her, she knew more about them, and before she could even finish thinking, she realized the gate had opened and Alicia stepped into the garden. She immediately noticed the pleasant smell of the garden, commenting on how nice it was, and Lunaria replied that it would soon be in full bloom, ready to show its best flowers. Alicia expressed how extremely grateful she was for the invitation, appreciating the effort Lunaria had made to bring them together. At that moment, the Duke of Kurtz entered and immediately noticed Alicia, commenting that Lunaria had gone through all the trouble of inviting them, yet she showed up with such an exaggerated escort, and he wondered if that wasn't a bit reckless. Alicia, in response, pointed out that he himself was hiding a mountain of dangerous magical tools in his pockets, to which he admitted that he was naturally a coward, and explained that back in the time of his great-great-grandfather, their house had been engaged in blood-filled strife, especially with the Mishgard family, which had been particularly fierce. Mythos then stepped in, telling them to stop arguing and cut it out, reminding them that it had been a long time since they had last met. The Duke of Kurtz mentioned that he had heard rumors that Mythos was close to attaining the position of head of the Astoria family, and asked if that might be the reason for this gathering. He then turned to Alicia, questioning whether she had heard anything about it, and she responded that it was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. Looking at Mythos with admiration, she said how wonderful it was and asked, hesitantly, if she should now be calling him the Duke of Astoria, which completely caught him off guard. He quickly told them that rumors were just rumors, nothing more, and clarified that the real reason they had been called here was because their Duchess Solfege, Lunaria, had something important to tell them. She thanks them all sincerely for coming, expressing her gratitude for taking the time to visit, and the Duke of Kurtz responds by saying that he understands she has been following in the footsteps of Riveria, telling her that he is confident she will be a splendid duchess and that she will bring happiness and prosperity to her people. Alicia also speaks up, noting how busy they have all been and how rare it is for them to meet, admitting that she had been worrying about her for a long time and is relieved to finally have this opportunity. Lunaria reflects quietly to herself that, based on the memories she has, these people are definitely not villains. While they sometimes have conflicting interests or opposing goals, they are bound by a strong sense of mutual respect and understanding, which sets them apart from truly malicious people. She then turns to Alicia's guard and tells them that it is time to step back, warning that they are only being a hindrance, and Alicia reassures her that she will be fine on her own, although she adds with a smile that her father is such a worrier, to which the Duke of Kurtz responds wryly that men tend to be more timid and cautious than women. Mythos steps forward, reminding Lunaria that now that all the actors are assembled, she should be able to speak freely, and she confirms that indeed she can. She pauses for a moment, considering how much she should reveal to them, and as if on cue, the Duke of Kurtz asks if she has something important to tell them. He mentions first that he would like to confirm the strange message brought by a familiar the other day, the one that claimed she is Lunaria but also that she is not Lunaria. Alicia admits that she received the same message and questions what kind of riddle it could be, while the Duke of Kurtz says that no matter how much he has pondered it, he still cannot make sense of it and asks if she intends to explain it now. Lunaria tells them plainly that it means exactly what she said. She is not the Lunaria they all know, she is someone else entirely, and this revelation shocks them all. The Duke of Kurtz asks her what exactly that means, while Alicia wonders if she is disguised using magic, but Lunaria firmly denies this, explaining that this body is without a doubt Lunaria's body, yet despite that, she herself is not Lunaria. The Duke of Kurtz, still trying to grasp the situation, asks if that means they were actually invited by someone they know nothing about, and Lunaria notes that it is indeed unsettling to think about, which is why she made it clear in advance that she is not Lunaria. Mythos expresses his belief that she is telling the truth and affirms that she is indeed not Lunaria, and the Duke of Kurtz concedes that if Mythos says so, he supposes he must believe it. Alicia adds that she also believes it, reasoning that if she truly were Lunaria, she would have no reason to lie. Lunaria thanks them both for accepting her explanation so quickly, but the Duke of Kurtz presses further, asking who she really is if she is not Lunaria, what connection she has to Lunaria, why she is revealing this to them, and whether she expects their help in some endeavor, noting that if she is not Lunaria, they technically have no obligation to her, so her motives are unclear. Lunaria explains that the reason she is revealing her identity is simply so that they do not interfere with her plans. Alicia, curious, asks what her goal is, and Lunaria declares that her goal is revenge, specifically to punish those responsible for pushing Lunaria to take her own life. The Duke of Kurtz reacts with shock at this revelation, and Mythos stands up, demanding that she explain everything fully. Lunaria then tells them the whole story, leaving Alicia in disbelief that Lunaria had been pushed to such an extreme, while even the Duke of Kurtz admits he never would have imagined her capable of such despair. Mythos, however, recalls having heard about the situation from Lunaria's butler, who described how Lunaria's home life had been suffocating, and he explains that when it came to her family, she had always been unusually tolerant and had endured far more than anyone could imagine. On top of that, the Crown Prince had also been oppressing her, adding to her suffering. Alicia begins to cry, overwhelmed at how anyone could have endured such hardships, knowing that Lunaria had been nobler than anyone else and that her heart had been more beautiful than all others, while Mythos punches the wall in anger and grief, furious at the way everyone had treated Lunaria and completely shocked by the cruelty and betrayal she had suffered. The Duke of Kurtz, still trying to process everything, questions her, asking if the reason she revealed all of this to them is because the Crown Prince is on her revenge list, and she confirms that it is indeed the case, explaining further that currently Lunaria, as the head of one of the 4 great dukedoms, is taking deliberate action to bring about the ruin of the Crown Prince, who is first in the line of succession. She asks them to consider how that would appear to others, and the Duke of Kurtz remarks that to an outside observer it would certainly look like pressure, like a direct attempt to overthrow the royal family, and he points out that if 3 of them were to learn of it without knowing the full circumstances, they would almost certainly side with the royal family and could very well point their blades at her. She agrees that such a situation would be incredibly troublesome, and not one she wishes to face, which is why she decided to be completely honest with them from the beginning, explaining that her goal is purely revenge and nothing else, and that is all she intends to say on the matter. The Duke of Kurtz acknowledges that this is a surprisingly complex and serious topic and that while he does not believe she is lying, he suspects that she is hiding something important. He admits that he believes her story, but then presses further, asking about her own existence, noting that she has never spoken about herself, and that the truth of who she is could be the key to understanding this strange situation. She responds that she has no idea how her situation came to be either, and he recalls that she had indeed mentioned in her story that she never met Lunaria while she was alive and is, in fact, a complete outsider, yet despite that, she is willing to put her entire self into taking on her enemies. She explains that this is because she inherited Lunaria's memories and regrets, but even while speaking, it feels as if she has known Lunaria for a long time, and she talks as though she were Lunaria's dear old friend. The Duke of Kurtz, still curious, asks what exactly she is hiding, and she admits that there is something she was unsure whether she should reveal, knowing it would likely be incredibly disturbing for all of them. Mythos interjects, questioning why she is only saying it now, and Alicia pleads with her to reveal it, asking if she has some kind of personal relationship with Lunaria. She clarifies that she never met the real Lunaria while she was alive, but she is someone she knew through her story, which she has read over and over again. The Duke of Kurtz asks her to clarify what she means by reading, and she explains that in the world she came from, Lunaria was an imaginary character and that this world itself is an imaginary one, a world inside a story. Mythos, puzzled, asks if she means a story, and Alicia questions if it is a novel, to which she responds that it is a novel but far more complex, and in her world, they called such stories games. She further explains that in this world, it would be like an illustrated story projected by an illuminated stone, and when Mythos asks if they are all simply characters that appear in the story, she confirms that is correct, adding that she also knows about them from reading the story. She notes that they are free to disbelieve her, but the Duke of Kurtz states that he believes her, remarking that it is a very interesting revelation and that he had never expected such a connection to exist in a world of a story. Mythos calls out to him, and the Duke of Kurtz explains that due to his position, he receives all sorts of information, including data about anomalies on the planets. He recalls that at the exact moment she awoke as Lunaria, research institutes across the world registered an abnormal magic response, initially suspecting an attack from a different country, and although it was analyzed hurriedly, no such attack had occurred. He notes that many different opinions arose regarding the cause, but it was the hypothesis of a certain scholar that caught his attention. The anomalous magic signature appeared to be a form of space-time magic, weaving the very fabric of this world, and its origin seemed to come from outside this world, hinting at the existence of a higher world that regulates this one. He concludes that under normal circumstances he would have dismissed such a theory as foolish, but given her story of coming from outside the story itself, the hypothesis strangely aligns with her account, making it difficult to dismiss outright. The situation that should not have happened is, in fact, a singularity, and the effect of that singularity is rippling outward in ways that are difficult to comprehend. Mythos admits candidly that, to be honest, he really does not fully understand it, pointing out that she remains there inside the story, confined to its narrative, yet here he is, alive and present before them, a reality he cannot reconcile with what he knows of the story. The Duke of Kurtz also agrees, acknowledging that the phenomenon is certainly true and inexplicable. Mythos then suggests that she must dislike the original narrative and wishes to rewrite it in some way, and she confirms that this is exactly the case, noting that a scenario where the four of them could meet and talk like this simply does not exist in the original plot. Mythos responds that this is all he needs to know, explaining that if she truly can rewrite events, then it means their fates remain within their own hands, their destinies not completely predetermined by the story, and she confirms that he is correct. Alicia reflects on the conversation, remarking that this has certainly been quite an extraordinary discussion and marveling at the fact that this world is, in essence, the world of a story made real. She further speculates that this is likely the effect of Lunaria's incredible magical power, which must have been so strong as to manifest a story into reality, making Lunaria an amazing magician, though she mentally notes that this seems backward, as in the story, Lunaria being a cheat-level magician was merely a setting, a given characteristic, and she agrees with Alicia that if anyone could accomplish such a feat, it would indeed be Lunaria. Alicia then hesitantly asks what she should call her now, reflecting inwardly that all she could do up to this point was watch as Lunaria was hurt and feeling frustrated by her inability to intervene, yet, back then, perhaps it was only her imagination, but it had felt as though Lunaria had entrusted her with this task, and she resolves that until she accomplishes her goal of revenge, she will act as Lunaria, unless that is considered unacceptable. Mythos observes that since Lunaria is gone and she remains here, there must be some reason behind it, and Alicia responds that as long as she continues to follow Lunaria's will, her decisions will always be Lunaria's decisions. The Duke of Kurtz acknowledges that her story carries significance, just as the real Lunaria's did, and notes that while this meeting itself was not a scenario from the original story, aside from that, everything else appears to be progressing according to the established plot. She corrects him slightly, saying that not everything is progressing according to the story, to which he responds in agreement. He further remarks that she is remarkably like Lunaria, though he has no idea how much of it is true, and she admits that even she does not fully understand it at times. He observes that her ability to play the part perfectly is, in itself, simply another form of truth. Mythos then tells her he will see her later and assures her that if she needs any help, she should not hesitate to ask him. Alicia also bids her farewell, and as they all depart, the butler approaches, asking if the tea party was productive, to which she responds that it was indeed very productive and concludes safely. He remarks that it is always best when tea parties are peaceful, and she calls out to him, asking if a hidden truth existed, however sad it might be to learn, whether he would want to know it. He muses that he would indeed want to know, noting that while ignorance is bliss, if it is necessary for his duty, and if he needs to assist Lunaria, then he would absolutely want to know the truth. He further questions if something is troubling her, and she confesses that it is hard to explain, even sharing that she is not actually a fan of baked sweets with fruit in them. The butler responds that he was unaware of this preference and promises to prepare something different next time. She wonders how Lunaria would handle such a situation and thanks the butler sincerely for everything he has done. He modestly replies that it is no problem, mentioning that choosing the tea cakes is one of the few pleasures in his duties, and then he informs her that the new school term will soon be starting. She acknowledges that she needs to begin preparing, as Tinkako's heroine Mana and the Crown Prince Dolly will be waiting there. She reminds herself to prepare to return to school, reflecting that Mana, the daughter of the Viscount Primera family, is a saintess with the power to purify evil and a reincarnation from present-day Japan, and she considers that the characters in this world exist for her sake, as the people of her beloved academy are tied to her as the protagonist of this story. In the past, the Crown Prince had told Lunaria that being around her felt suffocating, yet in reality, it was she who felt as if she were suffocating in his presence, trapped by the tension between them. He insisted that every day he was weighed down by the immense pressures of being the Crown Prince and claimed that she should at least give him some space, some small reprieve from the constant expectations. Despite his words, it was Lunaria who was teetering on the edge, feeling as if she were drowning under the invisible currents of obligation and scrutiny. Trying to make him see reason, she reminded him that she had heard he once took the army into the forest for hunting and that rumors suggested he tortured the prey he caught for amusement before finally releasing them. He dismissed her concern as nothing more than a dull, meaningless rumor and challenged her, asking what any of that had to do with her at all. He questioned whether she was implying that, as his fiancée, she could not simply overlook such things, asserting that it was merely a matter decided by their parents and nothing more. He told her she could dream about being the future queen if she wished, but he demanded that she refrain from nitpicking him as if she were already his wife. Lunaria responded with a measured warning that such actions could bring shame upon the royal family, trying to appeal to his sense of duty and responsibility. Angered by her words, he slapped her, forcing her to the ground, and shouted that she should not dare talk back to him. He questioned whether she thought herself superior to him, proclaiming that he was the man destined to be king, and he labeled her as uptight and boring. Finally, he dismissed her presence entirely, telling her to go home, remarking that seeing her gloomy, serious face was depressing, and suggested, almost mockingly, that she should practice smiling in the mirror, insisting that a bright, cheerful girl would suit him far better, someone like the Saintess Mana, for example. She was originally an ordinary office worker living in modern-day Japan, and after long hours of overtime, she got into an accident while exhausted, and when she next became aware, she found herself in a magical kingdom. Guided by a mysterious power, she was reborn in this world and gained the power of a saintess, a power meant to purify evil beasts. She was born into the Viscount Wisconsin household, given the name Mana, and raised within this magical country as one of its people. When she turned 16, all of her memories from her previous life suddenly returned to her, and from that moment on, she continued to fulfill her role as the saintess while also enrolling as a student at the Royal Academy. Although the academy itself was a beautiful and enchanting place, she was constantly occupied with her duties as a saintess and barely had any time to live as an ordinary student, and before she realized it, only 1 year of school life remained. Working endlessly like this reminded her of her previous life in Japan, and she felt she had already had enough of that kind of life, so she believed that this time she would finally have a wonderful romance, and with that hope, her hectic final year filled with love and work began. Mythos comments that it is an incredibly complicated story, and Lunaria replies that she had already warned him, explaining that it is not something she could easily explain while buried in paperwork. Mythos then questions her, saying that before waking up as Lunaria she was in Japan, yet in the game it was Saintess Mana who was supposed to come from Japan, not her, and Lunaria answers that even he seems unsure about it, but that is simply how things are. In the game, an ordinary person from Japan reincarnates and reaches a happy ending with the man she loves as Saintess Mana, and in order to strengthen that story, Lunaria was forced into the role of the villain, with the plot declaring that since she is the villain, she must be evil. Lunaria adds that the game's plot was full of holes, and all the burden of those inconsistencies ended up being pushed onto Lunaria alone. Mythos then asks why a love story would be so twisted and complicated and whether reincarnation from Japan is a normal thing there, to which she answers that such stories are popular, even if he finds that strange, and remarks that someone as confident as him probably would not understand. He then wonders if that means everyone who appeared in the story is the same here, and whether that means this world's mana also came from Japan, but Lunaria firmly says that is impossible. She explains that even if much of this world matches the game, mana coming from Japan is the one detail that should not be real, because in the game, mana was said to come from a small sunburned town called Hinatashi, which Mythos points out never actually existed in Japan at all. Lunaria agrees, stating that because the place never existed, the mana who supposedly came from there should not exist either, though she admits it is possible mana merely believes she is from Japan, but even then, it would not be the Japan Lunaria knows. Mythos becomes completely confused and says it is far too complicated, and Lunaria agrees before asking what he is really after and whether he truly called just to ask about the game. When he jokingly says he should have invited her to a play instead, she responds dryly and tells him that if there is nothing else, she should prepare for bed. He reminds her that the new school term starts tomorrow and that she will be returning to the academy, and though only half a year has passed for Lunaria, it will be her first time attending, so there will be many things to worry about. He further mentions that the Crown Prince Dale and Saintess Mana will be there, and when he warns her that the Crown Prince also attends the school, she lightly brushes it off, though he insists she should not joke, as those are not ordinary students she will be facing. Lunaria acknowledges that and notes that their names are famous enough for everyone to know them, explaining that Dale is one of the capture targets in Tinkago and is favored as the normal route due to how much content and development he received. In the story, Dale has a fiancée named Lunaria, and though he knows it is wrong, he cannot help being drawn to her while realizing that the one he truly loves is Mana, which alone would not be an issue since Lunaria would never accept such a man, but the real problem is that his feelings for Mana lead him to attack Lunaria, as he could never tolerate someone being better than him, treating her coldly like an enemy and ultimately breaking off their engagement in public, an act that leads the king to banish Lunaria. However, the attack started even earlier than what the story described, and within Lunaria's memories she can clearly see the shocking scene of Dale striking her without hesitation, proving that Mythos was right when he said they were not ordinary students, because Dale was one of the people who cornered Lunaria and pushed her into despair, and she is certain that she will have her revenge on him no matter what. She also tells Mythos that she appreciates his concern and his offer, but she asks him honestly whether he would truly be able to stop the conflict when the time comes, and Mythos answers that maybe he would not be able to do so. He then asks her if there is no possibility that she could forgive the Crown Prince, but Lunaria immediately responds that there is none. Mythos then asks about Mana, wondering if Mana was also cruel to Lunaria, and he clarifies that he is not talking about the Mana from the game but the Mana who exists in this world. Lunaria explains that in this world Mana most likely has not done anything to Lunaria at all, because Lunaria dies before that point, and because of that he asks her what she plans to do now as the first day back at school arrives. The butler greets her in the morning and informs her that His Royal Highness sends his congratulations on her return to school, and Lunaria thanks him sincerely. He then shows her the gifts sent by the Duchess of Mishkart, and Lunaria says Alicia can take them and have them brought to her room, knowing that it is time to prepare since she does not want to be late. As she gets ready, she recalls her conversation with Mythos the night before, when he asked her what she planned to do, and she explained that in the game Mana's school life could branch into many different routes, all of which involved Mana unjustly cornering Lunaria and using that situation to raise her own status, which was treated as the duty of the heroine. Mythos pointed out that in this world Mana has not done anything yet, at least for now, and Lunaria agreed, explaining that the game begins on the first day of the final school year, meaning it officially starts tomorrow. Mythos was shocked to realize that tomorrow was the start of the game, and Lunaria told him that originally Lunaria was supposed to return to school, but instead took her own life before that could happen, meaning there should have been no contact between Mana and Lunaria before the game began, and Mana should not have approached Dale yet either. Because of her saintess duties, Mana had few friends at school, and because of family circumstances Lunaria had taken a 6-month break from school, so their relationship existed only within the game's story and likely remained the same in this world, since Lunaria has no memories of any interaction between them. If there had been any difference between this world and the game, she would have known through Lunaria's memories, which means that in this world Mana has not yet done anything to her. When Mythos asks what she will do now, pointing out that it seems she did not intend to forgive Mana either, Lunaria answers that she does not intend to forgive her, but she cannot take revenge on someone who has not done anything yet, though if Mana sides with Dale she will not overlook it, because she will not allow anyone to stand in the way of her revenge, not even Mythos. He tells her he will remember that and comments that the Crown Prince has made a terrifying enemy, but she tells him to be quiet because the date is about to change, counting down until she says the game has started. She puts on her school uniform, steps outside, comments that it has been a long time since she last wore it, and asks the butler if it looks fine, to which he replies that she looks splendid. Lunaria says she is glad to hear that and announces that she is leaving, receiving wishes for a safe trip as she enters the carriage, where she thinks that it is finally time to return to school and reflects that she wanted to check what was happening there but had no time over the past month due to the major cleanup, though at least she was able to take a short break. She is aware that the date of returning to school matches with Tenkagu, so she believes she can use her knowledge of Tenkagu as a guide to some extent, and although things may have already started to deviate from the original script, that does not mean there will not still be deliberate events following the plot. It has been 2 weeks since the game began, and in Tenkagu, the villainous Lunaria only appears after Mana has already made contact with each capture target, so according to the story, nothing significant should be happening today. However, when Lunaria bumps into Mana, Mana is struck by her cold gaze and thinks that her eyes are frightening, making her feel uneasy enough to tell a boy in her class that she is a little worried. Lunaria thinks that the story should still be in the branching phase, where Mana has not yet grown close to any of the capture targets, meaning Dale should not be openly opposing Lunaria at this point either, and as long as things follow the script, nothing drastic should occur. Despite that, a disturbance spreads through the school, and the Crown Prince asks what all the noise is about, only to be told that Lunaria has arrived. He reacts with irritation, thinking that he has to see that witch's face again, while Mana comments that witches are scary, prompting him to tease her for being a coward, only for her to call him a dummy in return. He then pulls her into an embrace and declares that he will protect her. When she arrives at the Royal Academy, Lunaria realizes that it is exactly as it appears in Lunaria's memories, unchanged and familiar in an unsettling way. The moment she steps forward, she catches everyone's attention, heads turning one after another as their gazes lock onto her. Murmurs ripple through the air. Some wonder aloud whether she is not supposed to be on break. Others recall hearing that she was helping her family. One voice adds that it was because her mother passed away. Yet their curiosity quickly gives way to unease as they shiver beneath the chill of her gaze. According to the rumor spreading rapidly, she is now the Duchess. That realization makes them hesitate, wondering if the stories are truly real. They had heard that the Solfege family was rather showy, hadn't they? Lunaria observes them quietly, noting how they have no problem staring or whispering among themselves, yet none of them possess the courage to approach her directly. A voice suddenly calls out to her, bright and unmistakable, and she turns to see Mythos approaching, beaming openly. She tells him that she never said she needed an escort. Mythos laughs, claiming that an escort would imply intention, and that he merely walked through the front gate and happened to coincidentally run into a classmate. Lunaria mutters that he is nothing but a nosy knight. Gasps spread through the crowd as realization dawns. It is Mythos of the Astoria family. Two heirs from the four great dukedoms walking together, and they even seem close. Lunaria mutters that the stairs are honestly quite annoying and places the blame squarely on him for making them the center of attention. Mythos responds that it is perfect just the way it is. If she is this conspicuous, then the villains will not dare touch her. Nearby, one girl whispers that Mythos is far too cool. Another snaps at her to stop, warning her about the frightening rumors surrounding the four great dukedoms. Eventually, they reach the road leading to the night department. Mythos tells Lunaria to take care and adds that if she needs help, she should send word through the family to the knights. Lunaria tells him that she will. With that, she turns and walks away. Partway down the path, she stops. Her eyes fix sharply on a group of men standing ahead of her, blocking her way. Dale steps forward with a smirk, remarking that this is quite the surprise. He had been certain that she dropped out. She feels something is off. Prince Dale and his cronies openly confronting Lunaria on her first day back to school. There is no scene like this in Tengaku. This world has already deviated from the plot. No, this much could have happened between the scenes. The story of Dengaku unfolds from the main character's Mana perspective, which means that the player can only ever know the reality that Mana knows. So she cannot say for sure that this situation is different from the plot. Dale questions what Lunaria is planning, asking why the son of the Astoria family is accompanying her to school as though he is her personal knight. He narrows his eyes, a twisted smile spreading across his face, and wonders aloud whether she has begun to think of herself as a queen. Lunaria glares at him in response, but the moment her anger rises, she freezes. That same, familiar sensation washes over her once more, cold and unmistakable. The screen appears before her eyes, informing her that the Crown Prince seems to be offended. She is presented with a choice: she can either apologize, or declare that she does not have time for this. Lunaria looks around, realizing, as she always does, that time has stopped again. Even as her situation progresses, this phenomenon remains a complete mystery. What is the intent behind making her choose? What would happen if she acts differently than the choices she makes? Would she be capable of changing her mind after making a choice? That nauseating smile appears again. Lunaria glares at him, a violent thought flashing through her mind, wondering what would happen if she were to strike him hard enough for his face to swell beyond recognition. She immediately suppresses the impulse. In an unknown situation like this, she knows she cannot afford to be careless, but in the next second, she does exactly that. She gathers her power and swings, striking him across the face with force. Yet before the impact can fully register, time freezes once again. The world locks in place. The moment she thought that the attack had hit, she had that strange feeling, the same one she gets when time stops. She is probably feeling a space-time distortion, the power to distract space and time. Everything but her consciousness was reset to the moment before the strike, which must mean that if she breaks the rules of this field, she will be subjected to time manipulation as well. This phenomenon is also controlling her. So then once she has made a choice, she won't be able to resist. If she gets the chance, she would like to prove, but for now she should be obedient and pick the right chance. She wonders if she should apologize or not, but it is not really a choice, cause even if she apologizes, they will still make Lunaria the villain. She finally makes her choice, and the screen vanishes. Dale narrows his eyes, irritation sharp in his expression, demanding to know why she is being silent and ordering her to speak. Lunaria answers calmly, telling him to step aside. She adds that she is sorry, but she does not have time for him right now. For a second, Dale just stares at her, clearly stunned by how easily she dismisses him, as if he is nothing more than an inconvenience in her way. Then his face twists, something ugly and wounded flashing across it as his pride catches up. His voice rises as he demands to know what she just said. Even his cronies start shouting at her, with one demanding what is with that attitude towards the crown prince and the other warning her not to get carried away just because she's from one of the 4 great dukedoms. She retorts, in this school, royalty, nobility, and commoners are all the same. Learning is not about one's family. That is the school's philosophy. One of the boys reacts sharply, questioning what Lunaria is even saying and why she is bringing up something so old, especially when no one even knows who wrote it in the first place. Lunaria answers without hesitation, stating that the founder of the Royal Academy is the one who wrote that so-called old thing and that the same man also happens to be Dale's great-grandfather. Roberu visibly freezes, clearly unprepared for that revelation. Before he can say anything meaningful, the Crown Prince cuts in, snapping at Roberu to shut up. Lunaria calmly states that she never blamed anyone. She then asks whether they have any real business with her. If not, she suggests that they let her through unless they intend to invent some accusation just to keep this farce going. Dale's expression darkens immediately. Anger burns in his eyes as he demands to know whether she truly believes that attitude of hers is acceptable. Lunaria lets out a mocking laugh and tells him there is no need for him to concern himself with her attitude. Then she tilts the knife deeper, questioning whether he is speaking as her fiancé, someone who believes he cannot overlook such behavior. She reminds him that their engagement was nothing more than an arrangement decided by their parents. Or has he forgotten that already? A soft, feminine voice cuts through the tension, remarking on how harsh those words are. The moment Lunaria hears it, her guard snaps up instantly. She knows that voice. Mana Primera steps forward, entering the scene, and demands to know who Lunaria thinks she is talking to with such a tone. Lunaria realizes things have gone off course from Tengako's plot. Mana and Lunaria's first meeting should be in a hallway. It is suspicious that at this point in time, Dale is referring to her as just Mana. So it really has deviated from the plot, as she suspected. Is it because she inherited the title of Duchess? Dale tells Mana to go to her class first, clearly trying to end it there. Mana does not listen. She insists that she is fine and then turns back toward Lunaria, her gaze steady despite the tremble in her body. She declares that Lunaria does not scare her and demands that she apologize to Dale. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd. People begin praising her, saying that this is exactly what one would expect from the saint. They call her amazing and brave, admiring her for standing her ground, even as she trembles. As the saint, Mana is this world's idol. But as the daughter of a viscount, she is part of the commoners in a school filled with high-ranking nobles, although she has a good impression from a wide range of people. But as for Lunaria, the magical outburst was the main reason for her getting branded as a witch, but that hasn't occurred in this world since Lunaria left this world before it did. However, the terrifying 4 great dukedoms aiming for the queen's throne, there is still prejudice painting her as a shrewd woman. The obvious scandal of magical outbursts may be gone, but from the start the atmosphere in the academy has been cold to Lunaria. She is at a disadvantage like this. If it was just Dale and his cronies it would be fine, but with the saint here too, the crowd is going to be on their side. With her, the impression that Lunaria was in the wrong will spread through the school. And then Mana would get all the praise. It would develop just like Tengako. No matter how much it has diverged from the plot of Tengako, that most likely hasn't changed. If she takes them head-on she will just be doing her enemies a favor. Before the crown prince can even process what is happening, Lunaria suddenly offers him an overly sweet smile and apologizes, saying that it seems she has made a mistake. Both Dale and Mana freeze, shock written plainly across their faces. Lunaria continues casually, explaining that she had thought the crown prince was acting with ill intent toward her, but that there is no way such a thing could be true. She turns her gaze slightly toward Mana and adds that surely this is correct. She then remarks that it has been a long time since she last attended the academy, that she must simply be nervous, and that the situation is actually quite embarrassing for her. With that, she extends her hand, expressing her hope that he will forgive her. The crowd immediately stirs. People whisper about how she is offering a handshake, noting how mature and composed she seems in handling the situation. As the crown prince moves to accept it and begins to reach for her hand, Mana suddenly steps forward and forcefully pushes Lunaria's hand away. The moment the contact breaks, Mana freezes, shock flooding her face as she realizes what she has just done. Even Lunaria pauses, momentarily taken aback. Mana immediately begins apologizing frantically, her words tumbling over each other as panic sets in. In the middle of her breakdown, Dale asks her what is wrong. Mana hesitates, then admits that she was worried something might happen to him if he touched Lunaria. Dale demands to know what she is talking about. Mana murmurs that she can hardly believe it herself, but she has heard a rumor that Lunaria once caused a massive magical outburst. The air shifts instantly. People tense, whispers spreading fast as the words sink in. Even Lunaria looks genuinely startled by the claim. Dale turns to her and asks whether it is true. Lunaria tilts her head slightly, her expression calm and confused, and asks Mana what she is talking about. Mana insists that there was a magical outburst, claiming that Lunaria lost control, destroyed her residence, and injured several people. Lunaria responds evenly that this is the first time she is hearing such a thing. She suggests that Mana must be mistaken in some way. Mana forces a smile and insists that she is quite sure about what she heard. Lunaria cuts in smoothly before the claim can settle. She remarks that now that she thinks about it, the aging, detached building in question was reconstructed not long ago. There were no accidents involved. If Mana wishes to confirm it, she is free to check the documents herself. Lunaria adds that the story surrounding the reconstruction must have been exaggerated somewhere along the way, eventually turning into a rumor. There is no need for concern, she says calmly. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Some begin to suggest that Mana may have made a mistake after all. Before the tension can grow any further, the academy bells ring sharply across the grounds. Students suddenly realize how late they are and begin to scatter in a rush. Lunaria takes her leave as well, turning away from the gathering. Dale mutters that the whole situation was a disaster, though he admits that Mana was quite brave. As Lunaria walks on, her thoughts churn. It cannot be. It should not be possible. And yet, no matter how she turns it over in her mind, she cannot arrive at any other answer. In this world, Lunaria took her life before the magical outburst occurred. What could possibly connect Lunaria with magical outburst? There is only one explanation: that woman Mana Primera is a Tenkago player. In class, the teacher suddenly calls on Lunaria and asks her to answer the question. Lunaria responds without hesitation, stating that the Ministry of Magic was founded in the year 994. It is responsible for promoting magical culture and advancing magical technology. At present, its responsibilities extend across many fields, including national defense. After class ends, Mythos follows after her and brings up Mana. He points out that Lunaria herself said Mana could not possibly be from the same world she comes from, and if that is true, then it should be impossible for Mana to be a player. Lunaria agrees that this should have been the case. Mythos then asks what she plans to do now. Lunaria answers that she intends to ask Mana directly. Almost immediately, she wonders how she should even approach it. Should she greet her politely and suggest that, as fellow players, they should get along? But that feels wrong. Lunaria doubts that Mana even knows the truth, yet she seems intent on using Lunaria as a stepping stone. Being friendly would gain her nothing, and revealing her hand carries far too much risk. Mythos presses her again, asking what she plans to do, really. Lunaria answers bluntly that she will ignore her. As she has already said, her target is Dale, not Mana. Mana has embarrassed herself in front of a large crowd today. Whether she realizes that Lunaria is a player or not, she must have noticed that things are no longer following the game's script. If Mana has learned her lesson and backs off, then that is fine. Mythos asks what she will do if Mana does not. Lunaria replies that she will simply brush off whatever sparks come her way, every last one of them. Mythos smirks, saying that this is exactly what he expected from her. For now, Lunaria decides that she will live her school life as inconspicuously as possible. Mythos doubts whether she can even manage that. Lunaria responds that she will put in the effort and tells him not to be surprised when he sees just how perfectly she integrates into the academy. It has been 3 days since she returned to school. It seems that crushing Dale isn't going to be easy. They are lightly equipped, but there are SP-like knights keeping an eye on the academy and his cronies looking to take advantage of his power. Even without them, Dale stands out. Starting a fight in public wouldn't be a good idea. And if she did that, Lunaria's reputation would drop. She wouldn't be able to face Lunaria like that. She wonders what to do. A boy approaches her and greets her cheerfully. The number of students who want to talk to Lunaria, or rather to her, is higher than she expected. Most of them are motivated by curiosity or testing their courage. But there are students uncomfortable with the atmosphere at the academy. Lost in thought, Lunaria bumps into a girl, causing her to fall onto the floor. She quickly apologizes and asks if the girl is alright. The girl blurts that she is fine, she simply wasn't paying attention. Lunaria bends down to pick up the girl's book, but the moment her eyes land on it, she freezes. It is Lunarius's favorite book. The girl notices her reaction and asks if she knows the book. Lunaria replies that she has read it many times. Then it dawns on her they are in the same class. The girl suddenly blurts out, "Plants." Lunaria looks taken aback. The girl's excitement spills out as she asks if Lunaria likes them. Lunaria admits that she doesn't know that much about them, though she notes that the author has written other works as well. The girl beams and gushes about how amazing the books are, Professor Kate's adventures, traveling to unknown places in search of plants, bringing back new seeds at great personal risk. When asked why, the professor simply replies that it is her destiny. The girl cannot believe that such things actually happened. Reading the book has inspired her. She realizes that she wants to be a plant researcher someday too. As Lunaria watches quietly, the girl suddenly realizes she has spoken too much and quickly apologizes. Lunaria shakes her head, saying it was no problem at all. She found the conversation fascinating. The girl introduces herself as Rose. Lunaria tells her her name and mentions that she would love the chance to talk with her father someday. Before Lunaria can reply to Rose, other girls approach and greet her. Lunaria quickly realizes that these two are the countesses who had been in the same class as her last year. She greets them, noting that it has been a while. One of the girls remarks that it seems a lot has been happening, that Lunaria must have had it rough. Lunaria asks which class the two of them are in. One of them explains that they are in the special grade. She just got back from a break, so she wouldn't know otherwise. The special grade had only been established about 6 months ago. It is designed for students who are not satisfied with the regular classes or who aim to enter the Academy Institute. The classes run through the 7th period. Lunaria thinks for a moment. Now that she considers it, there had been something like this in the game's setting. She is fairly certain that Alicia is involved. She comments that it must be rough. The blonde-haired girl smiles and mentions that there is a transfer exam in May. The black-haired girl adds that Lunaria should consider transferring, though she is confident Lunaria would pass easily. Lunaria replies that she is quite busy, so she will have to pass on that for now. After the two girls leave, Lunaria turns back to Rose and apologizes for interrupting their conversation. She asks Rose if she plans to take the transfer exam. Rose looks surprised, asking, "Me?" Lunaria reminds Rose that she mentioned wanting to be a researcher. Rose shakes her head, saying that it isn't possible, she is just a commoner. She smiles to hide her embarrassment and adds that Lunaria probably wouldn't understand what she means. Her family isn't rich. Her parents have always said that going to the Academy Institute is unnecessary. She doesn't even have the money to buy the books herself. She enjoys studying, but in reality, she has to work hard just to keep up with the regular classes. Lunaria reflects silently that it isn't something she wouldn't understand. In her original world, her own situation had been much the same. Rose sighs, saying that the special grade would be impossible for her. Being a researcher is just a dream, she adds. There's nothing she can do, that's simply her fate. She bows politely in farewell and leaves. Lunaria calls after her, stopping her in her tracks. She explains that she often wonders who she would have been had she taken a different path. She would be a completely different Lunaria than she is now. For example, if she had met Rose sooner, they might have laughed together, argued over their favorite books, and shared countless conversations. Lunaria emphasizes that there is never just one fate. The path ahead branches in many directions, and it is up to each person to deliberately choose which branch to take. She is certain that, if one tries, they can extend the branches of fate even to places the gods never imagined. Rose murmurs shyly, admitting that when Lunaria puts it that way, it sounds possible, but she doubts she is strong enough. Lunaria starts to say something further, but Rose quickly turns her back and interrupts. She apologizes and says she doesn't want to talk to Lunaria anymore. She doesn't want to attract attention by being close to someone like her. With that, she begins moving away, deep in thought. Seems like someone's meddling is contagious. Rose pauses mid-step when she hears Mana speaking nearby, introducing herself as Mana Primera, a reincarnator from present-day Japan, and an idol in this world, more special than anyone else. She asks softly, "Pukuru, isn't that right?" Pukuru confirms that it is right. Mana then asks what is going on. Dale's affection is going up well, at least, but the other capture targets remain sluggish. People are barely paying attention to her. Pukuru admits he doesn't know why. Mana's eyes go wide. She repeats that he doesn't know. How could it be that after 2 months, that woman hasn't done a single thing to stand out at all? Pukuru immediately starts apologizing, saying he's sorry. Mana casually rises and announces that the magical outburst never happened. Things have actually gone off Tengako's plot. She sighs, muttering that it cannot be. She had been so patient until the game began. Poor her. Why do terrible things always happen to her? Pukuru nods in agreement. Mana glares at him and tells him that he is supposed to deny it, to say that it is not true. He is her obedient familiar, isn't he? Panicking, Pukuru blurts that yes, that is right, he made a mistake and is sorry. Mana points out that he technically responded properly, though she had already told him to stop. Has he forgotten that already? She shakes her head and mutters that it is so disappointing. It seems he won't learn anything without punishment. With that, she uses her magic to deliver an electric shock. Pukuru collapses immediately, fainting. Mana leans back, unimpressed. She mutters that it's so boring. Then, quietly to herself, she decides that if Lunaria is going to give her an opening, she will simply make one herself. Later, Lunaria orders the same order in the cafeteria. Era remarks that she always gets that reaction when she tries to deny it. Era notes that the same thing happened yesterday, and also last Friday. Lunaria smiles faintly, commenting that seafood quiche is a dear friend's favorite food. Era raises an eyebrow, saying it's an odd thing to mention, that she's eating her friend's favorite food. Lunaria laughs softly, noting that she will have to eat her friend's favorite foods too. It has been 2 months since the game started. There hasn't been a single opening to attack Dale. While Lunaria has mastered many types of magic since the students entrusted to the academy are nobility, security is very tight, so she cannot be careless. Not getting any opportunities to go on the attack is quite frustrating. They have yet to do anything to her as well though. In Tenkago, Lunaria is often criticized and made out to be the villain. Since she remembers the plot, she has been able to avoid these events. Or maybe those two learned a lesson on the day she returned to school. Lunaria snaps out of her thoughts when Era mentions that she seems to be running late. Seems like it, Lunaria replies, just as a boy barges in, rage flashing in his eyes. He demands that Lunaria explain herself. She immediately recognizes him as one of the prince's cronies. Calmly, she points out that he's being awfully loud and asks what this is about. The boy screams at her that she's been playing dumb. He throws a battered textbook in front of her, shouting that she did the same to Sama's textbooks. Era insists that Lunaria would never do such a thing. Lunaria adds in a composed tone that she certainly doesn't recall doing anything of the sort. The boy, however, is undeterred. He insists that they have witnesses who saw her destroy the textbooks. Lunaria glances at 2 men standing nearby. They look nervous, almost panicked. The boy calls to them, and they quickly stammer out a hesitant, yes. A slow realization crosses Lunaria's face. So it's that kind of thing, she thinks. The boy continues, saying that Mana suffered a terrible shock and has had trouble going out in public since. Other boys chime in, calling her a coward and demanding that she show her real face. The boy steps forward, pointing an accusatory finger at her. He orders her to apologize to Mana. Hiding in the corner, Mana smirks. Lunaria stays quiet for a moment, letting the accusations hang in the air. Then she speaks calmly, stating that those 2 must have been mistaken in what they saw. Why would she damage the saints' textbooks? There would be no benefit for her in doing so. The boy snaps it is a barefaced lie. There are many who are suspicious of the crown princess and the saints' pure friendship. And Lunaria is the prince's fiancée. Surely she must have heard the rumors and allowed jealousy to take over. Another boy adds, voice low and bitter, that a woman's jealousy is terrifying. Lunaria raises her eyes, expression unreadable, and says that she has no idea what they are talking about. They should be looking for the true culprit instead. The first boy snaps again, accusing her of feigning innocence. He points at the other boys and says that if she is trying to claim their testimony is false, then she is daring to deny the evidence before everyone. She thinks to herself, that is what that means. Those two are probably commoners. Dale's cronies are somehow nobles. It is clear they are using the threat of a punishment to make them give false testimony. Mana has gotten tired of waiting and decided to set something up. Since these guys have come, does that mean Dale is involved? No. Back then Mana seemed to be putting on an act with Dale as well. Yet she is threatening a classmate to provide false testimony. Is that really something Mana would propose to Dale? That doesn't seem likely. This is Mana's show. Which means Mana has to put on a sweet and innocent act in front of Dale, and in the shadows she's deceiving his cronies and using them as soldiers. Mana Primera is bolder than she thought. Lunaria stays calm, speaking evenly. She repeats that the boys may not be lying but could simply have been mistaken about what they saw. Or perhaps someone threatened them, forcing them to say it. Roboru snaps, insisting that Lunaria's suggestion is absurd. He demands to know if she is seriously claiming that anyone would threaten their own classmates. He calls it a disgraceful thing to say, an outrageous accusation, and points out that threats and dirty dealings are the four great dukedom specialty. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Lunaria notices the many witnesses around them and realizes she needs to shift the mood. At that moment, Mana steps into the scene, projecting an air of innocence. She tells Roboru that he should stop pressing Lunaria. Her expression is gentle and apologetic. She claims it is her fault for acting in a way that misled Lunaria. Roboru insists that Lunaria did nothing wrong, refusing to accept the explanation. Lunaria observes carefully and realizes Mana's strategy. Mana is trying to win over the audience by showing patience and tolerance, just as Lunaria did 2 months ago. The difference is that the audience is far more engaged this time. Mana has full control over the mood, and if it continues, Lunaria could be at a disadvantage. Mana explains that there was some kind of misunderstanding, but she has no intention of stealing Dale. She emphasizes that Dale has said he thinks of her like a little sister, and that he doesn't see her as the opposite gender at all. Lunaria says that she doesn't really know what Mana is talking about, but Mana continues, mentioning that when she found the textbooks in the classroom this morning, it was quite a shock. All she could think was, why? Then, in a softer tone, she adds that it is all right. Looking Mana in the eyes, she says that she forgives her. Roboru exclaims that as expected of the saint, she has such a big heart. The other students begin murmuring about how wonderful she is, and how her beauty seems to radiate from within. Lunaria freezes slightly as she catches one of Mana's words. Did she just say, this morning? Surely she heard her say that she noticed the textbook this morning. Roboru eyes her suspiciously. What about it? He asks sharply. Lunaria says she just wants to know when the textbooks were actually damaged. Roboru screams at her, accusing her of feigning ignorance. He insists it happened yesterday, after school, at the end of the 6th period. Most of the students had left, and Lunaria allegedly snuck into Mana's classroom to destroy them. Lunaria raises a calm eyebrow and asks if there could not be a mistake about her destroying Mana's books. They saw that not the day before yesterday, but yesterday after class. Roboru snaps that she is going in circles. He insists that's how it happened. Lunaria smiles lightly. In that case, they must have been mistaken. Fufu exhales in relief, and Era smiles, saying she's glad it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Roboru glares, bewildered. What are they talking about? How can they say that? That is because she begins, but before she can continue, Rose bursts into the cafeteria, apologizing for being late. Era remarks on how awfully late Rose is, while Fufu urges her to hurry and eat before the lunch break ends. Lunaria glances at Rose's hands, noting that she has even brought her textbooks. She wonders if Rose has been asking the teacher questions about class today as well. Rose looks shy and says that she has to do her best to keep up in class. She adds that she managed to get into the special grade alongside Lunaria. Mana looks shocked at this, but Roboru, still clueless, mutters angrily, asking why everyone is ignoring him and chattering away. He wonders if they are making fun of him. Rose glances at him and asks quietly who that person is. Lunaria replies that he has been causing a commotion for a while now. Fufu adds that it's all over now, though Roboru's face twists with rage as he screams that they don't get to decide when it is over. What are they talking about? Lunaria notes that Mana might need to explain everything, though she seems to have already realized it. Fufu adds that, as Rose mentioned, Lunaria was admitted into the special class this week. Roboru questions sharply why that matters at all. Era points out that the special grade has many classes. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, students have classes until the 7th period. Since yesterday was Wednesday, Lunaria had been in her 7th period class when 6th period ended and the regular classes emptied. All the students of the special grade, along with their classics teacher, Silva, could testify to that. Era asks how Lunaria could possibly have reached Mana's classroom. Roboru mutters that maybe she went there after the 7th period ended. Fufu says he was saying something else earlier. Era also asks what the witnesses would have been doing so late. Rose adds that she had been with Lunaria the entire time after class until they separated at the front gate, leaving no opportunity for anything to happen secretly. Lunaria fixes Roboru with a calm look and asks whether he still believes she could have done it. A tense silence spreads across the cafeteria. Mana finally speaks to Roboru, saying that he must have made a mistake. She admits that she jumped to the wrong conclusion and apologizes, explaining that the events had hurt her so much she believed what people told her without question. Lunaria says she is glad the suspicion has been cleared. She turns to leave, but pauses and calls Era's name, reminding her that there is still more to discuss. They have yet to find the true culprit. Mana freezes in her tracks. Roboru argues that they do not need Lunaria's help and that they can solve the case themselves. Lunaria remarks calmly that, since the destruction was so forceful, it would not be surprising if some magic were imprinted on the book. Some traces of the culprit's magic should remain. Roboru insists that it is impossible to identify magical traces without a specialist and that they are just students. Rose quickly explains that it can be done. She shows a page from a book and points out that a plant called the scale sleeve plant would make it simple to detect traces of magic, noting that there should be plenty of them in the forest next to the academy. Roboru snaps a commoner shouldn't be speaking unless spoken to. Lunaria intervenes, saying they're just trying to help. That's not a very nice thing to say. Or is he saying it would be a problem if they found out who the culprit was? The other cronies speak up saying that is impossible and they should do the appraisal. Roberto sharply turns on them and calls them dumb, saying making such a big deal over this would trouble the saintess. He insists the saint is busy with her schoolwork and duties as saint, that is why she doesn't wish for them to make such a big deal about this. Lunaria remains quiet, but then Mana herself speaks up, saying they should do the appraisal. This leaves Lunaria surprised. Lunaria knows it was unmistakably Mana who set up this charade. But the ones who would have actually destroyed the book is Roboru. The other two probably were not told anything. The plan to destroy the book themselves was probably only shared between Mana and that man. That way if something goes wrong, he's the only one they need to cut off. Roberto hesitates. She's joking, right? But she tells him to handle the rest. She has been called to do some magic beast purification work in the afternoon. Lunaria calmly picks up the damaged textbook and states that she will be taking custody of it. Roboru pales instantly and blurts out that it is not necessary, insisting that they can handle the appraisal themselves. She ignores him entirely and turns to Rose, saying that since Rose is the one knowledgeable about this matter, before she can finish, Roboru lunges toward her and screams for her to hand it over. Lunaria pushes him away without hesitation. The impact is brutal. His body slams into the wall behind him with a heavy crash. She sees him get blown back, but it happens so fast she can barely register it. A split second before her palm strike lands against his chest, she casts an attack-strengthening spell, too fast for the guards to notice. He will not be eating solid food for several days. Fufu remarks that lunch has turned out to be quite an event. Arya smiles stiffly, clearly shaken. Rose stares in absolute disbelief and asks Lunaria really did that? Lunaria shrugs and says she merely gave him a little push. She then adds that, more importantly, she wants to thank all of them for standing up for her. She mentions that she did not even ask Rose whether the method for investigating magical traces was something she learned in class. Fufu comments that Lunaria was incredibly bold. Arya admits that she never expected her to be so brave. Rose immediately becomes flustered and insists that it is not like that at all. She explains that she only wanted to repay Lunaria's kindness and got carried away. She adds that thanks to Lunaria, she managed to enter the special grade. Rose explains that Lunaria personally took the time to persuade her mother and father. Not only that, she also helped her through the scholarship program. Lunaria responds that she simply could not stand by and watch such outstanding talent fade into obscurity. Arya tilts her head and asks whether that is really all. She points out that Lunaria seems unusually invested in Rose, especially since she previously claimed she had no interest in transferring to the special grade. Fufu agrees and jokingly asks Rose how on earth she managed to seduce Lunaria. Rose panics and hurriedly denies doing anything of the sort. Arya smiles and turns back to Lunaria, asking what caused the change of heart. Lunaria replies that while she was helping Rose study for the exam, she began to think that the special grade actually seemed fun. Fufu teases her, saying that it really is because of Rose after all. Lunaria finds herself smiling. This ordinary daily life with her classmates brings her comfort and quiet joy, even though revenge, and revenge alone, is what she should be craving. Meanwhile, Mana mutters to herself like a woman on the verge of unraveling. She cannot understand why Lunaria is in the special grade when that never happens in the game. She wonders who that girl is, and what kind of magic Lunaria just used. Attack magic is a clear violation of school rules. It is terrifying. Pukuru hesitantly reminds her that she was the one who started the confrontation. Mana snaps at him, demanding to know whether he is implying she is in the wrong. She insists that Lunaria is the villain here, that he tries to plead with her, asking her to listen, but she immediately cuts him off, saying that could not possibly be the case. She demands to know whose side he thinks he is on. Why is he making it sound like she is the one in the wrong? Pukuru continues to beg her, his voice frantic, but she no longer seems to be listening. Her eyes look hollow, almost possessed, as she murmurs Lunaria shouldn't misunderstand. She will get things back to how they're supposed to be. As Mana walks through the academy, voices rise around her in admiration. Students praise her openly, gushing over her kindness and grace. She accepts it all with a gentle smile, basking in their attention. A girl watches her in silence. She wants to tell Mana she is her son. She shines more brightly than any other saint. She illuminates her life. She may be powerless to do anything about it, but she will protect that smile from anyone who wishes to do her harm. Mana's pain is her pain. When Mana bleeds, she bleeds the same. If ever someone who makes her suffer should appear, she will make them pay. Meanwhile, Mythos dryly repeats the words she once said to him, that for now, she would simply live her school life inconspicuously. Lunaria responds that there are times when a strategy requires playing things by ear. Mythos remarks that she might be taking it a little too far. After all, she attacked a classmate with magic. Lunaria calmly replies that she never said she attacked him with magic. She only used magic on herself. Mythos pauses, then admits that she has him there. He adds that the head butler should have heard about it by now. Lunaria asks whether bringing Kyle into this is not going too far. Mythos reminds her that it will be a serious issue if she is found out. She answers that there is no proof, and besides, it has already become a serious issue regardless. Mythos points out that the other side has already confessed to their wrongdoing. He then asks about Ruburu. Lunaria replies that he has been expelled. She explains that he confessed in front of the teachers. He admitted to destroying the textbooks, threatening his classmates into giving false testimony, and orchestrating the entire incident himself. She adds that he bore a grudge against her from the very first day she returned to the academy. Mythos asks whether that is really why he went to such lengths to tear up Mana's textbooks. He comments that it is an absurdly roundabout method, completely ridiculous. Lunaria lowers her voice and quietly murmurs that he was made to say it. The true culprit is, of course, the Saint Sama. The sweetest saint that everyone in this academy admires and everyone in this country loves, is a monster who uses her classmates as pawns to trap people. She thinks, but Lunaria had a massive magical outburst. It is possible that a different person on the inside of Mana's body could sustain the soul of a player like her. In that case, where is the original Mana? Mythos remarks the spark has fallen. A troublesome spark called Mana. Those calls are not going to disappear. So what is her next move? She scoffs and asks why does he ask? He asks back, is there a reason she won't say? She admits she doesn't really plan to do anything herself, she just plans to work hard at her studies, like a student should. He calls her a liar. Is she really someone who would say like a student should? He replies if she doesn't study hard then Kyle will scold her. He stops in his tracks and demands she tell the truth, but she only tells him he needs to work hard too on night practice. He mutters he doesn't plan to do anything. What is she going to do? The highest priority target of her revenge is the Crown Prince. She would rather now get into a skirmish with Mana and put Dale on high alert. But if she interferes any further? Before that thought can fully take shape, a group of girls approaches Lunaria and greets her cheerfully. They say they witnessed the incident last week and praise how unwavering she was when facing those men. They tell her it was impressive, even inspiring. The girls introduce themselves one by one: Rise, Maren, and Serena. Lunaria responds politely that it is nice to meet them. She adds that she is sure they will meet again. With that, she takes her leave. Yet even as she walks away, something lingers. Lunaria cannot shake the feeling that Serena had been watching her strangely. Not with admiration like the others, but with a sharp, probing look, as if she were trying to piece something together. After a moment, Lunaria dismisses it as nothing more than her imagination. Later, far from the crowd, in the forest, Serena watches as a rabbit trembles. She murmurs that it cannot do a single thing. And then she kills it. It has been about a month, and in the end Mana has not made another move. It seems she has learned her lesson. Fufu asks Lunaria whether something is wrong, pointing out that she has been wearing a serious expression all morning. Lunaria replies that she simply did not get enough sleep and that she is on duty today. Fufu remarks that it seems not even Lunaria is exempt from her responsibilities. As Rose enters, Fufu suddenly leans in and examines her face closely. She then comments that the dormitory breakfast this morning used tomato. Rose looks startled and says it was tomato sauce on toast. She asks how Fufu knew. Arya calmly points out that the evidence is on her cheek. Rose hurriedly starts rubbing her cheek. Fufu tells her it is on the other cheek. Lunaria begins to search for her mirror, then pauses. She distinctly remembers having one in her bag. Rose quickly says it is perfectly fine. She adds that tomato sauce on toast sounds delicious and mentions that she had 3 slices herself. As she speaks, her gaze drifts past them. Several boys nearby are staring at Lunaria with obvious horror. The moment Lunaria looks back at them, they panic and scatter. The girls ask whether something happened. Lunaria only replies that it seems they might be involved somehow. She approaches the boys and asks whether something happened, something related to her. Later, they stand at the outer grounds of the academy, gathered around a rabbit enclosure. The boys explain that the rabbits are raised at the school. Seniors observe them for the magical beast biology class, and the mother rabbit is called Ruru. The biology class is responsible for feeding them, and there are several important rules when it comes to their care. Lunaria replies yes, she knows. Lamp rabbit leaping flame. They light a beautiful magical flame from the top of their ears. When she was young, she heard that they lived in the hills. She always wondered how they did not light the grass and trees on fires with their flames. The student says the magical flame they release actually has a low temperature. They shoot out big flames occasionally, but that is just to scare off predators. It cannot actually burn anything, but its constitution is just like a flame, so it is very weak to water. One of the girls says she was soaking when she first found her. At first she thought there might have been a leak, but there is no trace of one and the kids are not wet. Someone purposely sprayed her and a huge amount. Fufu asks what about recovery magic? It should be permitted in an emergency, right? A girl replies Ribber did earlier. He then says this is as much as he can do. Her vitality is on the verge of disappearing. All they can do is pray she has the strength to pull through. Lunaria says she understands what happened, but why exactly is she being suspected? Then a voice cuts in, saying that she saw her this morning, running away from the pens. It is Serena. Lunaria immediately recognizes her as the girl from before. Once again, someone she barely knows is claiming to have witnessed her doing something she did not do. Serena continues, saying she could not believe what she was seeing at the time. Lunaria lifts her gaze to her and calmly says that she is Serena, correct. Serena smiles and replies that she is honored Lunaria remembers her. Lunaria then states that Serena claims to have seen her, but she was never anywhere near the pens today. Serena's smile does not fade. She insists there is no way she could be mistaken. She says that was definitely Lunaria. So then this girl is trying to frame Lunaria. But there shouldn't be that many people at the school who want to frame Lunaria with false accusations, no? Most likely man is pulling the strings behind this as well. So she did not learn her lesson after all. But why is this girl working with Mana? If she's cooperating, then there should be something in it for her. She could also be threatened, but at any rate, she cannot just sit back and allow them to spread false rumors. Lunaria states she doesn't know what she's planning, but she shouldn't lie. She already doesn't know anything about this. Another student speaks up, saying he does not want to doubt Lunaria, but the item was found inside the pen and it is her portable hand mirror. He adds that he has no connection to such things, but even at a glance he can tell it is no ordinary item. It does not look like something an average student would own. Lunaria takes the mirror from him and asks who found it. A girl raises her hand and says she did. She explains that it was lying right at the entrance to the pen. Lunaria asks whether it was broken when it was found. The girl blinks in confusion and asks it is broken. Lunaria studies the mirror and says it is strange, but it does look like hers. The moment she says that, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Eyes turn toward her, whispers spreading quickly. Serena speaks again, saying that if Lunaria had claimed earlier that she never went near the pen, then she must have been lying. She asks why Lunaria would lie in the first place. Does she not know when to give up? Serena tells her that it would be better to admit her guilt now rather than later. The words hang in the air as the crowd waits for Lunaria's response. Mana blinks at Serena, asking if she has always been supporting her. Serena looks startled and asks what she means by that. Mana says that Serena was the one who sent the letter, was she not? She thanks her for always supporting her. Serena's eyes widen. Emotion floods her face, and she nearly breaks into tears as she admits that she has been looking forward to a chance to speak with her. A miracle had occurred. The sun smiled at her. Even though she cannot do anything, she was noticed. And that wasn't all. She showed her the shadow behind that smile. Only her. As they sit together, Mana tells Serena that Lunaria has been saying awful things about her behind her back. She speaks softly, as if reluctant, as if pained by it. The words ignite something in Serena. Fury flashes across her face, and she snaps that it is unforgivable to say such horrible things about Mana. Serena says they cannot allow this to continue. After a brief pause, Mana admits that there is one way to fight back. But it is not a very nice way. She urgently asks Mana to tell her what to do. Mana looks at her and says that this will be their little secret. Back in the present, Serena tells Lunaria it would be better if she admits to her guilt sooner than later. Before Serena can say anything more, a teacher arrives and asks what is going on. He tells them that morning assembly will begin in 15 minutes and orders everyone to return to class. He adds that if they want to clean the pens, they must do so after class. Serena immediately tells him to wait. She says that one of the lamp rabbits has been hurt, and if the matter is not properly resolved, the students will remain anxious and unsettled. Another teacher steps forward and agrees with her. She says that with the disturbance this severe, no one will be able to focus in class until it is resolved. The atmosphere is already on the verge of boiling over. When the first teacher hesitates, the second one sharply asks whether he truly believes he can teach a class that will listen in this state. The crowd goes silent. Whispers spread quickly. Everyone knows who she is. She has been teaching at the academy for over 30 years, she was already a teacher when he himself was a student. Rumor has it that even the headmaster cannot cross her. The teacher stiffens, then turns back toward Lunaria and asks what should be done. He says that speaking in front of such a crowd may be difficult and asks whether they should move elsewhere. Lunaria smiles calmly and replies that it is fine. She has nothing to hide. Serena immediately presses her, telling her to hurry up and explain the mirror already. Everyone wants to get to class. Lunaria states that the mirror is indeed hers. She does not deny that. However, she says it was not she who dropped it inside the pen. Serena remarks that this is quite strange, then asks whether Lunaria is claiming the mirror walked there on its own. Lunaria responds that perhaps it did or perhaps someone stole it from her bag. She explains that she does not carry the mirror on her person and always keeps it inside her bag. Earlier in the classroom, she noticed it was missing. She adds that the last time she clearly remembers having it was yesterday around lunch. Since then, she has been away from her bag multiple times. It wouldn't have been difficult for someone to have stolen it. Serena tells her to stop with the pitiful excuses. Now she's treating her like a thief. Lunaria responds that no one ever said Serena stole anything. She asks how Serena even reached that conclusion. Serena says that Lunaria was looking directly at her when she said it, so it felt like an accusation. Lunaria smiles faintly and asks whether that is not the case, then. She tilts her head and asks whether Serena truly suspects her. She shrugs and says that it is only natural. From Serena's perspective, Lunaria insists she was never near the pen, which would mean she is lying. And if she is lying, then of course she would be the most suspicious one. Serena asks why Lunaria would even do something like this. Lunaria replies that if she is going to frame it that way, then there is no reason for her to pick on a rabbit either. Serena argues that there are people who hurt others without any motive at all. Lunaria agrees that such people exist. She adds that there are also people who try to bring others down without a clear reason. Serena states that regardless, she clearly saw Lunaria running away from the pens this morning at just past 7:30. Lunaria says that sounds a little strange and asks what Serena was doing here at such an early hour. Serena replies that it is quiet in the mornings, so she sometimes comes early to think. She then asks Lunaria what she herself was doing at that time. Lunaria answers that she was on duty that morning. At 7:30, she received the logs and materials and headed straight to the classroom. Serena asks whether she has any proof. Anyone who can testify that she never came near the pen. Lunaria replies that regrettably, she does not, saying that it simply means one of them is lying. Serena says that may be true, but Lunaria's mirror was found inside the pen. That is an undeniable fact, or is she wrong to say that? Lunaria shrugs and says no, she is not wrong. In a situation like this, suspicion falling on her is only natural. She has no way to prove what she was doing this morning. Serena insists she saw her, her mirror was found at the scene, and there is an injured rabbit. Then Lunaria suddenly freezes. She slowly looks around, eyes scanning the pen. Serena asks what is wrong. Lunaria turns back to her and asks when she saw her, was she holding anything in her hands? Was she carrying something? She tells her to think carefully, because this is important. Serena hesitates and says that if it was something small, she may have overlooked it. She says that means she was not carrying anything large. Serena asks what that is supposed to prove. Lunaria asks how she dumped water on poor Ruru, then. From what they can see, there are no buckets inside or outside the pen. She asks whether anyone sees a bucket anywhere. The students look around and shake their heads. No one sees any. Serena demands to know her point. Even without a bucket, water could still be poured using magic. Lunaria agrees. She says the water poured on Ruru was ordinary water but created through magic. The girls around them immediately realize what that implies. If they investigate properly, they may be able to find the culprit. Lunaria says there should be magical traces left on Ruru's body. Whoever cast the water magic would have left behind residual magic. Serena says that is impossible. She then brings up the incident at the cafeteria, saying it became one of the biggest topics at the academy. Because of that, everyone has become unusually knowledgeable about magical traces. Now, all students know traces can be appraised at any time. She continues that because of this, whoever did it must have taken countermeasures, casting magic without leaving a personal trace. Reburu, for example, should know this. Reburu speaks up and says he has heard that drinking a potion made from Primula Cyborg can camouflage magical traces for several minutes. Serena looks back at Lunaria and asks what she plans to do now. Even if a trace test does not find Lunaria's magic on Ruru, that proves nothing. Lunaria says she understands. Then she realizes it. Serena drank the trace erasing potion. Serena's lips curl into a twisted smile. She says that brings them right back to square one. All of this was planned after the previous incident. Lunaria thought from the start that this wasn't a plan she thought herself. And to prove her point, Mana enters at that moment, wearing an expression of pure innocence. She asks whether what everyone is saying is really true, her voice trembling as she looks at the injured rabbit. When her gaze lands on Ruru, her face drains of color, and she asks why recovery magic has not been used. Someone replies that it has already been attempted several times, without success. Lunaria understands immediately, this is Mana's goal. The teacher hastily tells the saint not to interfere, explaining that there is no magic capable of restoring lost life force. Lunaria almost scoffs at that. Mana is the protagonist of the game itself, her power is the embodiment of narrative privilege. Miracles that defy reason are written into her very existence. Mana begins to cast her magic. Light pours from her entire body, flooding the area until it shines brightly. In the next instant, the rabbit opens its eyes, Mana exhales in relief, while even the teacher freezes in shock, murmuring that such a thing should be impossible. The crowd erupts. Students cry openly, overwhelmed with happiness and awe. Mana looks around, asking who could possibly commit such a cruel act. Lunaria responds that it truly is terrible. Serena immediately turns on her, accusing her of still playing dumb. Mana reacts as if stunned, asking whether Lunaria is accusing her. Lunaria answers calmly that it seems some people want it to be that way. Mana suddenly breaks into tears, shouting that she would never hurt such a small, defenseless creature. Her breathing becomes uneven, her knees buckle, and she collapses. Everyone rushes to her side, asking if she is all right. Mana weakly tries to rise, insisting she is fine and that they should focus on Ruru instead. The teacher orders someone to take her to the infirmary. Serena glares at Lunaria and snaps that this is all her fault. Lunaria meets her gaze without flinching, saying Serena is remarkably persistent. She is already tired of this farce, yet it is clear Serena has captured the audience's full attention. There must be a way to break out of this situation, she tells herself to think. There has to be something she has overlooked. Fufu finally says that is enough. They should have just said they came early for self-study. While Rose now feels guilty for eating those 3 slices of toast. Lunaria jerks her face toward Rose, eyes locking onto her, and says that is it, the tomato sauce. A slow smile curves her lips as she turns fully to Rose, remarking that Rose has saved her once again. Then comes the smirk. That smirk. It is the kind that never appears without consequences. Serena asks Lunaria what she is laughing about and states that this is not something to laugh over. Lunaria replies that she truly is sorry, but she cannot help it, because she believes she has finally found a way to explain the truth behind the case. Serena is taken aback when Lunaria asks for the mirror bag to be examined. The mirror, she says, is the key hint, and she asks everyone whether they have noticed anything unusual about it. Rose replies that the observation is correct, the mirror is shattered in a spiderweb pattern. However, that is not the only issue. The hinge is also bent and wrapped in such a way that it can no longer close properly. Lunaria explains that this damage makes no sense if the mirror had merely fallen. It would not have broken in this manner unless someone had stepped on it with considerable force. As an example, she demonstrates how pressing one's heel down and putting all one's weight on it would cause exactly this kind of damage. Serena argues that she must have stepped on it while running away. Lunaria immediately counters this by pointing out that she would have noticed it at the time, especially because of the loud smashing sound it would have made. This causes Serena to stiffen as she glares at Lunaria. Lunaria continues, explaining that whoever stepped on the mirror was either unaware of it or deliberately ignored it and did not pick it up. That is because the person who dropped it needed to remain there in order to frame Lunaria. Serena coughs and says that Lunaria is clearly trying to suggest that she herself is the culprit, and that this is nothing more than speculation. Lunaria replies that she has already checked beforehand and knows exactly which day Serena was on duty. It was the day before, yesterday, during lunch. Serena had been changing classrooms and had taken the mirror out of Lunaria's bag at that time. If Lunaria did not notice the theft until she had already left the school, then the operation would have been successful. After all, no one normally uses a hand mirror after getting home or checks whether it is still inside their bag. Then, Serena came to school early, drank the Primula Seboldii elixir, crept into the garden, and threw the mirror onto the ground so that everyone would believe Lunaria had dropped it. Serena insists once again that this is all speculation. Lunaria tells her not to rush her denial, because she is not finished yet. After completing all of those arrangements, Serena followed up by attacking the lamp rabbit with magic. However, something occurred that she had not anticipated. Lamp rabbits are extremely sensitive creatures, and it must have sensed her hostility while she was chanting her water magic. In order to protect the children, it released its flame at her with full force. Of course, a lamp rabbit's magical flame is only light, and as everyone can see, nothing was actually burned. Nevertheless, the sudden attack startled Serena. She unconsciously stepped backward, lost her balance, and to steady herself she placed all her weight on her heel directly on top of the mirror. This would have angered her further, leading her to attempt to harm the lamp rabbit. Serena laughs, saying that Lunaria has certainly managed to weave an impressive story, but questions who would possibly believe it. Lunaria replies that she is confident they will believe it, because she has proof. She states that she can prove her deduction is correct, and that the proof has been present from the very beginning, right before their eyes. Serena asks what kind of proof Lunaria could possibly be referring to. Lunaria answers that it is the magic traces. If they investigate them, they will immediately discover who the culprit is. At first, Serena is visibly shocked, but then she scoffs and lets out a small chuckle, remarking that this is becoming ridiculous. She wonders aloud what Lunaria is going to say next and points out that Lunaria seems to have forgotten what they were discussing earlier. Even if they search for magic traces, it would be pointless. Lunaria calmly completes her thought, stating that indeed, no traces of the culprit's magic would be found, even if they were investigated thoroughly, because a potion had been used to conceal them. The probability that the culprit drank the potion before using magic is extremely high, yet Lunaria points out that this line of thinking itself contains a misunderstanding. The proof she was referring to was never the traces of the culprit's magic, but rather the traces of Ruru's. She then turns her gaze toward Rose. Rose explains that just as every person has unique characteristics, individual magical animals also possess distinct traits. If Ruru had unleashed her magical flames against the culprit, there would inevitably be unmistakable traces left on the culprit's body. Rose adds an easy comparison, noting how it is similar to someone having tomato sauce smeared on their cheek. Lunaria states that she intends to submit a request to investigate the uniform Serena is currently wearing for such traces. She adds that it would be far better for Serena to admit her guilt sooner rather than later. Everyone waits for Serena's reaction. Serena scoffs, remarking that the noisy rabbit was truly useless, and that if it had at least left a scorch mark, she would have changed her uniform. Lunaria asks whether she should take that statement as a confession. Serena replies that Lunaria may interpret it however she likes. This immediately causes a ripple of murmurs among the crowd, as people begin to question whether they truly heard that correctly and whether Lunaria has indeed identified the real culprit. Even Lunaria's friends are visibly delighted by the outcome. However, Lunaria presses further, asking why Serena would do something like this in the first place, stealing her mirror, abusing an academy animal, and fabricating accusations. She warns that the punishment would not be limited to simple expulsion. Lunaria asks what Serena stood to gain from all of this, and whether someone might have been threatening her. She adds that if that were the case, then the blame should not rest solely on Serena, and assures her that help would be given if she needed it. Serena abruptly cuts her off, declaring that it was all her own doing. She planned everything herself, carried it out alone, and no one threatened her. Lunaria is unconvinced and questions her further, asking what motive she could possibly have, since the two of them are barely acquaintances. Serena replies that she simply hates Lunaria's face. Lunaria asks whether she is trying to protect someone, and who could possibly be worth orchestrating such an elaborate farce. She adds that if the person involved is who she suspects, then Serena is merely being used. Observing Serena's reaction, Lunaria wonders whether Serena is already aware of that fact. If she knows she is being used and still accepts it, that realization makes Lunaria feel angry. She cannot understand why Serena would go so far, bringing scorn upon herself and harming others in the process. Serena responds that she truly does not understand what Lunaria is talking about. She asks whether, if there were someone one truly loved, one would not do anything for their sake, regardless of what might happen to oneself, even if it were wrong. With those words, she begins to cry. She turns to Reburu and asks where she should be taken next, the student guidance room or the staff room. Reburu replies that, given the circumstances, he will have to escort her to the principal. Serena answers that she is actually looking forward to it, since she has always wanted to go to the principal's office anyway. She appears to have completely lost her composure, crying as she comments on how perfect the weather is and how the sky seems so close, as though she could reach it if she simply stretched out her hand. Pukuru tells her to stop staring at the sun like that, warning that she will damage her eyes. The scene then cuts to Pukuru being struck by literal magical shocks. Mana is the one responsible. Pukuru cries out and trembles, and when she asks Mana to stop, Mana snaps back, telling her to be quiet and calling her useless. She demands to know how Serena managed to ruin everything, stating that all she ever does is slow her down, and that this situation is the absolute worst. Mana turns to Pukuru, asking why she is not saying anything, accusing her of not caring at all. She reminds her that she is her familiar, and yet she is suffering so much while Pukuru remains silent. Pukuru, crying, says that she is sure everything will be fine. Mana scoffs at that, questioning what could possibly be fine. Her goal is the prince, and for that she needed those commoner girls on her side. She had to make Dale believe that everyone loved her and that she would make a great queen. If she fails to win over Dale, then she cannot become queen, so there is nothing that could be alright. Pukuru, having lost all her strength, collapses to the ground. This only fuels Mana's anger further. She thinks bitterly that this is truly the worst outcome, and although she never wanted to cross any dangerous lines, now that it has come to this, she decides that it will have to be her next move. Mythos remarks that Lunaria is still commuting to school all the way from her house. She replies that it has been a while since he last used the telestone, and that is actually what he wanted to talk about, which is somewhat unexpected. He responds that the Solfege family should have an estate close to the academy, just as his family does, and asks why she does not commute from there instead. Lunaria answers that she is the head of her house, and it is important for her to carry out her duties at the main estate. He scoffs at the idea of duty and asks why she does not simply appoint someone else to handle it in her place while she is attending school. Lunaria replies that she is, of course, receiving help from the people around her, and asks why he is suddenly bringing this topic up. Mythos explains that he told his father he wanted to redecorate the villa, and his father responded by pointing out that Lunaria commutes from the main estate every single day, so questioning why Mythos himself could not do the same. Lunaria immediately understands that he had to endure one of his father's endless lectures and decided to come complain to her about it. Mythos raises his voice, insisting that it is not like that at all, and claims that he is simply worried about his poor friend who has to travel such a long distance every day. Lunaria replies that distance is irrelevant when one has a gate stone. Mythos argues back that it is not as simple as opening a gate anywhere, since opening a gate close to the academy is prohibited and restricted to the academy itself. Still, he adds that it is only an hour-long carriage ride from the nearby town, which is perfect for thinking. He expresses disbelief that she spends an entire hour each day just thinking, and asks what it is that she even thinks about during that time. Lunaria responds that he would benefit from thinking a little more himself, because if he plays chess relying solely on intuition, he will inevitably make a mistake at a critical moment. Mythos cannot believe that he is now being lectured by her as well. Suddenly, he hears someone laughing and wonders whether someone else is present. Alicia steps into view, laughing as she says she finds the situation incredibly amusing, since he keeps suffering one loss after another. Mythos asks how long she has been there. Alicia replies that she has been there since the beginning. He coughs awkwardly, thinking that if she had been there all along, she should have said something. He remarks that the two of them are far too mischievous. Lunaria calmly points out that she never said she was alone. Alicia adds that she was already talking to Lunaria, and that Mythos is the one who interrupted them. He realizes that he truly does not stand a chance when the two of them team up like this, and feeling anxious, he tells them to go ahead and continue their conversation. Alicia thinks back to what they were discussing earlier and asks whether her revenge is going well. Mythos can tell that she is being unusually straightforward. Lunaria replies that the prince currently has his guard up, so there are no real openings, but at the same time there have been no moves from the other side either, so the situation is stable for now. Mana has tried a few times, but there has been no significant action for a while, and everything has fallen into silence. Alicia recalls that Lunaria once said Mana came from the same world as herself, which now seems highly likely, especially considering Mana's behavior. Alicia remains confused about why Lunaria would be seen as an enemy. Mythos points out that the Crown Prince's fiancé status is the issue, since Mana is after his heart, making them rivals in a romantic rivalry. He supposes it is still too early for them to understand the subtleties between men and women. Alicia argues that Lunaria has no interest in fulfilling that engagement, and wonders whether explaining this to Mana would be a roundabout way of solving the issue. Lunaria considers it a possibility, while notes that this is only viable if obtaining Dale is Mana's sole goal. The game, however, has more conclusions, and the story is divided into several parts. It branches into different routes based on which gentleman is chosen to donate to. In addition, the Dale route branches into 3 other endings: the Unrequited, the Fulfillment, and the Princess. These endings exist only within the Dale route. As the name Unrequited suggests, it occurs when the player mishandles the capture of Dale's affection while also failing in saint work. If either of these values drops below the required pass line, the story branches into this route. In the Fulfillment ending, Mana marries Dale while continuing her saint duties, and to reach this branch both affection and achievement must be raised steadily, balancing love and work. Finally, there is the Princess ending, where after marrying Dale, Mana steps down from her saint duties and becomes the official Crown Princess. The condition for the Princess ending is to max out Dale's affection points, while achievement as a saint has no effect on this branch. Everything must be invested into love to reach it. A score exists to indicate how much of Dale's favor has been obtained. Mana's situation is that half a year has passed since the game started, yet her performance as a saint has been lacking. Naturally, it does not appear that she wants the Unrequited ending, which means she is aiming for the Princess ending. To secure the seat of Princess and advance along that path, she needs Dale's affection at its maximum. The most effective way to achieve that condition is by using Lunaria as a stepping stone. Alicia reacts in shock at such cruel logic. It is explained that there are, naturally, other ways to increase affection, such as choosing the correct conversation options to match a character's preferences and spending action points to invite them to lunch dates. Through steady effort, affection can be raised, but reaching the maximum is not possible through these methods alone. The affection generated by sacrificing a villain is off the charts. If recognition is desired, one must find a suitable villain and hang them. This worldview is what the Tenkago plot embodies, and Mana, as the saint of this world, is a devoted believer in that principle. In short, the saint herself is wicked. Facing conflict with such a person, Alicia wonders whether Lunaria will be alright. Lunaria's response is that she has been careful, and that the body she left behind is incredibly strong. Lunaria is a cheat-level magician, after all. She has never allowed herself to use that power, though. Mythos questions what is meant by the term cheat. It is explained that it is a game term that originally meant fraud, and in short, it refers to the ability to rewrite how the world works. That is how non-standard a magician Lunaria was. In a scenario branching even further from that route, there exists an abrupt plot twist that threatens to destroy the romance-adventure genre itself, where a grief-stricken Lunaria summons the Demon Lord. She has forgotten about it for a long time, because it once felt like a branch that existed only to inconvenience the villain, Lunaria. Yet on the off chance that it truly matters, she knows she must be careful. In a situation where the Demon Lord is actually summoned, Lunaria would forever be remembered by the people of this world as a witch that split everything apart. Even if it merely became known that, under the right circumstances, the Demon Lord could be summoned, the consequences would be severe. It would be viewed through a distorted perspective, twisted by fear and rumor. If Mythos or Alicia were to hear of it, they would not panic, but Faridas is deeply involved in national politics, and there is no telling what he would do if such information reached his ears. Ideally, no one should know about the Demon Lord at all. At that moment, Alicia declares that the Demon Lord is nothing to be afraid of and suggests that Lunaria see it for herself. She gestures broadly, surrounded by two magicians, a fire dragon, and a knight. Lunaria sighs, realizing Alicia is speaking about the game piece, and thinks to herself that it was fun. She considers that she would like to try a different opening next time. Alicia brushes it off as nothing grand, saying it only required a little tweaking. Lunaria points out, somewhat lightly, that the chest piece is actually quite different. Alicia explains that she is simply tired of always having to face off against people, so she created a game where players cooperate to seal the Demon Lord chess piece instead of competing against one another. That kind of free thinking is exactly what Mythos would expect from Alicia. She always flips things around from their core. Still, the core purpose remains unchanged, enjoying time with the other person at the board. Alicia adds that if one listens to everyone, everything becomes too confined. As long as a goal has been decided, any method can be used to reach it. The goal and the method the Demon Lord overlap in Lunaria's thoughts. She reflects on it quietly. Alicia notices her pause and asks whether something is wrong, whether she is worried about something. Lunaria replies not really, and suggests another game. Alicia smiles, readily agreeing, and proposes that they try sealing it with fewer moves this time. While this is happening, Lunaria notices that Mana has been unusually silent. At the Royal Academy, affiliated library. Her thoughts shift as she looks around and reflects that, seen again, the game truly contains an impressive number of books. It is a place where one can review the world itself and gather captured tips. Tens of thousands of works are stored there. She would love to return someday and read them properly, but today she is there for a specific purpose. She opens the staff-only storage room, where student entry is prohibited, placing a rather explicit romance novel in front of an employee to draw attention away. Her guess proves correct, allowing her to steal a key to the storage room. Fortunately, everything proceeds just like it did in the game, though she feels that the goal itself is different. She begins to wonder what the true goal of this world's mana is. It is unmistakably the position of princess. If that is the goal, then what are the steps required to achieve it? There is the option of studying and making an effort, but becoming popular by condemning Lunaria is far easier. However, Lunaria herself has been obstructing that path. So what will Mana do next? Will she give up and put in honest effort, or will she choose another route? At last, Lunaria finds it, forbidden ancient magic. The Demon Lord comes to her mind again, reminding her that the game's setting included ancient magic. Summoning magic related to the Demon Lord is mentioned only once. Ancient magic appears to be a term for eccentric magic that seeps out of place, excused simply as the nature of ancient sorcery. There is magic that turns people into talking frogs, magic that creates a god as large as a house, and other absurd spells. Lunaria thinks it is all so ridiculous that it feels like a collection of magics invented by a child. Furthermore, the text offers only rough descriptions and does not explain the chants in detail. Yet details that were once nothing more than small tidbits in the game's history have already manifested in this world. Because of that, it would not be strange if this ancient magic could truly be used here. The most effective way to raise Dale's affection is to become popular after condemning Lunaria. This is a fundamental principle, imprinted not only in the plot but also into the system itself. Therefore, this world must function the same way. The Dale of this world also desires that everyone love his princess. The odds of Dale changing his mind are low, since his character is fundamental to the system that defines this world. That means he should be conquerable here, just as he was in the game. If someone condemns Lunaria, Dale will choose them as the crown princess. That, at least, is what this world's mana is thinking. That is why she attacked Lunaria in the first place. Most likely, however, there is a loophole. If success or failure depends on Dale's judgment, then it is not about whether mana truly condemns Lunaria. What matters is whether Dale believes it to be condemnation. If there were a way to achieve that effect, everything would change. Finally, Lunaria stumbles upon magic that implants memories of events that never happened. At that moment, a worker appears and informs her that the area is off-limits to students. Lunaria apologizes and explains that the door was open. The elderly worker looks at the book in her hands and asks whether it is really that interesting. Lunaria asks whether someone else had been reading it earlier. The worker confirms that someone had a female student, about Lunaria's height, with her hair tied in a similar way. She had come about a month ago and had been reading with alarming intensity, so absorbed that she did not notice anyone until the worker was right behind her. The old worker wonders what kind of book could cause such behavior. It must be something suspicious. She asks Lunaria to let her have a look, promising to keep it a secret between them. Lunaria refuses, claiming she only picked it up by chance. Then she glares at the book, understanding everything at once. So that is how it is. She almost failed to notice it. The fraud of mana becomes clear to her. The scene shifts to Mana speaking with Dale, asking what his words mean. He responds that he admires the courage she has shown. Mana insists that he is exaggerating, but he continues, saying that she is truly brave for facing Lunaria head-on and gaining the upper hand time and time again. He declares that it is not enough for only the Academy to know this. Lunaria's true colors, as he sees them, will be revealed on the grand stage they deserve. Lunaria is looking up at the sky when a servant approaches and asks what she is doing. The servant adds that the head butler has been looking for her. Lunaria thinks that Kyle must want to discuss preparations for tomorrow. The maid remarks that this is not unreasonable, since tomorrow is the Academy's graduation party. Lunaria reassures her that there is no need to worry so much. She explains that she always comes out here like this. The servant, however, scolds her gently, saying she should not come out into the garden on such a chilly night. What if she were to catch a cold? Lunaria sighs, thinking that they are all saying exactly the kinds of things Kyle would say. She assures them that she will be fine and promises that she will go back inside after just a little while longer. Once they leave, Lunaria remains alone. She thinks about how tomorrow is the graduation party. It has already been a year since the Tenkago game began, which means that tomorrow marks the story's finale. A figure speaks from behind her, asking how life at the Academy has been. Lunaria answers that she ended up having quite a challenging year. She adds that a whole year has passed, and yet she did not get a single chance to take revenge on Dale. The figure tells her that there is no need for her to worry about that. Lunaria smiles faintly and says that perhaps she is the strange one for thinking this way at all. The figure responds that this is not what she meant, and then asks about Mana. She wonders whether Mana is luring Lunaria into something. Lunaria replies that Mana has remained silent ever since then. The figure finds this odd and wonders aloud whether Mana has finally given up on becoming the crown princess. Lunaria shakes her head inwardly, thinking that Mana does not seem like the type to give up so easily. She has no doubt that Mana must have some kind of plan. The figure asks which plan Lunaria thinks Mana will carry out tomorrow. Lunaria knows the answer well. Tomorrow's graduation party is an event that triggers once the capture target is successfully maintained. One could call it a gain clear reward. Depending on the chosen capture target, there are multiple possible climaxes: a celebrity dance in the assembly hall, the two of them slipping away from the party together, a kiss beneath fireworks lighting up the night sky, or defeating invading beasts with the power of love. The figure comments that all of them sound excessively sweet, so much so that it makes her want to throw up. Lunaria chuckles, thinking that this reaction is definitely something the real Lunaria would say. The two of them laugh together for a while. Then Lunaria wonders aloud where was she. The figure asks if she is talking about the party's climax. Lunaria confirms and continues. As for what kind of ending the princess gets, there is the most popular route of all, the engagement annulment declaration. Dale brings Mana along and announces publicly that he is annulling his engagement with Lunaria. Lunaria thinks that it is truly stupid writing. It does not stop at merely announcing the end of the engagement. Dale even tries to manipulate the audience's impression. The figure points out that the prince breaks an engagement decided by both families entirely on his own initiative, yet he refuses to take responsibility for his actions. Instead, he shifts all the blame onto Lunaria. He paints her as a terribly wicked woman, claims that calling off the engagement is the righteous choice, and frames Mana's rise to crown princess as something she naturally deserves. Mana, of course, plans to support Dale through all of this. Because of that, Lunaria can say without a doubt that at tomorrow's graduation party, Mana and Dale will launch their biggest attack yet. However, she will not allow things to proceed the way they want. They may think of themselves as the hunters, but in truth, it is she who is hunting them. The figure tells her that it is quite dangerous and asks whether this is the time for her to stop trying to take revenge altogether. Lunaria has already made her decision. There is no other path left for her. The figure asks whether she not would stop even if Leonardia asked her to. Lunaria replies that she would not. She acknowledges that the figure is only an illusion, after all. She has cast illusion magic on herself, creating a vision meant for her eyes alone. With that realization, the illusion fades away. It is time to move on. There are still preparations to be made for tomorrow, preparations for her revenge. Suddenly, snow begins to fall. Lunaria thinks that it is not the right season for snow. Just moments ago, the sky had been filled with nothing but stars. She hopes that this is not a bad omen. Morning arrives on the day of the party. At the estate, Kyle apologizes profusely for interrupting her meal. Lunaria wonders whether she is about to be lectured. He considers whether she has done something to deserve it, but she honestly cannot think of anything. Kyle fixes her with a sharp look and brings up the matter of the academy graduation party. According to tradition, students attending the dance must be accompanied by a member of the opposite sex. It is customary for a woman to wear a dress gifted by her partner, or at least one made to appear that way for the sake of appearances. He states that he is certain she is aware of this custom. Lunaria acknowledges that she knows, commenting inwardly that it is a ridiculous tradition, and expresses her appreciation for his concern. Kyle reminds her that she is the Crown Prince's official fiancée. Yet, no dress from the Crown Prince has arrived. He has tried to speak to her about this many times, but she has always brushed it aside, saying there is no need to worry. Now the day has come, and unless she explains what is really going on, he cannot remain calm. Lunaria calmly explains that the Crown Prince will be taking a different partner to the dance. Rumors say that he has had a dress made for someone other than her. This revelation causes Kyle to lose his composure. He cannot understand what this could possibly mean. Lunaria explains that it is not difficult to guess the prince's intentions. Normally, this would mean that he is planning to break off the engagement. Kyle asks how things ended up like this. Lunaria points out that she is sure he must have realized it himself. This outcome was always inevitable. Her engagement with the Crown Prince was destined to collapse. There was never a single moment when it felt as though their hearts were truly in sync. Kyle knows that it is not his place to pry into such matters, yet when he begins to speak about her engagement, she cuts him off. She explains that she is fully aware the decision was made according to the wishes of the royal family, but it was also meant for the prosperity of her own house, something her late mother had once wished for. If it had been possible, she would have liked that future to come true. However, she thought long and carefully about what would be best, and because of that decision, Kyle would also have to forgive her. Kyle responds that she seems to be misunderstanding something. Regardless of what those in the past may have thought, what matters now is the present, and she herself is here in it. There is no reason for her to seek forgiveness from anyone. Rumors of the Crown Prince's poor behavior at the academy have even reached his ears, and because of that, rather than being a hopeful wish, her engagement had become a source of concern to him. To be honest, he feels relieved at this moment. He tells her not to concern herself with forgiveness, reminding her that servants exist to serve her, after all she is the Duchess. Lunaria smiles at this and says that she will keep it in mind. She then declares that it is time to begin preparing and asks him to bring her clothes, as the dress she had commissioned should have arrived by now. The scene cuts to Alicia and Mythos, who are running around like children. Alicia points excitedly at the acrobats, while Mythos asks her to stop running, thinking that this is nothing like how such an event is supposed to be. One of the acrobats hands him a flower, leaving him wondering what he is supposed to do with it, and he asks Alicia whether this is truly the right place. Alicia looks toward the Grand Academy and explains that this is the venue for the year's graduation party. It seems like far more than just a party, with stalls, clowns, and even bands gathered here. She adds that this is only natural, as the Crown Prince is graduating this year. Current students, their families, graduates from past decades, VIPs, and even members of the royal family are all in attendance. It is rare for a single party to attract so much attention, and it would have been impossible for the usual venue to accommodate everyone. As Mythos enjoys himself greeting the ladies, murmurs spread among the crowd about who the girl beside him might be. Someone identifies her as Alicia of the Mishgard family. Mythos points out to Alicia that she seems to be attracting attention as well. She sighs and says that it is important for her to display the dignity expected of a senpai. She comments that even though the venue is odd and feels like a stretch, this place used to be a theater, an underground space that once served as part of a stage. She adds that a mysterious person is said to live there even now. At that moment, they notice that Faridas is present as well. Mythos asks him just how many cups he has had, and Faridas replies sadly that it is simply juice, but the venue served alcohol when he himself graduated. Alicia asks whether Faridas is also a graduate of the academy and whether he danced with someone back then. He replies that of course he did, recounting how the health teacher once caught him using manipulation magic to dance with a skeleton and gave him quite the scolding. More importantly, he congratulates Mythos on his graduation and asks whether his dancing partner is Alicia. Mythos replies that it is only natural, stating that the place beside him should belong to the wisest and most beautiful. Alicia corrects him by explaining that Mythos actually had a major fight with his father over his choice of partner and was therefore not allowed to decide for himself. Mythos sighs, admitting that his father is always nagging him about something. Faridas remarks that for a notorious family like theirs, even dancing is a matter of politics, so he understands his concern. Mythos asks whether that was the reason Faridas danced with a skeleton. Faridas replies sarcastically that the red dress suited that lovely lady perfectly. Mythos then asks whether Faridas's presence here today is also a matter of politics. Faridas states that it is because of the story they have become involved in. He reminds them of the wonderful tea party at the Solfège estate last year, which must have left a strong impression on the two of them as well. Lunaria never revealed how that story ended. It began at the school's opening ceremony, and the curtain call is set 1 year later, which should be around now. If today serves as the perfect stage for the climax, then he believes he might witness something interesting. Alicia and Mythos cannot believe that he is speaking so casually about it. Faridas asks whether they are suggesting that they are not expecting something to happen and observes that they seem unusually anxious. Mythos admits that he is nervous, as it has been quite some time since he last danced. Suddenly, someone bumps into him. It is Rose. Mythos apologizes, but Rose immediately takes responsibility, explaining that she was not watching where she was going. Mythos attempts to help her up, but she rises on her own, saying that she can stand without assistance. At that moment, Fufu calls out to Rose, telling her to come over. Mythos finds himself thinking that the young lady seemed immune to his charm. Alicia cannot believe how much of a show-off he is and remarks inwardly that he is bound to go through a painful experience because of a woman someday. All of a sudden, murmurs spread through the crowd. Someone has entered, and everyone turns their gaze toward the entrance. Lunaria has finally arrived. Voices rise in surprise as people shout in disbelief. The daughter of the renowned Solfège family, and the fiancée of the Crown Prince, has appeared alone, without an escort. It is the day of the graduation. Lunaria sits alone in the carriage, faced with two choices regarding the annulment of her engagement. One option is to ask him to reconsider, while the other is to accept it as being fine by her. She steps out of the carriage as she makes her decision. The scene shifts to the ballroom, where whispers ripple through the crowd. Everyone notices that she is alone, without an escort. Murmurs spread as people question why the crown prince is not by her side when she is his fiancée, wondering what could possibly be going on. It is customary for men and women to attend such occasions together, especially during prayers and formal ceremonies, and seeing the ducal daughter standing alone is difficult to watch. To many, it feels beyond pitiful, almost painfully so. Her friends also wonder what is happening. They notice that she has arrived without an escort and that she does not even appear to have a skeleton accompanying her. Alicia, too, wonders what Lunaria might be planning. Lunaria steps forward and releases a black butterfly from her hand. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from her bag, and countless butterflies spiral upward into the air. The people begin to murmur as they notice her dress, vivid and scarlet, while the butterflies gather around her. A distinct fragrance fills the space, one reminiscent of battle. The butterflies transform into roses, cascading down in a magnificent shower of flowers. Lunaria addresses the onlookers, expressing that even if they continue to stare, she is afraid that is all she has to offer, and she hopes they will forgive her for such a small display. The crowd begins to think of her as the Duchess in her own right, overwhelmed by how amazing and impressive the sight is. It is splendid, truly splendid. Alicia remarks that it is indeed quite splendid, while Faridas notes that it has an advanced application of both light and manipulation magic. He begins murmuring enthusiastically about the magical principles behind it. Alicia scoffs at him, pointing out that she was not referring to the magic itself when she called it splendid. Faridas replies that it was a truly splendid performance nonetheless, observing how Lunaria smiles perfectly at everyone in the room without truly smiling at anyone. She is becoming more and more like the Lunaria they know. Mythos observes that, to him, it looks as though she is heading into a battle. Alicia responds that if that is the case, then Lunaria has already taken the initiative. She urges him to look around, as everyone is going wild over Lunaria's wonderful dress. As expected of such a distinguished family, her appearance is elegant and overwhelming. Watching her like this, it feels as though arriving alone was the right decision. It has not even been 5 minutes since her arrival, and she has already captured the hearts of everyone present at the venue. The ladies nearby murmur among themselves, wondering if they should go and greet Lunaria, but their father sharply tells them not to get carried away, reminding them that members of the royal family are present and that they must show modesty and restraint. Others cannot help but applaud internally, though they hesitate to say they are fully impressed. They find it strange to use magic merely as a spectacle and wonder whether casting magic like that is not against Academy rules in the first place. Lunaria's friends grow uneasy, sensing the strange mood in the room and feeling that something about the atmosphere is off. Faridas remarks that the prince's fiancée attending the graduation party alone is unheard of. There is clearly a rift between Lunaria and the crown prince, and he is certain that everyone present is thinking about it. People are quietly weighing whether they should side with Lunaria or with the royal family. In this country, the balance of opportunity is already leaning toward the royal family, and it is necessary to keep a close eye on their mood, even if the prince himself is foolish and burdened with problems. Mythos deeply despises politics and hates it with all his heart. Alicia sincerely hopes that Lunaria will be all right. As Lunaria moves toward her friends, she casually speaks to those around her, mentioning that joining the magical beast suppression force is, after all, a rather dangerous endeavor. The man there chuckles, remarking that becoming Era's dance partner is more difficult than expected. Lunaria chuckles and points that she is going to get a drink, and as she walks away, she thinks that so far everything is going well. Up to this point, everything has been following the plot and the principles of the game. Lunaria arrives alone at the venue ahead of Mana and Dale. Because the story is written from Mana's perspective, it is impossible to know all of Lunaria's moves, but she is certain that Lunaria would have arrived with firm resolve, determined not to bring shame to her family name, not to flatter anyone, and not to pity herself. She wonders whether she herself is acting as Lunaria did, whether the mannerisms ingrained in this body entrusted to her by Lunaria are being properly upheld. She is sure that she has done well so far, unless the display has gone too far. Still, she knows it was necessary to take at least some control over the mood. After all, this is the princess's stage, and as expected, Mana is aiming for the princess's position. That means Mana and Dale will definitely use this occasion as their stage to make their move. People begin to turn around and gasp. Lunaria knows, just like in the game, that not long after she arrives, Dale will appear. When Dale enters together with Mana, the crowd is visibly shocked. Murmurs spread as people question what is going on, saying they never thought he would do something like this. Even Lunaria's friends scoff, recalling how Mana used to insist that she was merely like a little sister to Dale. Mana turns to Dale, still uncertain, but he tells her to look around, to see how everyone is captivated by her beauty, and encourages her to be confident and show everyone her beautiful smile. Mana lowers her gaze and agrees quietly. Lunaria returns the drink she had taken, and when the waiter asks whether it is not to her liking, she replies that it is not that, but that she suddenly feels a bit cold. According to the plot, this is the well-known scene where Lunaria confronts Dale. In the game, Lunaria is portrayed as hysterical, but in truth she is not. If one were to reread the scene from Lunaria's point of view, then objecting is only natural, as she is trying to protect her family's name. Lunaria has already lost her fiancé, and considering her relationship with the royal family, she would not be able to find another partner. She has no choice but to endure the humiliation and enter the venue alone. Asking why she is being treated so poorly is only natural, yet the response she receives is that she should be asking herself that question. Dale looks at her and remarks mockingly that she actually came. Now the two of them stand face to face. Lunaria points out that it is an odd thing to say and do, questioning whether she has any reason not to attend the graduation party. More importantly, she notes that this is a surprise, and asks why he brought someone else without saying anything to her, especially when she is his fiancée, and demands to know the reason why. In response, Dale shouts that she should be asking herself that. With feigned righteous determination, he announces that he has an accusation to make. He declares that Lunaria has committed numerous evil deeds, that she has engaged in many indecent acts, and that she has tarnished the name of their beloved academy. This, he proclaims, is a direct insult to the royal family, and therefore he formally annuls his engagement with Lunaria. Lunaria replies that she has no issues with that decision. Everyone around them is startled, but Lunaria knows there is no reason to hesitate. She has already made her decision. Dale stands frozen in shock, momentarily unable to process what is happening. Lunaria calmly asks whether he cannot hear her properly, adding that if he truly plans to annul the engagement, then she has no objection to it. That is all she says, yet the words strike him so deeply that it feels as though every line he had carefully prepared in his mind for this moment has been completely ruined. There is a scene that flashes through her thoughts, one where Lunaria is bleeding from her tail, begging him to reconsider. In that memory, she makes a humiliating plea to him, and he reacts with fury, questioning how she could even dare to say such a thing. The conversation shifts abruptly, turning into a string of accusations directed at Lunaria, blaming her for countless evil acts. Lunaria, however, knows exactly what is unfolding. She understands that he had been planning a similar development all along. She is fully aware that Prince Dale is one of the main culprits who cornered her, and she recognizes the final target clearly, Saint Mana. In all likelihood, this is the path of a player aiming to become the crown princess by crushing Lunaria, the obstacle standing in the way. They see themselves as righteous without a shred of doubt. They believe they are predators, convinced that their prey is standing right in front of them, ready to be torn apart. Lunaria realizes that she has no choice but to prove otherwise and show them that, in truth, they are the prey. The crowd soon erupts, voices rising as people shout at her for daring to speak in such a manner to the crown prince. They call it blatant disrespect, something they claim cannot possibly be overlooked. As always, Dale's cronies are desperate to earn his favor, eagerly adding fuel to the fire. When Lunaria turns this back on them and implies that those accusations should be her line instead, the prince declares that she has committed numerous mistakes. He insists that maintaining the engagement is generous on his part, yet Lunaria genuinely cannot recall doing anything that would justify such a vicious attack. Dale explodes in anger, accusing her of telling a barefaced lie. He claims that her repeated misconduct is common knowledge and insists that he himself witnessed it with his own eyes. His followers immediately raise their voices again, shouting for silence so the prince can speak, emphasizing that he has extremely important things to say. Not everyone joins the attack. Alicia refuses to believe such a story, openly doubting the accusations. Mythos also states that he has never once heard of Lunaria committing such acts. Fufu expresses her intention to speak directly with the prince, but Era quickly stops her, warning that doing so would only worsen the situation. Rose, too, urges Era to restrain her if she attempts to cast a spell on the crown prince. Lunaria continues to insist that she has not the faintest idea what they could possibly be referring to. Dale scoffs at her, accusing her of feigned ignorance. She remarks that if this were a stage play, his performance would be worthy of applause, but to him, this is no performance at all. He truly believes in Lunaria's supposed evil deeds. From Lunaria's perspective, the situation becomes disturbingly clear. Mana's goal has always been the prince, and the condition to reach the final chapter of the game is to have his affection at its maximum. Breaking off the engagement is the decisive moment, which means Mana must have already raised the prince's affection to its peak. Yet Lunaria knows that reaching maximum affection in the game requires condemning her publicly. Mana is supposed to make a bold accusation against Lunaria in front of a large crowd. However, over the past year, Mana has failed to condemn her even once, because Lunaria prevented every attempt. This means the maximum affection was achieved unnaturally. Mana cheated. The only possible explanation is horrifying. Mana planted false memories into Dale's mind, memories of the righteous Saint Mana condemning Lunaria, achieved through forbidden ancient magic. With measured composure, Lunaria suggests that, with all due respect, perhaps the prince is simply remembering things incorrectly. Dale reacts with outrage, demanding to know how she could sink so low and accuse him of such a thing. At that moment, Mana finally steps forward. She speaks about the teachings she received upon becoming a saint, explaining that true strength is not merely about purifying magical beasts or performing miracles. True strength lies in admitting one's mistakes and learning from them. She addresses Lunaria as a former classmate from the same school, claiming that this closeness allows her to speak honestly. She urges Lunaria to reflect on her actions. For a brief moment, the surroundings fall silent. People murmur that such powerful words, spoken by the saint, must surely come from the heart. Lunaria immediately recognizes the line. It is a signature phrase from the game itself. The timing, however, feels forced, as though the plot is being forcibly pushed back onto its original track, regardless of whether things still make sense. Lunaria responds by expressing her surprise that Mana would speak with such severity. Yet she calmly points out that Mana has jumped to the wrong conclusion before. She points out that she has been accused of crimes she was completely innocent of many times before. Nearly all the students and teachers present are probably aware of that fact. Because of this history, she openly admits that she is unsure of Mana's true intentions. Mana responds by telling her not to change the subject so cleverly. She dismisses those past incidents as nothing more than minor disagreements between them, insisting that they have nothing to do with what Dale is doing now. Lunaria observes Mana carefully. She notes how confident Mana appears, the kind of confidence that comes from having secured the memory alteration card. Mana is clearly steering the story toward the ending she desires. She must believe that she has already won. Yet Lunaria cannot help but wonder what unjust method Mana used to reach this point. The effects of that method are already beginning to spread. Lunaria questions whether Mana can truly handle the errors that will inevitably arise. If the system notices those errors, playing around with glitches will only result in the game shutting down entirely. Altering memories carries obvious risks, and hacking into another person's mind has an inherent weakness. Dale scoffs loudly and shouts at Lunaria when she calmly asks them to explain in more detail what kind of treachery she is being accused of. One of Dale's minions immediately raises his voice, accusing her of continuing to feign ignorance. He claims that she hurled inconsiderate words at Mana for being a commoner, not just once or twice, and that she also looked down on other nobles. He goes on to accuse her of pressuring the student council to cover up a violation of school rules and forcing teachers to pass her in exams. Lunaria instantly recognizes all of these claims. They are condemnation events taken directly from the game. The only conclusion she can reach is that Dale's memories have been altered to fit this narrative. Farida seems to grasp the situation as well. Mythos also realizes that Dale intends to shift all blame onto Lunaria in order to break off the engagement, fabricating accusations to justify his actions. It is an infuriating method, entirely ordinary and unimaginative. Alice, however, is certain that Lunaria would never fall for such a cheap trick. Lunaria states that this is becoming increasingly troublesome. To her, it feels like being told the plot of a story she has never once heard of, yet everyone insists it is true. She warns them that if they continue piling lie upon lie, she will take the necessary measures to protect the honor of her family. One of Dale's minions sneers and asks if that is supposed to be a threat. As the situation unfolds, Lunaria analyzes Mana's plan quietly in her mind. Step 1 is to alter the memories of Dale and his loyal cronies. Step 2 is to use the prince's prestige and natural charisma to dominate the atmosphere of the venue. This place is Dale's home ground, filled with people inclined to favor the royal family. As long as they do not rush and move their pieces carefully, victory is almost guaranteed. It is not a bad strategy, and it minimizes the amount of memory tampering required. Yet this is also where the weakness of memory alteration lies. The larger the scale, the easier it becomes to detect, and the greater the danger involved. Implanting non-existent memories is like replacing notes in a musical score. A mismatch in one person's memory is not a serious issue. Even discrepancies between a few individuals can be dismissed as normal. But if there are 5 or 10, eventually the discord becomes impossible to hide. The performance collapses into chaos. People begin checking each other's sheet music, noticing traces of suspicious alteration. Collective misremembering would send tremors both within and beyond the academy. Once that happens, the cause of this abnormal situation would be exposed. Since this involves the Royal Academy and many noble children, a large-scale investigation would be unavoidable. That outcome would be disastrous for Mana. No one wants their weaknesses examined so thoroughly. That is why Mana targeted only a limited group with memory alteration. Even if it is discovered, she could silence it with a single word. She carefully selected the people needed to build her advantage. Dale declares that Lunaria will no longer be able to make excuses. There are other witnesses, he claims, and there are people still suffering because of Lunaria's outrageous actions. Everything must be made clear here and now, no matter how unbelievable the truth may seem. He raises his voice and asks the crowd if they all heard that clearly. At that moment, movement stirs in the middle of the gathering. Someone pushes through, telling others to move aside, then suddenly drops to the ground, announcing with exaggerated flair that everyone's favorite has arrived. Another man complains about the noise, muttering that he hopes this will be the last time he has to involve himself with such idiots. He wonders aloud whether the other two are not coming, especially that chronically tardy one. A third man says he made sure to wake up early, only to be teased that he was probably sleeping in the infirmary just minutes ago. He clicks his tongue and calls it a pain, but then notes that one person is still missing. At that moment, a fourth man waves from the back, apologizing for being late. As he moves forward, he stumbles and falls, prompting the other 3 to rush over and help him up, asking if he is all right. Faridas asks who they are. Alicia explains that they are in the same year as her and Lunaria. Fufu points that they seem strangely in sync and that these 4 stand out even within the academy. Dale shouts at the 4 of them to come closer. Lunaria knows instantly that Mana has altered their memories as well. When they finally step forward, Dale declares that he could not believe it until he heard it directly from them. He announces that his own fiancée, the future crown princess, was secretly courting other men, and not just one. According to him, she was involved with all 4 of them at the same time. Mana puts on a shocked expression, but inside she smirks, convinced that there is no escape left for Lunaria. She lets out a quiet chuckle, already labeling Lunaria a villainess in her mind. Dale says that this is utterly disgusting, and accuses her of flirting with 5 men at the same time, claiming that this alone shows what kind of woman she is. The scene cuts to Mana sitting on her bed, calmly stating that those 5 men are the priority, and she asks Pukuru if she knows why. Pukuru asks whether Mana is referring to manipulating memories, and Mana's sharp glare alone is enough to make Pukuru apologize immediately. Mana remarks that she had already figured Pukuru would not understand, noting that this is how she has always been. Pukuru apologizes again, admitting that she is simply not as smart as Mana. Mana responds that it is fine and says she will do her a favor by explaining everything. Mana explains that those 5 men have no overlap at all. They are the main characters of the Otome game, and each of them belongs to a different group. Furthermore, all of them stand out prominently within their respective groups. Because of this, by using these 5 individuals, it becomes possible to manipulate practically the entire academy. According to the setting, all of them are on equal footing. Even if Dale were to testify, people might think that he is simply lying to score points. However, if 4 men give testimony in support of Dale, then everyone will believe it. Mana thinks that, honestly, she probably should have crushed that woman with magic from the very beginning. As the saint, with nothing more than a sincere prayer, she can even learn magic as convenient as memory manipulation. She reflects that being the heroine truly is the best role to have. Internally, she thinks that Lunaria struggles like this because the role of a villain is to lose to the hero in the end. Back in the present, people begin to murmur that if all of this is true, then it is a serious issue. The 4 men say that they did not want to do this either and that it is deeply shameful for them. One of them states how terrible it is that Lunaria toyed with their feelings. The man with glasses says that it was wrong of him to think that she understood him, and that his own poor judgment disgusts him. The fourth man asks why she does not enlighten them about what she was thinking at the time. All four of them look at her as Lunaria's friends grow extremely angry, unable to understand what the men are talking about. From the very start, they feel that this development is strange and that the accusations are clearly false. Mythos also says that this is an odd turn of events, yet even she notes that the four men do not seem to be lying. The focus returns to Lunaria, who states that even with more actors appearing on the stage, her role has not changed at all. She is still being falsely accused of crimes she did not commit. She says that she has no idea what any of them are talking about. Dale comment that she sounds like a politician and wonder if she is going to demand proof next. Lunaria responds that she would, in fact, like to see some. He shout that their testimonies are the most convincing proof of all. He point out that their classmates are probably vaguely aware of this, and that he has never been even close to these men. There are 5 different people, all with different positions to protect, and these 4 are not the kind of people who would deceive others with lies. That is something everyone present should be aware of. People begin to think that this is true and ask what reason those 4 men would even have to lie. It is not as if they are part of the Crown Prince's group. They conclude that she must have put on such a refined face while doing shameless things in the shadows. Lunaria's friends grow even angrier, unable to accept what is being said, and they struggle with the uncertainty of whether any of it could possibly be true. The minions of Dale question whether anyone could truly believe that Keel is lying, stating that they have been on the soccer team with him for 3 years. They describe him as an honest man who never gives up, even when the team is losing a match, and who always continues to encourage everyone around him. Because of this, they insist there is no possible way that he would lie. They then speak about Toma, saying that he is just as kind as he appears. The girls often see him playing with his younger siblings during holidays, which further proves his gentle nature. They add that Lucid may not look like it, but he is more observant than anyone else, and whenever someone is troubled, he is always there beside them, quietly listening. Jean is described as a deeply compassionate person. When one of their classmates was unable to take an exam due to family circumstances, Jean personally negotiated with the teachers so that she could take a makeup exam. Jean then calls out to Lunaria, stating that she personally courted each of them and that she cannot claim she does not remember it. Keel adds that each of them went on multiple dates with her, and that was when they confessed their feelings to one another. Lucid points out that even if she refuses to admit it, they can share memories here and there tomorrow. Toma tells her not to pile up any more lies. At that moment, people begin shouting that the truth is already clear and that she should admit her crimes now. Faridas understands that the 4 men are not lying, and Mythos feels the same way. Faridas then states that, if that is the case, it would mean either Lunaria is lying or those 4 men are unaware that they are lying, such as if their memories have been rewritten. Before he can continue, Alicia interjects, saying that while there is magic capable of causing temporary hallucinations, magic that can rewrite memories does not exist in the current era. She explains that such power would be ancient magic, written in some mysterious language, of which only incomplete texts remain. Magic that rewrites other people's memories sounds terrifying, but if it truly could be produced, it would already be common knowledge. Faridas agrees, stating that without some kind of miracle, it should be impossible to recreate ancient memory manipulation magic. However, they do know someone who possesses the power of miracles. The sacred magic stone given to the saint is an ancient relic, and the saint herself is practically a relic of divine magic. The power of miracles and ancient magic that Mana used through such an extravagant method merely to fabricate false testimony is vulgar and absurd. Still, using school celebrities to bring forth false evidence is an extremely troublesome move. As long as the Perjurers remain united, Lunaria must expose their lies by poking holes in their testimonies. That is how she has overturned Mana's schemes until now, such as with Serena and Reburu. However, with so many Perjurers, she would need a counterargument for each and every one of them. Faridas knows that it would be impossible for one person to handle all of this. No matter how perfect her rebuttals are, she will eventually be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and once that happens, the audience will begin to see her as guilty. Mythos suggests that they should back her up, believing that they could change the mood if they support her. Alicia sighs and remarks sarcastically what a wonderful idea that is, pointing out that people adore the 4 great dukedoms first. Faridas adds that if the Astria family were to support Lunaria, he is certain his father would be thrilled to learn that he took such a massive gamble. Mythos notes that Lunaria is completely alone. It seems that Mana has learned from her previous blunders. Rather than creating a clever and flawless plan, she has devised one that forces her opponent down even with several holes, pure brute force driven by numbers, something that logic alone cannot overturn. That is why it is already too late. Mana thinks that Lunaria does not need to do anything anymore, because the way she has fought until now will not work this time. In Mana's mind, the game is already over and the checkmate is complete. Lunaria understands that this must be what Mana is thinking. She then asks who should truly be the one to apologize, herself or Crown Prince Dale. Dale shouts that this is nonsense. Lunaria responds that the testimony from his witnesses has already been completed, so it should now be her turn. She states that she has invited some witnesses as well to provide testimony proving her innocence. She adds that if they truly believe their own words, then it should not matter who she calls. Her logic is sound, and people begin to murmur in agreement, saying that it is only fair to give both sides a chance to speak. While stirring up which side to support, a trial that drags on without change can quickly become monotonous and boring, and the audience craves dramatic twists and turns. Lunaria announces that now the situation will take a different turn and asks everyone to welcome her guests. Dale thinks that this is nothing more than a pointless struggle. People begin to notice individuals entering the hall, and they wonder who these people are. Judging by their attire, they all appear to be important figures. Finally, the three witnesses arrive. Lunaria introduces them to everyone as the commander of the Imperial Police, Lord Jesse, the chief technician of the Magical Research Institute, Professor Odori, and the chief of health at the Royal Academy, Dr. Reburu. Reburu sighs, remarking that he has forgotten he even had such an impressive title. Lunaria chuckles, saying that she would prefer to simply call him the school nurse. She then asks the guards to place the magic stone in front of them. Even her friends are confused, unable to understand what she is planning. Alicia thinks that it now seems as though Lunaria is returning the balls that have been thrown at her, and that this season truly is about playing with balls. Lunaria is fully prepared to step into the counterattack. If Mana plans to crush her with brute force, then she will respond with twice the force, strength against strength, shameless facts against shameless lies, and force against force. People begin to murmur among themselves, wondering who those people are, since they cannot clearly see from where they stand. Dale turns toward her and questions who she has brought, pointing out that one appears to be a health teacher and that the rest are unfamiliar figures. He scoffs at the idea, questioning how these people, whoever they are, could possibly prove her innocence. Lunaria fixes her gaze on him, noticing how impatient he seems, and wonders aloud whether he intends to move straight to their testimony without delay. She first directs her attention to Lord Jesse. He salutes respectfully and signals for several other knights to step forward as well. Clearing his throat, he begins by offering congratulations to everyone on their graduation, explaining that being entrusted with such an important role during the graduation ceremony at their glorious academy is an honor that leaves no room for hesitation. He goes on to explain that the connection between his house and the royal family dates back to his great-grandfather's generation. This long preamble visibly angers Dale, who cuts him off and demands that he stop wasting time and get to the point. Startled, Jesse hastily agrees and admits that he momentarily lost track of where he was going. Mythos observes that a single glare was enough to throw Jesse completely off balance. The surrounding crowd begins to wonder whether this situation will truly be resolved properly. A representative from the back steps in to assist Jesse, stating that he conducted an investigation into the recent testimonies of the four witnesses and asking whether that is correct. Jesse confirms that this is true, explaining that about 2 weeks ago, he and his subordinates personally heard the testimonies of those four young masters. Dale then turns sharply toward Lucad and asks whether this is true. Lucad calmly confirms it and adds that it was Dale himself who made the arrangements to verify whether the boys were telling the truth. Dale immediately denies this, insisting that he knew nothing about such an investigation and demanding to know what exactly is going on. Lunaria questions how such a misunderstanding could have arisen, emphasizing that it was not Dale who instructed Jesse to investigate the four witnesses. She explains that she was concerned for her own safety, which is why she brought the matter forward, having already anticipated this false accusation ahead of time. This only enrages Dale further, and he shouts that she predicted nothing at all, accusing her of acting out of a guilty conscience due to her crimes. The crowd begins murmuring again, questioning why she would order an investigation if she truly had nothing to hide. Jesse then admits that he, too, believed it was Dale who had requested the investigation. Lunaria responds by stating that it is the duty of the authorities to extend a hand to a concerned citizen. Jesse casually agrees, noting that this is indeed true, but then raises the question of whether Jesse is about to give testimony that contradicts the Crown Prince's wishes. She reassures everyone that there is no need for concern, explaining that the prince desires only for the truth to come to light, and that it does not matter what facts are uncovered in the process. She adds that there is no possibility of the prince being displeased by the truth. Indeed, Dale instructs Jesse to continue. Jesse resumes by explaining that, as mentioned earlier, individual investigations were conducted for each of the 4 witnesses. As a result, they unfortunately discovered inconsistencies within their testimonies. One of the boys reacts angrily, insisting that this cannot be true and demanding to know what kind of inconsistencies Jesse is referring to. Jesse explains that in each testimony, the boys provided detailed accounts of how the Duchess supposedly made advances toward them. Each claimed to have met Lunaria after school for private rendezvous, referring to them using the modern term going on a date. Lucas acknowledges that this is indeed what they said, but questions what significance that holds. Jesse then states that such claims are impossible. Jean immediately wonders why that would be the case and questions whether Jesse is referring to Lunaria's alibi. Jesse clarifies that it is not because of an alibi. He explains that each of the alleged meetings took place after school, and on every one of those days, the Duchess was supposed to take a direct route home. Furthermore, although the servants of the estate did testify that she did, Dale asserts that a servant's testimony cannot be trusted. Jesse responds by acknowledging that, naturally, such testimonies cannot be believed so easily, as servants are practically considered family. This, he explains, means that the truth of the Duchess's alibi cannot be firmly confirmed. Dale immediately questions what the problem is, given that explanation. Jesse then states that, in fact, the Duchess has no verifiable alibi on the relevant days. However, he adds that all 4 of the accused boys do have alibis. Jean and Lucas appear slightly taken aback at this revelation, clearly surprised by the claim, and Jesse continues without hesitation. He explains that on each of the days in question, the 4 were seen in entirely different locations. As a result of the investigation, he orders that the supporting evidence be brought forward. The testimony reveals that on one of those days, Keel was assisting a junior student on the practice field. The student involved had even recorded this event in his diary. Additionally, on September 4th, Keel had plans that were independently confirmed. On October 24th, a sales clerk testified that Toma spent a long time inspecting the quality of stuffed animals. According to the clerk, Toma cheerfully mentioned that the following day was his sister's birthday. On October 20th, the owner of a music shop located at the edge of the royal capital testified that Lucas was present there, noting that he always visits on that specific day whenever a new instrument arrives, leaving no room for doubt about the date. Furthermore, on September 14th, several nurses testified that Jean stayed at an animal hospital, having brought in an injured kitten, and that he remained in the waiting room the entire time, softly cheering the animal on. From the aforementioned testimonies, Jesse explains that there are serious doubts as to whether the events the 4 testified about could have happened on the days they claimed. Jean wonders whether those dates truly coincide with the days in question. Toma insists that there is no mix-up, stating that he remembers the date perfectly, as it was the day before his little sister's birthday, and that he truly spent all of his after-school hours alone in a toy store. He questions how he could possibly have gone on a date that day. There is a clear inconsistency in their memories, leading to the conclusion that this truly is a case of memory manipulation. At that moment, Mana steps forward, suggesting that the most likely explanation is that they simply misremembered the dates. Jesse responds that this possibility was considered, and that, to be safe, their actions on the preceding days were also investigated. Dale lashes out in frustration, insisting that Mana is right and that this is nothing more than a minor mistake. He declares that this pointless investigation has gone on long enough and claims to see no value in such nitpicking. Despite his outburst, murmurs spread through the crowd, as not everyone is convinced by his dismissal. Dale shouts, demanding to know what all the chatter is about. Meanwhile, it appears that Solfege has managed to hold her ground at the edge of the ring, though she knows she cannot afford to lower her guard just yet. Lunaria turns to Jesse and thanks him, praising the work as truly excellent and calling it a remarkable effort by the nation's great investigators. She states that his contribution has been an incredible help. Jesse reacts with visible happiness and responds that they were simply carrying out their duty. Next, attention shifts to Professor Odori. She remarks that the situation is nerve-wracking and asks to be allowed to introduce herself. She identifies herself as a magical researcher. Forrester admits that he did not expect to see her there. Alicia points out that Odori is quite famous within academic circles, explaining that when she was a student, she read Odori's work with great interest. Even Lunaria's friends, she notes, have heard of her reputation as an extraordinary individual. Odori continues by explaining that she normally studies magical language. To put it simply, her job is to analyze spells from a linguistic perspective. More specifically, her specialty lies in the chronological analysis of magical utterances. She explains that mainstream magic generally requires a verbal catalyst, in other words, a chant. Most people would assume that differences in wording would not affect the effectiveness or nature of a magical technique. However, recent research has revealed otherwise. Before she can elaborate further, Dale snaps impatiently, demanding to know how long she intends to keep talking about such nonsense. She pauses, realizing that her bad habit has surfaced once again, and apologetically admits that she has gone on too long. She says it would be much faster to simply show them instead. She then asks for the device to be brought forward. A machine is wheeled into view, prompting Dale to wonder what kind of ridiculous contraption it is. She explains that it is a magical language analysis device. Although it was originally developed to analyze magical languages, she later realized that it could also be applied to ordinary conversation. In short, it can function as a lie detector. She explains that people have habitual patterns in the way they speak, including their common vocabulary and sentence structures. These patterns are similar to magical traces. When people speak truthfully and when they lie, those patterns subtly differ. By having someone speak in front of the device for a set amount of time, subconscious speech patterns are revealed. Using this data, each specific testimony can be analyzed. The device can also assess emotional states during speech, such as anger or sadness, and from that, determine whether the speaker is lying. Naturally, it is not perfect, but it boasts an accuracy rate of approximately 90%. With the consent of the four boys, both their formal testimonies and their everyday conversations were analyzed after Lunaria and Lord Jesse submitted the request. Dale lashes out, demanding to know why he was never informed of this. The response makes it clear that Dale never asked about such measures, and it is not like they ever chat. Fufu scoffs, confidently declaring that now everyone will see that the boys are nothing more than liars. Odori continues, explaining that after analyzing the testimonies recorded on the Gramo stone, the results show that none of the four were lying. The boys immediately insist that this is only natural, as they had no reason to lie in the first place. Even Dale appears convinced, concluding that, just as he thought, this entire process was a complete waste of time. However, Odori cuts in again, stating that the situation is actually quite strange. She explains that it makes her question whether what they are saying is truly what they experienced. When asked what she means by that, she clarifies that there were no signs of deception in their testimonies. The device does show a low probability of lying, but the narrative patterns used when describing those specific days do not match the patterns people normally use when recounting their own experiences. The boys were speaking about memories they believed to be their own, and they were not lying about them. Yet it was as though they were describing someone else's memories. Even Jesse appears confused and wonders what such a conclusion implies. Odori explains that it is similar to a young person enthusiastically repeating a get-rich-quick scheme they heard from someone else, or to gentlemen and ladies passionately discussing popular advice they picked up elsewhere. Even if they believe it wholeheartedly, in the end it is still a borrowed story. Because of this, it becomes difficult to say that the words truly originate from their own lived experiences. Jesse then wonders whether the stories about the dates actually belong to someone else. At that point, Dale shouts that this has become unbearably boring. He claims he has been listening to gibberish this entire time and demands to know where the guarantee is that the device is even accurate. He calls the explanation ridiculous and argues that people should be able to understand sincerity simply by facing one another. If they have reached a point where they must rely on a machine, then they have failed as human beings. Murmurs spread through the crowd as many begin to agree, noting that this aligns with the Crown Prince's stance, and they realize how close they came to being fooled. Dale continues, stating that if this were a proper trial, such evidence would never be accepted. He turns to Jesse for confirmation. Jesse agrees, explaining that the reliability of the analysis has not been fully verified. While the device is interesting, it is still too experimental to be used as formal evidence. Odori acknowledges that this is correct and admits that she does not consider it definitive proof either. However, she then addresses everyone present, especially those laughing along with the prince, and asks whether anyone would like to volunteer as a test subject. She points out that many people present are accompanied by their partners or family members, and given how long they have been together, there must be one or two stories they have quietly doubted. Almost immediately, people begin murmuring about suspicious business trips to distant towns, unexplained lateness after parties, and unanswered questions about certain nights. Odori explains that if those stories were told once more in front of the device, the truth would be revealed instantly. She reassures them that there is no need to worry. Even if the device is a fraud, they can simply laugh it off as nonsense. However, she adds that there will be a thorough investigation afterward to determine whether the results truly are meaningless. This causes another ripple of chatter through the crowd, with some saying there is no need to go out of their way to verify it, while others admit that the device seems rather impressive. Fufu scoffs, remarking that it seems the adults are afraid of it. Mana comments that such reactions are only natural, as anyone would feel uneasy standing before such a gigantic device. She adds that it makes her nervous as well, though she has nothing to hide. Odori apologizes for being provocative and explains that there are already records of Mana's public speeches, which have been fed into the device. The results show that her statements were not truthful. Mana responds calmly, remarking that this only proves the device is unreliable. Lunaria then turns to Odori and expresses her sincere gratitude for the valuable testimony, adding that she hopes they will one day have the opportunity to discuss such matters in greater depth. She then announces the next testimony and turns toward Professor Riburu. He admits that he cannot say he ever wanted to be involved in this, but given what he knows, he realizes that he has no real choice. He states that he truly hates speaking in front of such a large crowd, as it makes him feel as though he is giving a lecture. Dale, however, insists that enough is enough. First the police, then a professor, and now even a health teacher. He questions how long they are expected to tolerate Lunaria's festival of witnesses. Riburu reassures Dale that there is no need to worry, as the man will be finished soon. She explains that he prepared evidence at Lunaria's request. Due to the nature of his profession, he possesses considerable knowledge in the manufacturing of medicines. Whenever a student does something reckless with magic, it is his responsibility to clean up the aftermath, and as a result, his expertise has steadily grown over time. He is then asked to explain exactly what kind of miraculous drug he created. He clarifies that it is a medicine designed to remove a curse specifically, a type of magic cast on a person in order to remove magic that implants false memories. At this revelation, another wave of murmurs spreads through the crowd. Odori asks whether this is similar to hallucination magic, but he denies that comparison. Lunaria further clarifies that the spell does not merely confuse a person's perception temporarily. Instead, it is a terrifying form of magic that rewrites memories from their very core. Jean questions whether Lunaria is claiming that such magic was cast on all four of them, and whether he is confirming that claim. Lunaria affirms it. The crowd begins to question whether such magic truly exists, as none of them have ever heard of it before. Riburu admits that it is also the first time he has encountered something like this, making it difficult for him to believe at first. However, after investigating the four individuals, he confirms that he detected traces of some form of malicious magic cast upon them. Because of this discovery, he made the decision to remove the magic, and that concludes his explanation. Jesse is visibly taken aback, unable to believe that such a thing is possible and wondering if he truly created it. Riburu remarks that as a health teacher and the infamous grandchild of a renowned medicine maker, producing medicine for students is part of his duty. Mana comments that the entire story sounds extremely strange. Riburu asks what exactly makes it strange, and the manager explains that creating a miraculous medicine capable of removing a spell that was not even fully understood seems almost impossible. She questions whether it is truly possible to create such a thing. He responds that it is indeed possible, thanks to the magical literature Lunaria gathered for him. She prepared an enormous collection of ancient grimoires, the kind of archive one would expect to find in a museum. He admits that he cannot even imagine how much it must have cost to gather such rare texts from all over the country. Lunaria acknowledges that it was indeed a significant expense. He continues by stating that although his years of experience allowed him to manage the research, he was unable to obtain enough materials to create multiple doses. In the end, he was only able to manufacture enough medicine for one person. Mythos comments that this achievement is impressive, especially considering that he is merely a health teacher. He adds that if this magic truly implants memories, then the situation has become extremely serious. Lunaria then asks whether he brought the medicine with him today, the very medicine capable of removing magic that implants false memories, and whether he could present it to everyone. Reburu explains that the medicine has already been administered and that there should be no problem, as curing such magic as quickly as possible is best. He then wonders whether they should discuss the effects now. He turns his attention to Lucid and asks how he is feeling. Lucid responds that he feels strange, as though the medicine is taking effect. He confirms that it makes him feel sick. Keel questions whether the medicine truly worked, and after a moment, Lucid states that he withdraws all of his testimony against Lunaria. Mana questions what he is talking about, reminding him that he previously claimed Lunaria courted him. Lucid then declares that those memories were never real at all. Mana shouts in protest, questioning how he can be so certain and whether the drug is simply making him believe this version of events. Lucid insists that he is certain. Although he cannot properly explain why, the certainty feels absolute to him. At that moment, Tomas steps forward and states that he believes Lucid. This declaration immediately angers Dale, while Mana reacts in disbelief, insisting that not him as well. Tomas explains that he realized halfway through the events that something felt wrong. Keel and Jean admit that they felt the same unease. Keel agrees, saying that although he cannot clearly explain the reason, Lucid's statement suddenly makes sense. Jean adds that he also sensed something was off but dismissed the feeling as irrational, believing logic over instinct. Now, it appears he should have trusted his heart instead. Odori concludes that if this is the case, then it is clear that the memories of all four individuals were manipulated. If such manipulation truly occurred, then the matter becomes extremely serious. Dangerous magic has been used on students of the Academy, and it is evident that it was done to frame Duchess Lunaria. Lunaria states that this suggests the presence of a sinister conspiracy operating behind the accusations. Given this situation, it should not be difficult to infer the truth behind the other allegations as well. The crowd begins to believe her words. As the Duchess suggests, if a conspiracy truly exists, then the implications are both grave and terrifying. Dale demands that everyone calm down. He argues that even if the witnesses withdraw their testimony, the fact that Lunaria committed numerous evil acts has not changed. He insists that even without the others, his testimony alone should be sufficient. A voice from the back counters that such testimony alone is not enough. Dale glares furiously in that direction and begins shouting, demanding to know who they think he is. He continues by asserting that he personally witnessed Lunaria's countless misdeeds and praises Mana's courage for admonishing them. She claims that the prince is having false memories too. She can imagine how humiliating it must feel to have one's memories tampered with, like being struck violently across the face. Suddenly, an image flashes through his mind of himself slapping Lunaria. She sharply points out that it seems he remembers the real events after all. Dale questions what she is implying. Lunaria states that while his confession is deeply regrettable, it is now her turn to present her accusations. She asks whether anyone has ever encountered a villain who dominated the stage of their life. She explains that there were people who terrorized her, villains who appeared again and again in her life. Their cruel treatment denied her sense of self and subjected her to relentless attacks that trampled her dignity. The suffering felt endless, gnawing at her soul. She describes a despair so deep that it drove her to press a blade to her own throat. Among those responsible, there was one man she could never forgive. The crowd slowly turns its attention toward Dale. He shouts that everything she is saying is a lie and that her story is fabricated. Lunaria continues, stating that years of blood-curdling abuse drained her vitality. His merciless violence was repeated countless times, stripping her of the strength to resist. Dale lashes out, calling it absurd nonsense and insisting that no one would believe such claims. Lunaria admits that she wishes she could have spoken the truth sooner. However, that man was her Veritas and wielded the authority of the royal family. He used threats of punishment to silence her. Dale continues shouting in an attempt to stop her, but she explains that fear is what kept her silent for so long. She then declares that the man she speaks of is none other than Dale himself, the crown prince of their country. Dale roars that these are false accusations and that such claims amount to slander against the crown, something that cannot be permitted. Mana urges everyone to calm down and not let emotions overwhelm them, pointing out that there is no proof. Lunaria apologizes but states that it is not Mana's turn yet. The revelation of Mana's actions will come later. Mana responds that she has no idea what Lunaria is talking about. Lunaria calmly announces that her next witness will now appear. Even Jessie is surprised, wondering if there is truly another witness. Lunaria clarifies that she never claimed to have only 3 witnesses. She reveals that this witness has been watching the entire situation unfold from above. Everyone looks upward, murmuring that it is too far to see clearly. Lunaria formally introduces her 4th witness, the Queen. She orders the attendants to bring her down. The announcer declares that Her Royal Highness is about to descend. Preparations begin as the area is cleared and a magic circle activates. The floating throne slowly lowers until it reaches the ground. The Queen arrives, accompanied by the King. The King tells Dale not to look at him, warning that there is nothing he can do once the Queen reaches this state. Dale desperately attempts to tell his mother that the accusations are completely false, but she cuts him off, declaring that she has endured enough of his excuses. Dale calls out to his mother, insisting that she should believe the words of her son more than Lunaria's complaints ever could. However, the Queen calmly states that she has already heard about the matter from the castle servants. They had reported the same things to her. She explains that she questioned them directly, asking whether they had witnessed or heard of any improper conduct within the castle. At first, they were clearly afraid of retaliation and refused to reveal anything. Only after she politely urged them not to conceal the truth did they begin to speak. Their eyewitness accounts are nothing short of astonishing, and the behavior they describe is utterly inexcusable. Dale shouts at his mother, reminding her that everyone is watching. The Queen responds that she is fully aware of that fact and that she is deliberately making the truth clear in front of everyone. Dale protests, claiming that this is incorrect. The Queen scoffs at this, questioning whether he is truly implying that she is lying. Dale hurriedly denies such an intention, insisting that he did not mean it that way. The Queen continues, stating that if he believes the servants lied to her, then he is accusing servants chosen by royal families of being liars. She challenges him directly on this point. At that moment, Mana steps forward and speaks with apparent respect, expressing her belief that what Dale is trying to convey is that he had no choice because of that woman. She adds that Dale does not seem to be in good condition and wonders aloud whether there is anyone he truly trusts. Dale lashes out angrily, declaring that the woman in question was impertinent. He continues to lose control, claiming that she never showed him even the slightest shred of affection and would frequently scold him, while the Queen and King endlessly praised her talents. He insists that the only way to make such an unreasonable woman listen was to hit her. After all, he is the crown prince, yet she showed him no respect whatsoever. As his emotions spiral out of control, the Queen states coldly that he lacks the caliber to be king and that today has made this painfully clear. Alicia struggles to understand the Queen's intervention, as the crown prince is her biological son. She wonders why a mother would go this far. Mythos comments that this is nothing less than political murder for the prince, arguing that a mother publicly scolding her child to this extent is excessive. Faridas, however, disagrees, asserting that this is not the case. The Queen states firmly that Dale must understand the weight of her words. She declares the discussion over and orders him to leave her sight. Lunaria quietly wonders how Dale must be feeling after such a devastating disaster. She reflects on how it must feel to have his own mother declare in front of everyone that he is unfit to inherit the crown. Mytho, meanwhile, is stunned by what has just occurred and questions whether the Queen intended to bring down the prince from the very beginning. It becomes apparent that the crown prince is a fool, something that everyone is at least vaguely aware of. However, that is not the extent of the problem. He is impulsive and foolish, with absurdly inflated self-esteem, completely incapable of accepting criticism. He constantly looks down on those around him while never listening to their advice. Doubts about his ability to rule have long existed, especially among those close to the royal family, who have been deeply concerned. Strangely, the king alone seems convinced that the prince is the wisest and most beloved of all. The Queen, in contrast, has always possessed an accurate understanding of the situation and has been gravely worried. The second prince, Prince Loren, has been raised to be intelligent and capable, which leads many to question why the throne must go to Dale. Faridas can only guess at the immense stress the Queen has been enduring. The royal family is already burdened with countless problems. Their authority is fragile, as they rely heavily on the forces of the dukedoms to subjugate magical beasts. They are embroiled in an ongoing conflict with the Church, whose influence grows stronger with each passing year. To make matters worse, their relationships with neighboring nations are far from stable. Under such circumstances, the prospect of Dale becoming king represents the greatest crisis in the country's 2,200-year history. Alicia has a troubling hunch that not only the royal family but the entire country would perish if that were to happen. Even so, the fact that the king's eldest son is a fool is not, by itself, sufficient grounds to strip him of his right of succession. Doing so would go against custom, and such a move would undermine the legitimacy of the royal family's authority, which is upheld by tradition in the first place. The king has never intended to remove his son from succession. Cornered on all sides, the queen's worries have grown day by day, swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. What follows is merely speculation, but at some point, the duchess likely approached the queen in tears, revealing the prince's various misdeeds as well as signs of his malicious plans. Hearing such revelations would undoubtedly enrage the queen, causing that balloon to finally burst. At that moment, she would have made the painful decision to deliver the final blow to her own son in order to protect the royal family, no matter the cost. It remains unclear how much of today's events the queen had foreseen, but she would have quickly realized that this situation presented a rare and favorable opportunity. The crown prince stands atop a ridiculously extravagant stage, disgracing himself before countless spectators. He falsely accuses the head of the Solfège family, one of the 4 great dukedoms, and, worst of all, exposes his repeated acts of violence against his own fiancée. The marriage alliance with the Solfège family was meant to solidify the royal family's power base. The council, having been cast aside so unjustly, now has reason to act. When all of this is combined with Dale's countless blunders, the queen gains sufficient justification to strip him of his right of succession. Moreover, there are witnesses everywhere. Lunaria's role in this is remarkably clever. It begins with eyewitnesses to the prince's actions, but in the end, those present become witnesses to a historic blunder that seals his fate. Mythos wonders when Lunaria managed to involve the queen, as that remains a mystery. The last time the Duchess had been at the castle was during the incident involving her father, which only deepens the intrigue. Dale desperately begs his mother to reconsider. Even the king asks the queen why she would do this to Dale, whom they have always cherished as their beloved son. The queen admits that she does feel guilty. She confesses that the fault lies not solely with Dale, but with herself and the king for raising him so poorly. She regrets deeply that they failed to guide him properly toward the throne. With nothing left to say, Dale collapses, tears falling to the floor. Lunaria observes him and remarks that this will not do. She urges him to show everyone that he can face the end on his own feet. She comments on the grim expression on his face, noting that it could ruin the splendid atmosphere of the gathering. As she pinches his cheek, she whispers teasingly that he should practice smiling in front of a mirror. People start to wonder what exactly she had said to the prince just now, especially as she had offered him a hand. Lunaria calls out to the guard, announcing that the prince is leaving and requests some assistance in lending him shoulders. The guards arrive promptly, helping him to stand. Fufu, still unsure of what just transpired, realizes that justice has indeed been served, and it is unquestionably a grand comeback victory. There seems to have been no reason for worry. Alicia, however, notes that the true mastermind has not yet been revealed. Dale, as he is being escorted away, calls out for Mana and rushes toward her, desperate for her understanding. Mana, however, asserts that she had misjudged him. She had only a faint awareness of the darkness in his heart, yet as his friend, she had wanted to believe in him. That belief, however, no longer exists, for even the queen would not tell a lie. She declares that it is truly regrettable. Dale, utterly taken aback, is further shocked as Mana continues to cry out, pleading with him not to tell any more lies, for no one wishes to witness such deception. As the guards move to take Dale away, Fufu comments that neither of them is falling for this ruse. Mana had always been nearby whenever Lunaria was accused of villainy, witnessing intense scenes, and it is unbelievable to them all that Mana could be the one orchestrating such schemes against Lunaria. Mana then turns toward the queen, acknowledging her figure and recognizing the courage she commands for the people's benefit. Mana reflects that the queen, despite enduring the greatest hurt, has remained resolute. She expresses her shame at being unable to do more for those around her as a classmate and resolves to become a strong, admirable woman like the queen. She believes there is much the queen could still teach her. Lunaria, observing Mana, remarks on how she never ceases to amaze, even at this late stage, noting that Mana is still attempting to curry favor with the queen. Lunaria then wonders aloud if Mana plans to grow closer to the second prince, which startles Mana, causing her to chuckle nervously. She admits to being somewhat scatterbrained, and Lunaria, smiling, explains that her concern is genuine. Mana, understanding why, realizes that the mastermind who orchestrated the plan to trap her, the one using dangerous magic to manipulate memories and create false witnesses, was Mana herself. A ripple of murmurs spreads through the crowd, disbelief evident at the notion that the saint could commit such an act. Mana, unaware of the situation, protests her ignorance of Lunaria's claims. The scenario seems both crazy and amusing to her, especially as she speculates about whether Lunaria could even produce proof. Lunaria reveals that a witness had observed Mana using memory magic, yet Mana dismisses this as mere testimony, questioning the reliability of the observer and noting that, as the saint, Mana naturally stands out, attracting a variety of opinions. Lunaria, however, trusts the witness's account, while Mana admits uncertainty about the situation. When Lunaria questions her, suggesting she is typically skeptical of witnesses, Mana laughs softly and inquires about the identity of the witness. Lunaria explains that she had been so absorbed in her dating life that she had not noticed until she was directly called out. Mana, intrigued, wonders who it could have been, only to learn from Lunaria that it was the queen herself. This revelation catches Mana off guard. The queen recounts her own past, explaining that when she was a student, she and one of her friends would secretly study grimoires of ancient magic. While the magic was dangerous and imperfect, it charmed them. They attempted to recreate it, and despite the risks and scoldings from their teachers, their experiments eventually succeeded, granting them minor magical abilities. The queen asks Mana if she remembers a particular magic from those books, the spell that transforms a person into a mouse. The crowd erupts in murmurs, recalling seeing the elderly lady cleaning at the academy, confirming the story. Indeed, after that day in the library before leaving, Lunaria inquired the old lady why she was present here, to which the cleaning lady responded that her question was unusual, wondering if she had not seen a cleaning lady before. Lunaria counters that actually she saw her near the reception desk, and arriving quickly despite seemingly moving through the entire area is suspicious. In that moment, Lunaria focused on the magical aura surrounding the old lady, using a specialized magic scan to detect and read magical patterns, gathering fragments of information. This skill had developed over years of facing adversaries, allowing her to assess differences in magical and physical abilities, as well as hostility or malicious intent. Lunaria likened it to solfège, the ability to recreate music in one's mind by reading the score. Using this skill, she asked the cleaning lady if could it be that she is the queen. Returning to the present, the queen reveals that some had already noticed her in a transformed form, cleaning around the capital. This secret allowed her to momentarily escape the burdens of her position. Lunaria had been the only one observant enough to recognize her. The queen continues, recounting how she had seen Mana at the academy, sneaking into the forbidden section with a book of ancient magic in hand. The queen vividly remembers Mana reading the page on memory manipulation magic, which explains why Mana initially feigned ignorance. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, questioning why Mana remains silent. The queen explains that seeing Mana so absorbed in the magic reminded her of fond memories from her own youth, yet for Mana to recreate such a dangerous and complex spell independently is impressive. Lunaria notes that it was careless to dismiss the witness, emphasizing that the weight of truth is determined by who perceives it. The queen, having no reason to lie, she herself had earlier confirmed this to the prince. Mana can only stand speechless, realizing she has been completely outmaneuvered. Jessie steps forward, presenting the accusation of coercion via mind control magic and perjury investigation. The crowd is stunned, finding it difficult to believe that the police are prepared to take action. Mana asks for space, but the police insist she cooperate. Suddenly, she activates her magic, forcing the police to fall back, leaving the onlookers startled. Jessie demands to know what she is doing, while she dismisses the situation as trivial, beginning to summon her power. Lunaria, unfazed, observes the scene, already anticipating Mana's actions.